So I'm just
Oh my gosh, we're here.
Hey everyone.
We
Hi
did it.
everyone.
I hope the microphones are working. Hello, chat.
Can you hear us?
Everybody, please let us know if we're all good. Welcome to not Aspire Mondays, in fact,
Oh,
Are you
but
sure?
the first ever Aspire Conf.
Woohoo!
We did it. We manifested in November. We said we're going to do Aspire Conf. And
you
then
did.
I did. And then by pure sheer will, we are here, and we're so excited. And so we're gonna get right into it, because why not? Damien, do you mind putting up my slides?
Sure.
Because I
same.
realized when I put on PowerPoint mode, I can't put my own slides up.
No problem.
Thank you. So this is the keynote, and we're calling it Welcome to Aspire because so much has changed.
Yep.
There's a lot of familiar faces in the chat, and I'm sure there are a lot of new faces here too. So we're going to kind of take you through like all of the new things. We just shipped 13.2 today, minutes ago, a blog. The what's new is crazy and super long, and that's up on the site on aspire.dev. So, you can poke around and look at all of that between sessions today. But we have a full day packed of content, both new and old, 13.2, and kind of some like reintroduction and all the fun things. So yeah, this is AspireConf.
Yay! Drum roll!
We did it. At aspire.dev, aspire.dev, very easy to remember. Connect with us. We have Beth, and we have Luce, and we have other folks from the Aspire team and the DevRel Studios team helping us out today. So feel free to tweet or Blue Sky or LinkedIn or
Whatever.
comment or whatever. If you're in the Discord, yap in the Discord. In between sessions today, we'll be doing Q&A. So you feel free to ask your questions throughout the session. And then we'll spend some time answering them. So It's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun.
And I just want to echo, thank you to everyone else who set this up. I've done virtually nothing other than working on the demo yesterday. Maddie and the sea of faces behind here are the ones who have made this happen today. So
yeah.
Kind of incredible.
And the speakers who about 6 weeks ago, I said, will you speak at a conference that is not planned yet? And they said, sure. And we also did this for free. Fun fact.
Manifested.
Yeah. So we were like totally self-producing this. We're like real hardcore. I love it. Anyways, we have over the years explained Aspire through a variety of sentences that make sense at the time. Sure. And then we keep updating that sentence. And we have a new sentence for you. Right now, as of 13.2, Aspire is an agent-ready code-first tool to compose, debug, and deploy any distributed app. And my favorite thing that Damien always says is if you have a front end in a database, that's a distributed app.
Yes.
Yeah. Because a lot of people are like, oh, I just have a website. It's distributed. It runs somewhere else. Multiple people access it from multiple places.
Yes.
Like if you have an app, no matter what it does, it is Aspire-ifiable. And so it really brings sanity to your system. It makes it so that you and whoever on your team, or if you're a consultant, whoever you're building with, like you can clone and run. You can explain and model the entire app infrastructure in code. You can deploy it without YAML. Show the shirt. Friends don't let friends write YAML, for what it's worth.
Yep.
And you can actually observe everything right there in the Aspire dashboard, which is everybody's fave. Any open telemetry you have in whatever language or app you have, that pops right up. So you can see all your traces and metrics and everything. What actually is it? That's usually the question we get after we say the sentence, which is, what is it then? Is it Docker Compose?
Right.
That's just one part of it. We've got 4 things. We try to do 3. 3 is like the number they want for the slides. It's not 3, it's 4. The main thing is the CLI, right? Which is just under a year old.
Yep.
This time last year, we were like, we're doing it. We're building a CLI. And thank God we did. That worked out well. And then we also have the app host, which is kind of the file that models everything.
The app host is the heart of Aspire.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, right? Like
you
really, it's kind of hard to use Aspire without having an app host.
Right.
Actually, it's pretty much impossible to use Aspire without using an app host. I think of that as the heart of what you're going to do. So.
Yeah. And then we have the integrations, which are kind of our like pre-curated packages that help you set things up, bootstrap things, whatever container or executable or programming language or CLI
database
you want.
or service. Or...
Yeah.
Yep.
All those things we'll package up. We package up a bunch of them. The community toolkit has a bunch of other ones that the community has curated, and then you can always build your own. So if you don't see the logo on aspire.dev, that's okay. It's still going to work. And then the dashboard. So that runs locally and is the hub of your entire system. And then you can deploy it depending on where you deploy to. You can actually have a dashboard running in prod, so you can see all of your, prod time metrics flowing through the same way that you see it locally. So big news, 13.2. It happened. 13.2 is, and I say this every release, but I really mean it. This is our biggest release yet.
So normally we ship once a month. So we ship 13.1 in December.
Yeah.
Just before
We
Christmas.
13 was November.
Yeah, so we did once per month. And then someone decided that we were gonna do a big release this time. I don't know who it was. I won't call names, but we did a big release, and one of the themes were to make the CLI agent friendly. That was a big theme.
Yeah.
And then we want to actually do this polyglot app host thing. So for those of you who knew from before, Aspire supported .NET. It was .NET Aspire. We rebranded it to Aspire in 13.0 November. And this is I think the first cut of seeing Aspire move away from just being single stack. So the app host can be built knowing TypeScript. This was a huge lift. It took the team probably a year of coding to figure out how to do it. So now we can write app hosts in both C# and TypeScript, and more to come in the future.
More to come.
More to come in the future.
Right.
More to come. And yeah, we actually spent a lot of time in this release rebuilding our infra.
Yep.
We called it Dry January. We spent January doing infra work. I mean, Fowler built some features, so whatever.
It was more of an aspirational goal.
Whoa!
Aspire mentioned.
Aspire mentioned. So yeah, there was a lot of info work, and part of that is so that we can ship faster moving forward too.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, the VS Code team is shipping like every week now. We got to keep up with that.
Yep.
That's crazy. So expect more and more Aspire. Hopefully,
Twice per day.
I'm on board with that.
no.
I like this was one of those cases where you kind of have to slow down before you can go fast. And that was the intent of this big gap between December and now. But now it gets real. So now we've set that up, and what we're telling ourselves and what we're telling you is that we want to be shipping very, very frequently. At some point, I'd very much like people to think of us as just evergreen, just like you think of a lot of the other tool chains that you use,
like
where
Chrome.
it's just like, oh, there's an update and I update.
Your browser.
Whether it's Chrome or your IDE or whether your favorite CLI that you use, a lot of that stuff now is just updating consistently, constantly behind the scenes. For at least for the parts that you use of Aspire that aren't directly inside your application that you take a dependency on, and we'll talk more about that later. Yeah. We want to ship the value and the updates to you as quick as possible. So that's where we're moving to.
Yep, we're keeping up. We're trying to keep up. The world's moving fast. We're having fun. And then another thing we want to say before we get into, we'll switch to code. Don't worry. Just thank you guys. Thank you guys, gals, everybody. Like, first of all, almost 1,000 PRs in 13.2. Talk about a big release. That was never again. Never again. Never again. Damien hates vanity metrics like downloads, but I did do the math. 2.6 million downloads since 13 is pretty cool. Oh, yeah. That's like a good number.
Oh, yeah.
And for those of you who have been around with us, you may know our Friday streams, Aspire Fridays, where we originally started by trying to add Aspire into people's apps.
Right.
And then now it's devolved into just Aspire-related things on Fridays. Evolved, excuse me. Since we created the Aspire YouTube channel in June, we have now streamed 93 hours of just that.
Not by choice.
What's amazing is that it's actually only been 4 streams. But that is equated to a total of 93 hours. And anyone who watches Aspire Fridays, you'll get the joke.
Yeah. And I mean, the fact that people watch it and then these get thousands of views, and like we can see the YouTube metrics and people actually stay and watch these things. I mean, thank you so much. Like we're having a lot of fun building Aspire. The Discord is great. The community is great. We have met so many amazing people and learned about like so many cool things that people are building with Aspire. And so this is why we do it. This is why we do it. This is why I fall asleep with my laptop on my lap in my hotel room at 10 p.m. with Fowler saying, I screwed up your demo again. This is why we do it for you guys.
Hopefully it works this time.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. And because we don't have lower thirds on here while it's live, which we'll put up in post, can you guys introduce yourselves?
Sure.
Because nobody's ever heard of you before.
Me first. I'm David Fowler. I am the distinguished engineer / architect of Aspire, and I caused a ton of trouble.
Yeah,
who are you?
I'm Damien Edwards. I work on the Aspire team as well. I've worked with Fowler for about 15 years now. And yeah, what's my title? I'm an architect as well, as opposed to a distinguished engineer. One can only dream. But yeah, and so I work on the product side. Sort of helping to define what we do. So
yeah, and I'm Maddie Montequilla. I am a plain old PM, but I call myself the Queen of Aspirations because that is my job. I make the aspirations happen, and we call ourselves the Council of Aspirations. So if you ever do want to aspire a fire app, you can bring it before the council, and we'll see what happens. Assemble. So yeah, all right. The way that we split this keynote up in an attempt to just keep us from devolving into rambling for an hour is 3 different stanzas, right? We're good presenters. And it's really about how Aspire fits in with your stuff. Because the first question we get after every talk, after every session, after every anything is, well, will it work with X? Or will we use Y? Or my DevOps team says Z. And so we broke this into 3 sections. One is about how Aspire works with your stack, whatever your stack is. One is about how Aspire deploys to any cloud or on-prem or machine or whatever you want to call it. And one is about how Aspire works with your coding agents, because that really is the future, we think, of development. And if you're not on the coding agent train yet, you will be soon. And if you are, then you're probably really looking forward to something that's going to streamline that and make it work better with real apps.
Well, and the other advantage is that often the process of making something friendlier for an agent to work with just makes it better for you to work with as well. Because it's really just about exposing more stuff through an interface that an agent or a human or whatever it might be can close the loop, as I like to say. So
Yeah.
I think everything we're doing is helping, whether you're a human, flesh meat bag that's like typing on a keyboard, or whether you're a robot that's doing it. So.
Knights of the Old Republic reference.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. You don't know what that is. Don't laugh.
I may have seen it.
It's not a movie. It's a video game.
I may have seen it on Twitch.
All right. So your stack, your languages, your frameworks, whatever you want to bring to the table, polyglot. And Aspire has been this way from the start, for what it's worth.
Right.
Like, you've been able to run any arbitrary code or command line thing from Aspire. But traditionally, it's been written in a C# app host. And then what we did was actually, one of Damien's works on the .NET team was the file-based apps for .NET.
File-based
yes,
apps. Thank you very much,
based
Maddie.
apps for .NET. And we had made it so that you could have one apphost.cs file wherever, in whatever repo, whether there was any .NET in there or not, and use that to orchestrate your entire app. And in 13.2, one of the things we've been teasing and working on for a really long time is that you can now author your app host in TypeScript, which is so cool.
It's pretty cool.
And one install of Aspire brings you everything. So you don't have to worry about pulling in the right versions of things. If you are not a .NET dev, which we have more and more of by the day, like, you don't have to install .NET. Don't worry. Like, don't worry about it. We just do it all for you. And the way that it's built, it's fascinating. I think we have a couple people throughout the day who are going to touch on it. And we'll probably do a deep dive on Aspire Fridays at some point.
Yep.
But it is extensible and repeatable. And so that means we're going to add more languages for app host authoring as we kind of, judge the demand and see where the community wants us to go.
So, fun story.
Oh, no.
We snapped for 13.2. The final build was minted and we had it in our hands. And I saw a massive PR to add support for the Java app host. And I was like,
No.
What?
No.
What are we doing?
Chris Ayers said he might show it today if he has time.
Awesome.
But we only gave him 25 minutes. So I was like, you might not have time. And then, any container, any executable, we say this all the time, any external service, any staging environment, any random API.
Anything. Everything.
Literally anything.
All of it.
Like, stop asking me, because yes, it works with Aspire. All of these things can be modeled in the app host. Sometimes it takes a little bit more code than other times, but the nice thing about it being code is it's code.
Just because we don't have an integration in our integration list for the thing that you're doing doesn't mean you can't make it work, because it turns out the integrations are just code that are written against the Aspire extensibility APIs. And so if you have a thing that you want to integrate that we don't have an integration for, you can write code to integrate it in your app.
Into your app.
Whoa.
There you go.
Whoa.
See, we should put that on a slide.
That was really good.
That
was
easy.
easy.
Copilot, clip that. And the last thing is, like, because we have a CLI, it works wherever you work, right? Damien has about 18 different machines of multiple different flavors of Linux and Windows.
Choices, actually, in preparation for this.
Yeah,
You get it
Fowler and
working
I
on
are
one
like
machine,
in
yeah.
on the Mac thing right now, but sometimes at home I'm on my Windows PC. I mean, wherever you want to use
switch.
Aspire, whatever editor, whatever CLI. If you want to use Warp, shout out Safia. We miss you.
This time next week, I will be a Linux desktop user.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, like you
for
heard
5
it here.
days.
For 5 days, maybe. I'm gonna dual boot because I'm just stepping toe in the water. But you heard it here.
Yeah, and so Aspire works with it all, which is pretty cool. We don't want to force you to use any tool, but we do have a really awesome VS Code extension, which shipped a bunch of updates today, and it is awesome. And Adam, who actually works on the VS Code extension, is doing a session with our engineering lead, who is one of the people who actually makes it all happen while we just sit here and goof off.
Yep.
They're going to do a session later today specifically on how to contribute to Aspire and how the repo works, which is going to be super fascinating because I don't know how the repo works.
Easy.
So I am going to clone and run a repo that I nuked off my machine last night.
All right.
That Fowler then edited.
I force pushed.
He force pushed to my repo, and we're gonna do some Aspire right now.
Now, the reason we're doing it this way is because this is kind of one of the value props of Aspire, is that this 0 to 1 experience, or this onboarding, as I think we call it, of like, I'm a new dev, or I've got a new machine and I want to get my complicated source code, set up and running. Aspire can help with that.
Yep.
Clone and run.
I think we have quotes, right, from people saying
We do.
onboarding time went
Reduced from 3 weeks to like 3 hours.
Yeah,
type of thing.
exactly.
We have actual customers who have said that. So
Yeah.
we're going to see that live.
Yeah.
So we have an app that you wrote.
I did. I wrote it. And we were trying to think of what a good demo would be that is like an actually real polyglot demo, right? Because
Right.
a lot of times it's like, I have an API and I have a front end and it's file new. And I was thinking about, actually Adam, our VS Code extension dev, he has a really cool sign in his apartment that tells him when the next train in the metro in DC is coming. And I live in Boston. And I was like, that would be a cool thing to have. So I was looking into it. We have someone in our team in SF. We have someone on our team in New York. I was like, it would be cool to be able to see all these different, subway systems and what delays and whatever they have. If you've ever tried to hit a public API in general, but especially for federal or city-based technology, they all do their own thing. And they are all a little wild. And so I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build the BART one in Go. I'm going to build the Boston one in Python, and I'm going to build the New York one in C#. And we're going to orchestrate it all with Aspire.
Wonderful.
We're going to put some AI in there because we're cool.
Okay.
Everybody does AI now. And so I have deleted this. I mean, I can LS and you can see all of my scary repos. There is no A3.
Is the Zoom good?
That's a good question.
It looks all right.
Yeah.
There's someone shared a key.
No one complained, right? On the stream.
I'm going to git clone this. It's called A3 because it's all aboard Aspire. I thought that was pretty cute.
That is kind of cool.
Thank you. You didn't notice that?
Cool.
It says
No,
it
I did.
on
I
the
saw the train. I saw the thing. I just
Okay, good.
haven't commented until now. I thought it was
Good.
pretty
Okay, so I cloned it, and I'm going to change the branch because I want to not show off all of the cool stuff Damien is going to do in a bit.
cool. I think main is the same as stanza 1.
Okay.
But, you do you.
We are going to Aspire.
We're just going to
run.
run it. We're not even
We're
going
gonna
to
run
okay. Wow.
I have
Having a
no-
look at the code.
I have
Do
no
you have-
idea if this is going to work.
Do you have it installed?
I mean, yes. Okay, so I will say I do have the latest Aspire, get.aspire.dev,
Okay.
Go, .NET, and Python, and
Docker.
Node.
And Docker. I
And
can say
Docker.
Do you
the
have
prereq.
Rust?
I don't have Rust.
Okay.
We can fix that later.
We can fix that
So
later.
the prereqs here, when we say clone and run, obviously you have to acquire the Aspire CLI, which is a one-line install, like any other CLI these days. And because you've taken the bold choice of writing 4 different services in 4 different languages, the assumption is you have those
Right.
languages
Installed.
Now you could set up your app to use like Docker for every language and do Docker build and all the rest of it, and then you would just need a container runtime.
Yep.
But we haven't done that here. So
Correct.
you've got Python, you've got C#, you've got Go,
And Node.
and Node,
Yep.
and you've got the Aspire CLI.
Go
Yep.
Node.
Okay.
Go Node.
Zoom in.
2.
What is that?
Whoa.
What is that?
Whoa.
Host TS.
It's all lowercase.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
That's how you can tell. No. If I open this up in VS Code, actually, let's A3. I have an app host written entirely in TypeScript.
Wow.
So look at this. Look at it's a lowercase and then an uppercase. It's very
Look
different.
At this.
There's awaits all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
You might
Wow.
see one of my favorite new VS Code extension features, which is we now use Code Lens to actually tell you your resource state in line in the editor.
Ooh.
We have some parameters set. We'll look at what that means in a second. And then I've, with code, actually defined all of the relationships between everything in my app. And so Go, I was going to use the community toolkit one for Go. And then I decided that I would just show add executable. So this is literally running Go run in this folder. That's all it is. So if you want to write ls-a and have that as part of your Aspire
You
flow,
could.
go nuts. I don't know why.
This is super clean. So can you scroll? This is about 6 lines of code.
Yep.
Just to wire up like 4 services.
Yep.
Right.
Looks very clean.
And if we open the dashboard, which I can actually get to,
I do say
from here, the
What
new
is this?
Aspire running app host panel in the VS Code extension.
Ooh, that's cool.
Click on the dashboard. I can see the state of all the things that's happening here. And so my cache is running. This little pin just means that it's not going to stop and restart in Docker every time I stop the app host, which is just a good little time saver. Go is running, my front end's running, but I have a couple things that are waiting, and Aspire is telling me I have some unresolved parameters. And so if you in the app host define something as a parameter, so we did that here, .add parameter, and then you can give descriptions and everything, Aspire will know that any resource that depends on that needs something to run, which means you don't have that blank end vial when you clone and run,
Right.
and that you have to like DM your
Or even
engineers and
worse,
copy paste
have a
it
bunch
to.
of stuff checked in that shouldn't be
Secrets.
checked to your into
Correct.
your repo. So
Every
this is
project
Correct.
Yes.
has a README that says
do these things.
pass these 5 things in and then run. You can do it here in the
Yep.
dashboard, and it's super nice and clean.
And you can, put your own custom instructions here. So for the Boston MBTA API, shout out the T. you have to get an API key, which is kind of crazy.
Do you have one?
I do. Can you unshare my screen so I can put my keys in, please?
Let me see your keys.
No. Just take, oh, there you go. Self-producing.
Secret.
The BART one has just like a public key, which I think is interesting, but it gets rate limited really quick.
I see.
So that's why I have the cache in this project, so I don't accidentally rate limit myself on all of these things.
So that before
you can share it back.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Wonderful.
First of all, when I paste them in, they go into the little dots. That's good UX.
Good.
So you can't see them.
They're secret parameters. That's right.
And I'm going to save them to what's called user secrets. So if you're a .NET dev, you're familiar with the concept of user secrets. We've actually brought that to other platforms. So through the Aspire CLI, you can manage a secret store for your app host. And it goes to somewhere that's not source controlled. It goes to like your user profile.
Yeah, it's not that sophisticated. It's really just, it's a file that's not in the repo.
No.
That's
Yes.
under your user account.
Yes.
With the intent of the stuff being in it being secret.
Yes.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I hit save and all those things just started and the app is going to work.
Wow.
The MBTA API takes a while. Oh, that was...
Ooh, that was fast.
It wasn't too bad.
Wow. That's
Okay.
almost concerningly fast. There's all these warnings on the side here. And this is pulling live data. So if we want to take, actually, let's take the red line. Let's go to Kendall. That's where the Microsoft office in Boston is. Looks like in 0.7 of a minute, the southbound train will be showing up, which is
Wow.
pretty good.
This is-
Actually, only a few minutes between trains, they're having a good morning. This is pleasant. This is impressive.
So if you like, this is like self-hosting Google Maps for transit. Like instead of
Yeah.
using that, you could self-host this on your cluster at home
Yep.
and then just get to it from your phone.
And so
You
I
don't
can
have
do
to
the
worry
same thing. I can go somewhere in New York, see what's going on here. The train's approaching.
Whoa.
Whoa. And then BART, Bay Area, you can see this is a baby subway system because they have like 4 lines. I'm going to go to Oakland. No trains are coming right now. Okay. And if I switch between these, it holds the state because there's a cache in here, right? And so this is all running locally. If I pull up my Docker, there's my cache.
Nice.
Like this is the cache that I defined in the Aspire app host as add Redis with the Aspire Redis integration, or I could have done add container with whatever container image I want. It's running and it's injecting all the environment variables to where they need to be. So the cache talks to the front end. In here, there's all these references. Actually, the cache probably doesn't talk to the front end.
Other way
That's not how it
around.
works.
I think the front end talks to
The cache.
the cache.
The cache,
Yeah.
yes. But
you
all,
can use the graph.
You could visualize
Oh!
that,
You
for
can see it.
example.
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I forgot.
Zoom out.
Look at this.
This is what we spend all day doing.
This is what I do all day.
Just to burn
This is
hours.
the built-in stress toy.
This is the built-in stretch toy, yeah. And this is my fidget spinner. So here's my front end. You will notice I didn't run npm install. I didn't run UV sync. I didn't run .NET restore. Those are all built in to Aspire as an optional thing. If you have one of those npm installs that takes 10 minutes, like you can turn it off. I get it. But for a clone and run, it just installed the things for me.
Yeah.
And so my front end is connected to these 3 APIs. The APIs are all actually connected directly to the cache, right? I can click on them and see all their details. I wish this text box would stop popping up. I don't know why it's doing that. There's health checks. We actually pull the health checks in with Aspire integrations if you use them, but they're also really easy to wire up yourself. And we give you all the OTel. So I have OpenTelemetry implemented in these APIs.
Right.
It is very easy to do. OpenTelemetry is kind of like the de facto standard now for
I'll say
for
it's
spans.
much easier to do now that we have competent coding agents.
Yeah.
True.
6 to 12 months ago, it wasn't quite as easy as
True.
it was. And
We
now,
asked the one person who knew how to do it for each language.
For each
Yes,
language.
yes. And I can see everything talking to each other. So
Right.
the API, the Boston API is talking to the cache, and there's a get and a setx, and it's hitting endpoints in my API, and there's traces, and I can see it took half a second, not that bad, to get all the stops for Boston. I can see regular logs, but also structured logs for any of the resources. So instead of having to pop between 15 terminals for every individual process, I can just pop in here, see all my logs,
Beautiful.
right? And if you're like a really data person, you can see like metrics. These are fancy. Look at that. There's
Right.
like a graph and stuff.
So the Go runtime, the Node runtime, the Python runtime, the .NET runtime, they all emit this OTel stuff if you configure your app to do so.
Right.
So metrics are for numbers, like connections per second, or how long did it take to do this operation. Traces are for I called this thing called that thing called that thing. And at each step along the way, you get a bag of data, which is you can render as a nice waterfall. And then as you said, logs, you either get logs from the standard error / standard output stream, that's your console logs, or you get structured logs, which are coming from OTel. So the thing to take away here is that Aspire Dashboard is not only giving you a view of your app from this resources pane, it is an OTel viewer. So if you've got OpenTelemetry, we will show it in a really, really nice way for you.
Yeah. And one of the resources in here is actually an OpenAI resource. And so we pulled that in with an Aspire integration.
So that's actually not running locally. That's something that you're talking to remotely, but you've still modeled it in the app host.
Correct.
So that's a really good takeaway, is that the app host is not just about modeling the stuff that you own and that you run, even the stuff you run locally. It helps you model, I need to talk to this third-party service, whether it's a first-class thing like OpenAI or just a random HTTPS, hopefully, URL that you're calling an API on. You can literally just model that as something called an external service.
Yep.
And then the reason you would do that is then you can say, hey, this code over here, this depends on that. And Aspire will do the job of injecting in the configuration through environment variables. So you can then say, well, what's the address for service? I want to get my hotcakes or whatever it might be. And it'll just give it to you.
So instead of blowing up my MacBook trying to run a local model, I just hit my OpenAI endpoint. And I got this AI status briefing on the New York subway system. Very cute. In the Aspire dashboard, if I go back into my traces, if you see this little sparkle, that means a generative AI call was made.
Okay.
And I can click on that and see the prompt stuff.
Beautiful.
And so if you've been asked to build AI into your customer experience, I empathize with you, because it's tough.
It's tough.
It's tough. And this alone, just so I can see like what the actual prompt I'm injecting from my code and the message I'm getting back, and the actual details about it, like token usage and the model and everything. This just helps immensely. And so we improved this view a lot in 13.2 in particular.
And it's all built on the OTel Gen AI standards. So if you have Python, Go, Rust, whatever you want to add, if it emits the OTel standard for Gen AI, it works in there.
So to be clear, I think your AI advisor service here is built in Python.
Yeah, it's a Python API. I think I use Microsoft Agent Framework in it.
Okay, and so then it's using the Python OpenAI client, and that is instrumented with the OpenTelemetry Gen AI visualization stuff. So,
and I see it all together. I can see it from my advisor, it's just, it's amazing.
It's very cool. Very cool. Woo! That was cool.
Local dev.
That was nice.
I said, I won't take that long. Psych.
That was a good time.
Damien, talk to us about the cloud, because we do a lot.
So everything we've done, as I said, most of the stuff we just saw here was local, and we're really just staying in what we call the developer in a loop, right? So you've cloned a repo, you're running it, and now you haven't written any code yet, but you can imagine the next step now that Maddie's onboarded is she's going to start writing code. But there might be stuff that you interact with that isn't running locally. So we saw an example there, which was OpenAI, but you might be using a cloud provider, and you might have resources that you deploy to that cloud provider that you want to use even during in a loop, because, for example, they're too big to run locally, or you want to share them amongst people in your development team. You can model those in Aspire. So you can say, hey, not only have I got these local services that are running, I connect to this database, and this database is running in Azure, or I connect to this Elastic thing, and that's running in AWS, or whatever it might be. And then even when you're running locally, when you Aspire run, we do the work of either connecting to it if it's already provisioned. So we connect, we get the right connection data, we pull it back down, and then we inject it into apps that are running locally that need it. Or in some cases, we can even provision it for you as part of the local developer workflow. And so instead of asking for a parameter like an API key, you might get prompted for, hey, what Azure subscription do you want to use? Like, hey, first of all, you need to log in. Hey, here's all the subs that you have. Oh, great. I'm going to go and use this sub. Let me deploy the resources into it that you need to run this app. So that's just like doing dev. Then there's the step after dev. Okay, like what do you do now? You've got all this running locally. I can see the value, but it'd be great if I could take everything I told you about my app and then use that to deploy the application as well. So this is an area of Aspire that we've spent a lot of time on, probably in the last 6 months. This is fairly new, and this is about really building out the deployment story for Aspire. And so we have, I guess you can call them deployment targets or deployment integrations. So just like we have integrations for containers and databases and app types and whatnot, we've now got integrations for where do you want to deploy to. And so we're going to show a little demo of that in just a moment. But again, the point is because these are integrations, they're extensible just like anything else in Aspire. So even if you don't see an integration for the target that you want to deploy to, the compute provider, the hosting platform, your on-premises server that you use, whatever it might be, if you don't see something that's turnkey for that, the extensibility APIs are there for you to go and build it. Or you can find someone in the community who might do it for you, and then they could add it to the community toolkit.
That's true.
If you watch Aspire Fridays 2 episodes ago, we built a live deployment integration for Deploy.
Deploy,
which is Docker base, run on your own VM, kind of target. It's like build your own cloud kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And they have a hosted service as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we did it, I think, 8 hours.
It took about 8 hours.
Super easy to do.
Super easy.
But
we didn't really use coding agents. We wrote artisanal code.
It was artisanal.
So
and at the end of that, we took the Aspire app and we said deploy it to Deploy, an empty one, and then the app was running at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
And then you have one that you did, which is, can I just deploy to like a Linux VM over SSH?
Yeah.
As a target that I model in my app host and then say Aspire deploy, and it does it.
Yeah.
Right? So.
And it's in the same app host, right? So like you'll see when Damien switches over to code, but you can if-def your way to glory. You can say this thing does not get deployed. Or you can say this reverse proxy container, this only gets deployed. Like I don't need this when I'm running locally. When I'm running locally, I want to use the Vite dev server.
And that's because it's code.
It's code.
So you can
write
an if statement. Right? You can say if I'm in run mode, do this. If I'm in publish mode, like do this. And then you can also slice by environment name. So you can do things like, hey, if I'm in an environment called XYZ, I want you to do this or this, and et cetera, et cetera. So pretty cool. And then for stuff that you just want to be slightly different in each place, we saw parameters before. Your inputs become parameterized. So you say, hey, I need a secret key here. I need a connection string here, whatever it might be. Those things can get modeled as input by parameters, and then they get filled at deployment time by saying, hey, you're deploying to this environment name. Your model says that you need a value for this parameter, and then it asks you, and you put it in. Yep.
It's pretty fancy.
Pretty cool.
You want to show it off?
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
Take my screen off, and then I can put your screen on. Very fancy.
So
nice.
I'm going to go over to here.
We've got multiple people logged into the stream right now. It's a real party. All right, Damien, ready for me to add?
Yeah, go for it.
Add.
All right. So the only thing
remove other media streams. Oh, you didn't remove my stream.
No, I just changed the view.
No. You have to remove the stream.
Okay.
We're very good, guys.
This is so easy.
So I'm in the same app, but I'm in a different branch.
Yes.
So we just saw Maddie clone this and get it running. This is the exact same app host, but it has a couple of changes, basically. At the top of the file here, just after we create this builder, we've added a section or added some lines to add a Docker Compose environment. So this is an example. I'm just going to hide the files here. This is an example of a deployment target or a compute environment integration. Now, that's all I have to do to teach the app host about where I want to deploy to. So why is it called a compute environment? Well, because it runs compute. So what does that mean? Well, if you want to run a container, it goes in a compute environment that supports containers. If you want to run your apps, we assume that you're deploying to something that runs containers by default. That's not a limitation. You can absolutely write a deployment target that does anything that you want it to. It is ultimately just code that you can write. But the general thing that we're assuming is that, you're going to like package a container up as part of your publish pipeline, and then you're going to deploy it to some runtime that runs containers. So in this case, we're going to use Docker Compose.
Damien, can you show the file that shows that being added as an integration?
Can I show the file?
Yeah, the Aspire config JSON.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, 13.2 feature mentioned.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to this one here.
This is actually
Aspire config.json file.
Yeah.
We can see this packages. No, maybe it should have been called integrations.
Too late.
Integrations. If you have spent any time within 10 feet of me, you have heard me complain about file sprawl over the last 6 months. There are too many files. Too many. And Aspire was giving you 2 plus the app host.
Right.
I refuse to contribute to that problem.
Right.
So we made it 1.
Yes. So we
it will automatically migrate you because we're really good.
We added the app host.ts and we added aspire.config.json.
Yes. Which combines the settings for the CLI and any run specific variables for the app host.
And the launch profile as it is here. Yeah. Which is kind of cool. Yeah.
So we have Aspire hosting Docker.
Yep.
We actually shipped that as GA, so it's now 13.2.0.
Are you kidding me? Don't do
Oh, sorry.
If you want to risk it.
I mean, you can if you want.
But it did ship this release, so
Really?
Yep. That's GA.
Why didn't you tell us that?
I told someone that.
Did you put them to what's new?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said what's new.
Also, shout out something we didn't call out. See my nice URLs.
Oh yes.
So
yes.
everything
This
is
is
not
Damien's
just local
feature.
hosts. This is my feature, right? So we've got URLs that are named for the project that we're using. So in this case, this repo is called A3. So I called it A3. And then when the app was running, you probably saw each service had its nice URL.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go back to appos.ts. So if I scroll down to the bottom, after all the stuff that we saw before, we'll see this new block of code that's been added down here. So what it's saying is, hey, if I am not in run mode, which is kind of like saying if I'm deploying, right? So run mode is what happens when you call Aspire run, funnily enough. And publish mode is what happens when you call Aspire publish. Aspire deploy assumes publish. And so if you deploy it, publishes first. And so typically you'll switch on whether you're in run or publish mode. So if I'm not in run mode, which means I'm in publish mode, I'm going to add another resource to this app host, which is I need a gateway. So this app is a JavaScript front end. And so once it gets built, it's just a bunch of JavaScript files and some HTML files, right? Probably some CSS as well. So I need somewhere to run it. And so what we're going to use is YARP, which is yet another reverse proxy.
Yeah.
And so it's similar to Caddy or Nginx or any of those. You could use whichever one you want, but we're using the YARP integration here. And then we're saying, hey, we want it to support serving static files. We want to use the static files from the front end. So this is the pattern that Aspire gives you. It says we have this front end resource, which is defined up here. It's a Vite app. The Vite app is marked as being able to produce static files for other things to consume. And so here I'm wiring those up. So hey, yeah, publish with the static files from the front end. I'm then going to say that my gateway has to be available externally, so that if I publish into an environment like Docker Compose, the networking is set up correctly. I'm going to set what port I want it to run it on. And then I'm going to configure my reverse proxy from code. Now you could, of course.
No JSON?
Yeah, I mean, you could use JSON and you could figure out how do I get the JSON file from source into the container. That's all fine. You could do that. But here you're just writing code and then we're going to generate all this config for you as part of the actual process of deploying this. Okay, so what do we do? So I'm in that same folder. All I have to do is Aspire deploy. And now, instead of saying Aspire run to run locally, it's going to go through and do what we call the Aspire deployment pipeline. So underneath this command is a deployment engine that is a set of pipeline stages. And so you can see them now running. And so, hey, we have to build each of the resources. What does that mean? Well, these are all going to be built as containers. So for each one of these, it's asking that resource, hey, how do I turn you into a container? Some resources natively support that, and so they'll do something special. Other ones, like the executable, you're going to have to provide a Docker file, right? And so we have that in here. So it's going to go through and do all of that. That's running a bunch of Docker commands on my machine right now. And then once it gets past this, it's going to go, okay, well, my target now is Docker Compose. Let me build the Compose stuff I need to do. And then it's going to actually do the deployment into Docker Compose.
Yeah. So all those colorful parentheses are the actual pipeline steps. And you can build your own too. So if part of your build process, if you want to run Aspire deploy in CI, is that you should post something in a Slack channel, just build the pipeline step. Just do it. It's just code.
This is a lot slower on my laptop than it is on my desktop. I've just noticed. Like my CPU is literally pegged at 100% right now.
It's doing work.
It's doing work.
It's doing it.
Well, the antivirus.
I can hear it. I can hear it. Okay. This room was already pretty warm, and now your laptop's
I'm warming it up.
Although it seems like they got the air conditioning working.
Yeah, it feels like
cool,
it's actually.
I think they saw us in here, and they were like, "We need to figure out how the air conditioner works, so we're gonna."
Right. So we can see like container things happening. It's tagging things. We see success, a lot of success so far, which is great. Docker tag now is pushing the containers. That means it's pushing them into a registry. So I'm just running locally, so it's pushing them into the local Docker registry. Again, you can provide parameters for all those sort of things. Hey, where do you want to go? You can tell us where you want to go. All right, Docker Compose up. This has looked like some real action happening now. We're actually starting the Docker Compose environment that we deployed to. And so once this is all done, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so it says the pipeline succeeded. These are all the resources that got deployed, and it figures out which ones have public endpoints that you can hit.
Feature in 13.2, by the way, pipeline summaries. So in your pipeline.
Oh, that it actually gives you the links?
Yeah. I mean, like,
isn't that nice?
Yeah, that is pretty nice.
It's nice, right?
And if I go over to Docker Desktop, I can see there is the Compose environment that I just created, right? So here's all my deployed apps. Rather than me running locally, imagine this was now, and there's a YAML file, there's a Compose YAML file behind here that you can hand off to someone to do deployment.
No YAML.
Or you can feed,
sure, no YAML.
feed into your, you could run Aspire deploy, obviously, from your CI pipeline or deployment pipeline, whatever it might be. So these are running. So, but I'm gonna use this one here. So I'm gonna click on Gateway. Control click on gateway, and look, it's running.
Oh my God. I don't know why I'm so nervous about this.
Now, I never ran Aspire Run, right? Like you didn't see me run Aspire Run. This is actually running out of the deployed compose. So I should be able to click around here. The app is working. I can click here. Can I hit OpenAI? Analyzing the live transit data. Look at that. So the app is fully working now inside Docker Compose on a totally different set of URLs, a different set of ports, a different set of file systems. Like it just managed all of that as part of running Aspire Deploy.
Amazing.
I know that works because we built it, but it still scares me.
It's still
because
kind of
when
impressive.
have you been able to run one CLI command?
I know.
To turn a local dev environment into a deployed working Docker Compose environment?
Especially one that is defined as just readable code.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? So, all right.
Whew,
Okay.
that worked.
Okay. Wow. Very good. Very good, Damien.
I feel stressed out for some reason.
I feel stressed out.
That's
a little
because
bit
it's
too.
your turn to demo now.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
true. Well, we're going to put the slides up for
There
2
it is,
seconds.
there
So
it is.
can you pop my slides back up, please? StreamYard. Last but not least, nope, you have to hit add to stage.
I'm getting there.
You're doing amazing.
There you go.
There you go. Nope, not that one. That's Fowler.
That says your name under it.
But you see how it's showing Fowler's
Yeah.
CLI?
Yes.
It's because you put Fowler up. So you have to unshare Fowler.
Well, I didn't do it.
We
And then you
are
scroll up,
professionals, y'all.
Add to stage.
We're good?
Good.
We're good?
Just
High
smile. Just smile.
High five.
Bloopers.
Bloopers. Oh, this is easier when we're
Doing
all
it live.
separate from each other. They shouldn't put us in the same room.
We didn't pay for a producer. Can you tell?
Can you tell? All right. We mentioned this, and it is obviously the hotness. And if you've seen Fowler open his mouth in the last 3 months, it's been about him loving AI, most likely, because coding agents are crazy. Like the way and just the amount it's changed even in the last month.
Yep.
The capabilities have gone up exponentially. We have a couple talks today that are going to dive into different parts of AI and coding agents. But I gave a talk a couple weeks ago at a conference called Future Tech in Utrecht, which was wonderful, where we talked about how we use agents to increase the velocity of building Aspire, and how we've pivoted a lot of Aspire's direction to improve your experience using coding agents, because they're good, but they need help.
Sloppy.
They're sloppy. As a professional slopperator, I can say agents get a little sloppy. And so, doing one-off things or working in a really structured code base where you have really, really strong guardrails, it can do a pretty good job. But when it comes for it to actually check its work, a lot of times it needs to run it. It needs eyes and hands and whatever, and ears and whatever you want. And so we spent a lot of time in 13.2 making Aspire what we're calling agent ready. So we overhauled some of the existing CLI commands. We added a ton of new CLI commands, and we exposed everything in the dashboard that you can see that's human, that's meat bag readable. All of that is now also readable by your agent. So you can work in conjunction with it. And I think Damien said this at the beginning, but in this process, we also made Aspire a lot better for humans, which we're very happy about. And so it's about making all your tools work together kind of seamlessly and fun and without blowing everything up.
Hopefully.
So hopefully, and that's what Git's for if you do blow it up. That's why we have source control.
That's right.
So now you can unshare Maddie.
Okay. Unshare Maddie.
Yep.
Okay, let's try this.
When you say unshare, you mean
Remove. And then you can scroll down.
We can say this one.
Yes.
We can do that.
Oh boy.
You are not meat bags. You are humans. We love you. You are people. These are
Oh.
tools.
That's a nice
Don't let
podcaster
anyone-
voice.
don't
Why
let
don't you
anyone
use that
fool
voice
you.
in meetings?
It is so smooth. Okay, are we good?
We're good.
Wonderful.
Smooth
Okay, so-
operator.
The first thing I want to show was just we made a ton of changes to the Aspire CLI to make it more agent friendly. Meaning what?
Right.
So if you run Aspire today with the Aspire 13.2 CLI, you will see a lot of new commands.
Hmm.
Wow.
And one of the things
That are organized.
that are very organized by groups. Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you, Aspire Fridays,
Thank you, Aspire Fridays.
for making us do that.
One thing we found is that the agents love to kind of run commands in the background. They hit commands that run long. So we've added commands to essentially do all the dashboard operations, resource logs, wait for resource, describing them, exporting them. So we give the agent what we call eyes into the entire system. So I want to show you a new command. Let me clear this first. I think I learned Control L.
Yeah, that blew my mind.
Terminal Ninja.
Aspire start. So we showed Aspire run, which is blocking. Aspire start will launch it in the background so the agent can do more work. So I ran the app in the background, and you can see my app is here. My dashboard's running. Hopefully the app is working just fine.
Nice.
Wonderful. But now, instead of looking at a beautiful dashboard, I can look at a text-based terminal. So I can do Aspire describe to see the exact same resources that we saw in the dashboard here, but better in the terminal.
Nice.
And TUIs are all the rage now. So
This is
good. All right, what's more? I can actually look at Aspire logs. I can see the logs. So we have all the commands for scripting and for agents to access all the things. So I can look at OL spans. I can look at the OTel logs.
Can you look at the metrics? No.
You can't.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I know.
Not yet.
The question
Soon.
was in the chat, which is why I started the lead. Yeah.
I saw it.
Soon.
So this gives you access to all the same info that we have in the dashboard, but in the CLI. So that's cool. But okay, let me show this because this is super cool. This is worth showing.
I hope that actually does come up like first time you run it.
Probably.
If it's not just like an Easter egg, you have to know.
No, it's pretty nice.
It is nice.
Okay, cool. So let me run Copilot in it knows what I want.
Wait, before you do that.
Yep.
How did you tell the repo about Aspire?
Oh, so we have this. Okay, there's a new thing called Aspire Agent Init. So if you've used Aspire in the past, we had Aspire MCP init. We made this in 13.1 in December. So if you missed in between December and no, you haven't seen it at all.
Right.
So
welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yep.
There's a new command. If you look into help, there's Aspire Agent down
top
here,
of tools and config.
Right here. And it will set up your agent config for you. That also happens in Aspire new and init.
Yep.
This repo has it pre-done. So if you look at GitHub modules, you'll see this Aspire skill. And this skill teaches the agent how to use Aspire CLI for different operations.
Right.
Work trees and starting in the background, right. Etc.
Right.
So it's there.
And this works. This is kind of the new, like, I don't know, language for all the different coding agents. So if you're in Claude CLI or Copilot or VS Code or Open Code or whatever you want to use, skill files are kind of the latest ubiquitous thing.
And we find things. So if I run this again, hopefully don't blow things up now.
Don't blow it up.
So you see it asked me, do I want to use the Aspire skill, the Playwright skill, if you have a browser-based app? And if you want to use the MCP server, which we added in 13.1 as well,
right?
You can do both.
Yeah.
So I'll just do this, and if you see it added, it changed to skill content. Wonderful.
Yep.
And it also added the Cloud skill because I have the Cloud installed as well as Copilot CLI.
Right.
So I can run Copilot in YOLO mode.
Always.
You mean the only mode?
The only mode.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, if like the MCP versus skill versus why you would use one or the other, if that's confusing to you, it should be. It's confusing to everybody. So we're just going to keep up as much as we can. At least you're smart enough to be in demo mode, so it says hidden model.
Wonderful. So
Sonnet?
Interesting choice.
Okay,
Come on.
Let's just see what happens.
No.
Okay.
You have all these tokens.
5-4. Oh, okay.
Hi.
Okay. He's an Opus girly.
He's an Opus girly.
Are you fine though? Is this good?
This is better.
Tell me what Aspire resources are running. So this is possible in 13.1, but we think the new CLI makes it much, much better and easier to do these operations because the CLI can actually call things on the fly. It can be done by the agent, by you.
We can see here it auto-selected the skill.
Yeah.
So that's a really important thing to call out, which is this whole point of skills. So that if they're well authored and the model is aligned well and all the rest of it, when you ask a question, it'll discover what skill to pull into the context based on what you ask.
Beautiful. So it's working. Wonderful. 3 minutes.
No. I built in 15 minutes of buffer.
There's buffer?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Try not to use all of it.
Well,
because we'll just start Pine and Claudia, who are going to do a getting started again.
Okay.
They can start a little bit later because I built in time because I knew we were going to.
Wow. This is good. So the skill works. We can do things like show me logs. Is it all working well?
Stop spam texting it. It has a hard time with that.
It can handle it.
I know.
It can handle it. See, it runs all the commands. So it.
Excuse me.
Just do
The chat has asked if I can. There we go.
Oh,
Choose the
what?
right one. There we go.
I'll see. Okay. So this all works. Maddie asked me to add a new service in Rust.
I did. I said, what would be a cool like Copilot YOLO demo? Add DC and do it in Rust because that's
Add
another language we
DC.
support.
API. I did this last night, but I can't remember anything. So
The DC Metro.
It
It's
was
called the
a
Metro.
DC Metro.
The DC API Metro.
DC API Metro. API.
I mean, you could have just asked the model.
Oh,
I want to get traffic data. I want to get transit data from DC. Like, do they have an API? If so, add it.
I want to add a new service in Rust that gets DC Metro data.
Right.
Yes.
Now, we have not initialized this repo with a Copilot instructions or an
Nothing.
agent's MD, so it actually doesn't know anything about this repo at all. It's going to have to discover all of its context from here, which is fine. This is how you start, right?
Yep. Yeah.
But I would imagine something that's more mature, you would at some point distill like basic information about the repo into a instructions file so that it doesn't have to rediscover everything every single
really
time.
good. It is really good at figuring out the current state from
It
the app
really
post.
is. It does it quite quickly, actually.
Yeah.
A benefit of having the app post is it can read the structure and it will kind of add patterns that are there already.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it should hopefully quickly figure out the pattern for doing this.
So in this case, you can actually see Copilot has been smart enough to invoke the exploration agent.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, let me use a sub agent here so I don't pollute the main context with all the stuff I'm going to do to do the exploration. And then it will create a summary of that, push it back into the main context, and then use that to continue.
Yep.
You could, at this point, go, so we don't have to do this again. Can you like create me a...
Remember.
this
Yeah.
next time.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. But it's just interesting to talk about, the people.
Yeah. So this should be fast.
And there is one background task happening right now, which I don't know if
There's-
it's doing something else. Oh, it's
Exploring.
just the one.
It's
That
the-
is the background task.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
It
One
is.
of the things we did for 13.2 is we added the isolated start mode.
We did.
So if you use something like Fleet
Work
or
trees.
Swarm or Brady Gaster's Squad, which is fantastic if you haven't used it yet, and you have multiple subagents running at once, they can all start their own Aspire app host and not step on each other's toes.
Port conflicts are gone.
Port conflicts are gone.
So you can do Aspire start isolated. If you look at the Aspire commands.
Don't run it in here because if you do, then oh, sorry. Sorry.
I know
Sorry.
So if you look at the help for the command.
Oh, okay.
You can see it has isolated here.
Yep.
So it'll make sure that there's no conflicts for work trees. So
Right.
you can do like this in parallel. James had a really cool video for the team where he showed doing 4 experiments in parallel on the
Right.
same Aspire app host in different work trees.
Now, that is a good reason. I want to, slight caveat.
Yep.
If you hard code all the ports in your app
Please don't.
and you don't leverage Aspire's like port assignment and configuration flowing features, this won't help you an awful lot.
It does actually.
So, well,
It brute forces.
it
Deletes your hard-coded ports.
It's not good.
can't
It is good.
it can't update
Your code.
your code
Yes.
to say, I want to talk to service B, so I need to
This is
discover the
correct.
port, right? Like that's all I'm saying. So
Yep.
as long as you've configured your app to use Aspire's stuff, then this will work for you.
Yep.
This is like going crazy. Oh, that.
Oh, it found your pre-run?
Did it find my branch?
That's so funny.
That's cheating.
Well, it'll test it out.
Ignore all previous instructions.
Yeah. Please do not use the code that works and start over.
That's funny.
This is fun, I guess.
This is good.
It'll add more things.
It will.
So last night, what I did was I made it add the API in Rust, and then
The files are removed.
It's literally seen that you've done the work already and is restoring it. It's like, dude, you've already done this work. That's so funny.
Do it. Don't cheat.
So while I scold the AI to make it do things in the keynote, fair enough. Let me undo the cherry pick.
Fair enough. Shout out to the Aspire Discord, aka.ms/Aspire-Discord. There is a channel that is solely for people posting screenshots of their agents saying you're absolutely right. And it is my favorite channel.
It is fun.
So steer. You're steering the agent.
I'm steering it. You're right. I'm
Yes.
steering it.
Cleaning up and planning. Make me look good. We're live.
Look at
Oh,
that, building the Metro
The
Rust
crab?
API.
is crab Rust?
The crab is Rust.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know why.
Like everything else makes sense.
Cargo. What's the theme? Does anyone know? I don't know. It's been that way the whole time. The rust is crust. I don't know.
Ew.
Krusty Krab. I don't know. SpongeBob fans.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
The point is, this will go all the way. This will add the Rust API. Will add the front end changes. It'll change the whole thing hopefully soon, and we'll have a full picture.
Yeah.
Of.
Can we look at any work that's has it actually written any files yet? Or it hasn't?
I think it's still reading.
It's literally just doing okay.
So now it's going to do the actual
Okay.
creation of stuff. So I can do bang code. I can pull up VS Code.
You're not on Insiders?
No. One is stability for the keynote.
Yeah.
Stability for demo.
Exactly.
Him?
And we have 9,000 changes for some reason.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of, it probably hasn't updated the Gitignore yet.
Oh, wow. That is a lot of files.
Yeah, it's going to have to do some
It'll do some stuff.
ignoring of
figure
the
it out, I
Git.
guess.
That'll be, I'm assuming it's modules or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So added API DC so far, and it should have nothing in the app post yet.
Cleaning up and planning.
This is taking a long time.
It is. It's slow.
It was very fast earlier.
It's because we're on a.
It's in a branch, by the way. If you want to go
Yeah.
see it, it's in stanza 3.
Yeah. Pull up the what's new while we wait.
This is good. Wait.
If the home for everything Aspire is aspire.dev.
Oh, wait, this is stream.
We publish with every release a giant what's new. There is a new feature on this. If you hit open in the top there, you can now ask your agent of choice to summarize it for you.
Oh, wow,
so you don't
interesting.
have to do what me and Fowler and Damien and David
Is
Pine
that prompt
did
injection as
last
a link?
night. And
It is prompt injection as a link.
don't say that out loud. Barry's
That's
going to
awesome.
come find us.
I think it was very clear what it was going to do.
Yeah.
You opted in.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so now you can ask questions about the what's new without having to read all 1,500 lines of it yourself.
How interesting.
Some of you may like to read it. That's why we gave you everything. But there's also a blog. There's docs, tons of docs. We'll be updating the docs all week. There's new Aspire news. Aspire new templates.
Oh, news.
Aspire news.
New templates.
Yeah, new templates. So now we actually have full stack templates for Python, TypeScript, and C# apps. So you don't.
That's right.
We had a lot of like blended starters. You can also soon or now arbitrarily add. Soon you'll be able to arbitrarily add Git repos.
Yep.
To like create templates from. Which is going to be super,
yes,
super cool.
We
have
almost
a-
got it, but we had to
We have
punt
a
it.
thing
Yeah.
in progress.
So, we'll have a bunch of samples. We believe that most of you have an app that you have built or are starting an app using the bootstrapping tools that you want to use. You're not going to use Aspire to create an app.
Right.
But we wanted to give you end-to-end samples so you can see how it works and you
Right.
can hold it. And if you're demoing to someone or if
or
you're
you
trying
can point
to,
an agent at it.
or you can point an agent at it.
Right.
Aspire init is the command to add an app host. And so you can,
Look at that. So was it already running? Did you actually start it already previously?
I don't know.
It did. It probably hasn't restarted yet.
I'm curious.
It started again.
I could type Aspire start. That's too much work. I'd rather burn some tokens to do
You'd
it.
rather type more letters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then have it find the skill.
Yeah.
Then have it read the skill to figure out how to call Aspire start.
So cool.
You teach it to fish.
You do.
You don't do it yourself, right? Yeah.
That's true.
Wonderful.
Okay, so it's starting.
So I think I'm going to need to do the API key thing.
Yeah. Do you need me to pull your screen down?
Yeah. Let me get the secrets.
Let's say it come up first.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's up. DC is running.
Do you have
Let's
the
see what it
Playwright
says.
CLI?
I do have it, of course.
You could ask that to put it in your secret.
Okay, look at this. It is running. They got a nice URL.
Wonderful.
Front end is live. You should see the new DC tab.
Hold on. Is it working though? Oh wait, what happened?
Did
Oh
you
my
somehow
goodness.
shift entered or like got it caught in a restart?
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
That's Control-C, by the way.
that's Control-C?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Uh-oh.
new terminal.
Good
Copilot
thing I
resume,
had one
YOLO.
right here, y'all. I was ready for this.
Resume.
See, I didn't update to the newest build that came out this morning.
Oh God. What is
Or-
going
Or
on?
5 minutes ago.
It's,
Oh, there you
it's
go.
getting there.
There we go. Resume.
Oh, that was
All right.
snappy.
So
I had to do that yesterday. I was watching a video full screen on like screen 3 of 5 while the agent was cooking on screen 4 of 5.
Oh no.
And then I'd finished watching the video and I hit escape thinking that I was focused on the video, but I was focused on the agent and I killed it like halfway through. I was like, no!
Killed the agent.
But then I just resumed and I said, keep going. And I figured it out.
So sorry.
You can do it. Does it work? You know what though? It might have my previous secret.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
So the nice thing about secrets is they do persist outside of the repo. So if you blow out the repo and you reclone it, your secrets will stay. You don't have to generate a bunch of new API keys.
So now we want to make sure the agent isn't going to gaslight us.
Correct.
So you're literally using the agent. You're basically telling the agent, make sure it works before I go and burden myself by opening the browser and trying it out.
Yep.
Okay.
And I can go further and say, use the playwright. You know what? Let's just try it.
Just do it. Yeah.
Use the playwright
CLI
to verify.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Playwright, for those of you uninitiated, it is a testing framework that is, primarily JavaScript and web, but it works for a whole bunch of stuff. And they came out with an MCP and then a CLI that can do headless browser like interaction. And so what it will do is it's actually going to open an Edge or whatever your browser is in the background. It can interact with the DOM. It can enter things in. It can take screenshots. It can do everything. It can do everything. Right. It is amazing. And so the Playwright CLI and Aspire and your agent of choice is unbelievable.
This is kind of interesting. It's kind of like it's like being on a telephone call with someone and asking them to do something and then having them read. So when you call your kids to say, can you go and check if the garage door is open? And then they're on the phone, okay, I'm looking. I don't know how do I open the door to the garage? And then you have to explain it to them. And this is them. This is exactly what this is like.
Yep. And it's clicking around. And it's actually adding these screenshots into your source, usually in ignored so they don't get pushed. But you can actually go investigate what it's doing. It's taking a screenshot. There you go. Go look at the screenshot.
It thinks it's working.
Go look at the screenshot.
I think it thinks it's working.
Is it not working?
Well, he's just very.
I don't know.
This is a lot of tension you're building up.
I didn't verify it.
To not go and look at it now.
Go look at the screenshot.
Okay, so it is very sure that it works.
I'm
just opening the browser.
Wait,
just open the.
Do I have it?
Yeah, open VS Code. Open VS Code. Go to your VS Code. First of all, go to the Playwright CLI folder.
All your screenshots.
Go to the screenshot.
There you go.
DC.
Okay.
This looks very blurry, but it looks like it's working.
Okay.
And then go to the Aspire tab on the left there.
I may not have the.
You do. It's right there.
Right there.
It's going to find it.
I do have it.
And then go to dashboard.
I have 2 apples running, just so everyone. It's pretty cool, right?
That is pretty cool. Go to yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Could I just go here?
You could just go there, but that's.
Does it give you the URL?
It does.
Oh, fancy.
It is fancy.
There's DC. Where are the routes?
There are no service alerts.
What? Is this real?
It looks.
I mean, look at the dashboard. Make sure it's real.
Hold on.
I would ask it. There are no service alerts. Are there really no service alerts, or did you not hook it up?
Hold on. Did you make up the data?
Oh no! I will say the DC Metro, pretty reliable. You two are not public transit fellas.
Check the logs.
So
I don't live in a city and have to rely on public transit.
I was trying to figure out how to use this. I was like, oh.
Yeah, he was like, what's a line? Damien thought routes was like browser URL.
I was looking at the URL and it's like, why is it's downloading routes? Why aren't they coded into the app? Okay. And then 5 hours in, I was like, oh, transit routes.
Yeah. Okay. The train, it takes a route from A to B.
It's checking the traces. Look, it's like trying, trying to prove to you that it actually did the work.
Do hotel?
Oh my gosh. Okay, stop bullying the poor thing. Come on.
It's funny because it spun last night on the hotel stuff because of certs and hotel, but it got it working. But it was a lot of stuff. Fair point.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, I think we got the point.
I think we got the point across. Yeah. I mean, it really is
one more thing. The code, I guess.
Show that that's real Rust code.
It must have added.
Right. Where did it add it?
How did it add it?
API
right
DC
there.
executable.
Nice.
It's using Axum
And it used a crab
Cargo run.
as the emoji.
Everyone in the chat was saying it's crustacean, Russ,
Crustacean.
which I think is really good, actually.
Krusty Krab?
So close. So close.
DC, right?
DC.
There's the actual source. There's the
Nice.
main RS.
And it created a Docker file as well.
Oh, fancy.
Absolutely cannot read this,
No, me neither.
but it works.
But it works, which is
In theory.
wild. So, I mean, yeah, we're giving it eyes, we're giving it ears, we're giving it hands. And, you know, if you're,
Not hands. Not
Not hands.
Frankenstein? What are we doing?
We give it typey type. Of course, if you're not in on this world yet, you know, you don't have to use these things. Aspire is first and foremost for the developer. But for all of us who have been, you know, in this world where the coding agents are now part of our day-to-day inner loop or developer loop, just like Hot Reload or IntelliSense or Google, right? Like all of these things are now part of our inner loop. And so Aspire is meeting you there. And we are super invested in keeping up to date with these things. So, you know, as the skill files or whatever comes next comes out, Aspire is going to be right there with you to make sure everything keeps working. So I'm going to put the slides back up. Damien, can you share once more? Get aspire.dev. Install, get started. The end of this week, we will have new ways to install aspire.dev, just
We
FYI. So 13.2 came out. We're probably going to service it this afternoon.
And then tomorrow.
And then
probably
tomorrow,
again tomorrow.
and probably
afternoon,
again.
And then,
As you find bugs, we'll fix them.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. This repo is up on my GitHub. We will post up the links. Thank you again, everybody, for all of the work on Aspire. Thanks to the team. We have a bunch of people here, a bunch of people that aren't here this week, but are remote, not just on the Aspire team, but tangential to Aspire, who do things like run the community toolkit, build integrations, use the thing. We have some amazing presentations today. Hold on, make my piece of paper. Hold on. I'm so formal. Paper. Have you seen paper before? Next, we're going to have Pine and Claudia come in and do Aspire for newbies. But even if you are an existing Aspire person, we have changed so much in the last week and a half. It's probably still going to be fun. And Claudia has never used Aspire before. So we told Pine, we said, hey, your job is to explain this to Claudia.
Nice.
And then we have a session on Foundry. We have a session from someone who works on the Visual Studio Code private marketplace. They have done some crazy things, customizing the dashboard with commands to make it like this all-in-one developer experience that lives in your source. Pierce from the VS Code team, who figured out how Aspire worked last night, is going to come show Aspire in VS Code. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he's able to do that is a testament to Aspire and also Pierce. We have some end-to-end testing with like IoT water sensors. Andres, who did an Aspire Student Zone session at a conference in November. Oh, Chris is coming to talk about Polyglot. I don't know. We have Josh, who's like a TypeScript author, who's a homie, talking about TypeScript and how some of the TypeScript app host stuff works. The Windows 365 team in China, they pre-recorded a session. So they're telling you how Aspire is now like rolling out changes to like 300 or 400 repos at a time with service alerts.
Oh my gosh.
It is bananas. Mitch is going to wake up at some point this afternoon in Australia and do some crazy deployment stuff. And then Norm is going to show us some AWS stuff. We have Aspire at Open Code, which is going to be sick. Cool. And then Jose is going to show us how to actually contribute to Aspire, and then we're going to come back and wrap it up.
Nice.
So
nice.
A variety of one or two of us will be in here between sessions doing Q&A all day. But we are going to start handing it off to people as we go. And so we're going to actually send you to Luce, who is running some of the socials and the stream in the background right now, to show you backstage while we set Pine and Claudia up in here. So thank you so much. Absolutely. Happy Aspire Conf.
Happy Aspire Conf.
We did it. We made it. Luce, take us away. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
This is definitely the first one.
We can just do this for 10 minutes.
We could just do this for 10 minutes.
This is definitely the first one.
Hold on. Let me open the StreamYard. Remove me. Remove me. No, not that one. Not that one. That one. So how's your day?
Pretty good.
Oh, that's good. Where's Luce? There's no Luce? All right, Pine, come on in. Where's my phone?
Where is your phone?
On the floor.
In TSA.
The nice thing is when we upload these after, we're going to just cut everything in between. Got it! All right.
Maddie, take control.
Up next, we're gonna have David Pine and Claudia come in. You two are gonna get out of here.
Okay.
Pine is gonna come in and plug in his laptop.
Am I
And
taking
Claudia,
my laptop with me?
take your laptop with you.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Are we live?
We are live.
Yeah, of course we are.
This all gets cut. Don't worry.
Hey,
It all gets chopped
everyone.
up and put onto the aspire.dev YouTube later. Good job. Good job. Don't take my papers.
The Mac is macking.
My papers. Mac is macking. Take your tea. Take your tea that you didn't drink.
I drank it.
You did?
Yeah, most of it.
Fellas, all about the tea.
The bloopers are awesome.
Bye.
We are going to have to do best of AspireConf, aren't we?
Are you there by your Yeah.
Now you can see the height disparity.
Oh, look at that. Oh,
Fowler
okay.
fits in frame, and
Hold on,
Damien
let
does
me
not.
crawl.
It's okay.
Let's move this.
It's
further.
okay. It's
We have
okay.
given up any illusion of professionalism for this part of the conference.
Fine, you guys can come in. Is the door locked? Are we locked in here? No, we're good.
Guys, did it go well?
Yeah, we're live
It's all live.
Right now?
Yes.
right now.
Yes.
Come on in.
Sit down.
Yeah.
That's okay. Have a seat. Have a seat.
We were trying to
Both
figure
sides, because I will remove myself. You're good. You're good.
Okay. I got mine.
No. Vanish into the ether. All of you.
Oh, they're all warm.
I know.
No. I'll be out. Oh, Pine mentioned. Pine mentioned in the flesh.
Oh,
So what
nice.
I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove myself, and then you guys can scooch in.
All
Just
right.
make sure you talk into the mic.
Yes, got it. So we're totally live.
Yeah. We're totally live.
So there's no like build up, dramatic zoom or any.
No, I
like-
can do that if you want. I can put up. Oh, I have to unplug myself.
I have to get into StreamYard. Oh my
That's
God, there's
hilarious.
Gotta be an
Nice watch.
email. We, yeah.
Sit.
I wanted to give you space.
I don't need space.
Wow.
In everybody's defense, mostly mine, we all got here last night from various flights, from various cities. Well, you live here, but it's okay. You're not in charge of facilitating. You're just here to learn.
Yes.
Claudia, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello. We were gonna do this.
Oh.
in David
We-
slides
we
anyway,
had-
but
we
we
had,
can-
like, a
we had
whole thing.
we had a
Okay,
whole
okay,
thing.
wait,
We
you
had
know
a
what?
whole thing.
You want to kill 3 minutes by yourself?
I mean, we can. Wins.
Wait, I know what I'll
I
do.
gotta find the one.
I know what I'll do.
Enter the studio. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm going to play. Oh, no, you're here. I'm going to give you a 30-second clip of the save the date. And then when we come back, I'll be gone.
Save the date.
and
we're
you'll
live.
be super
And we're live
professional
right
and
now.
it'll
Do
be
it.
like really legit. And that's where we're going to start the upload from YouTube.
All right.
All right.
Bring this in.
This mic is going off of my body.
Yes.
Don't step on it
That's
because
the
it will be
lapel.
really loud.
Oh, that would be bad.
So I'm
Can
going
you
to,
turn it off?
you can on that road over there. I just don't know which one
Oh,
it is.
Yeah, that's risky business.
So just don't step on it. See you guys in 30 seconds.
Well, maybe. Oh my gosh, look how bad this is. We're live.
Not the echo. Mute.
Mute.
All
Okay.
right. I'm giving you 30 seconds and then you know how StreamYard works. See you guys in 45 minutes.
Okay.
Bye.
We've shipped 47 versions of Aspire. There's lots of stuff to catch people up on.
Let's do some fun stuff.
And now we can do Python, JavaScript, Go, Rust, and it will all look the same and it will all be consistent.
Come and embrace the chaos.
Yep.
Uh-oh, the end. Look at that. Okay. And we are live, right? We're sharing. Are we sharing?
We might be. I think so. You're sharing a lot of things.
Is that what you see? You see?
That's what
okay.
I see.
Perfect.
Which means that's what they see.
Okay, let's start the deck. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of our viewers live around the world. We are so grateful for you to be here. And this is going to be a lot of fun. It is our first ever Aspire Conf, and I think it's a big honor to just be following the keynote and being, a sense of like entitlement to be here and sitting next to Claudia and just following Damien and Fowler and Maddie, and it's a lot of fun. So this is going to be kind of like a resetting of what Aspire is, and we're going to take you from localhost to liftoff, and this is really geared towards newbies. So I'm David Pine. I'm a senior software engineer on the Aspire team, and I'm joined today by the one and only.
Hello, I'm Claudia, and I'm a product manager on the developer tools team here at Core AI.
Awesome. It seems like we're kind of ready to go now, right?
We're ready. Yeah?
So one of the things when we start talking about Aspire is kind of grounding what Aspire really is. And there's a lot to be said about Aspire. Like we, at one point when we were designing Aspire.dev, this kind of like insider stories, we had this vision. Yeah, insider secrets.
Insider secret.
We had this idea of having almost like a carousel effect on the landing page that would say Aspire is like the CLI, or Aspire is agent ready, or code first, or all these different things. But like the definition itself becomes a mouthful. So Aspire is an agent ready, code first tool to compose, debug, deploy any distributed app. And that's really like word soup. Do you agree? Like off the bat, does that make sense? Or is it like,
It's a lot to
It's a
handle
lot.
at once. So maybe breaking it down piece by
Yeah.
piece would be helpful.
so Aspire is agent ready. So when we think of agent readiness, as a developer, everyone today has at least heard of AI, been interacting with it. You've been following along with large language models helping us, like namely Copilot and Claude Code and things like that. So agent ready means our tool chain is aware of these different tools and different ways to interact with AI. So we've evolved into having skills that will actually put on disk on your behalf, if you're okay with that, if you opt into it. We also have MCP servers. We also have the ability to hook Copilot into our dashboard. So you get all of the telemetry that you can expose to AIs. So it's really, agent ready, agent first, and then code first. So when we're composing and building and modeling our apps, instead of doing it in YAML, I know Fowler had the shirt on, friends don't let friends write YAML, but code first, we can write our app posts in TypeScript or in C#. And that's huge because I would rather write with a programming language that I prefer rather than YAML. And it's strongly typed, and it's kind of like the way forward, we think. And then compose, debug, and deploy. Compose, like the compositional part of this is the app host in my mind.
Mhm.
It's not just like Docker Compose, but like you can do so many different things. You can get very expressive and define those dependencies. Debugging, you can literally step debug through the execution of your app host. Imagine trying to debug YAML. Is that even possible? I don't even know if that's possible.
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
And then deploying. And then this is all based around distributed apps. So that's kind of the what and the grounding. So now let's talk about the why. Why would you want to do all these things? Well, we have some great people in our community who have provided us with some user testimonials. I picked one, I cherry picked this one. I was actually there when Russ said this to the team, but he said, and I quote, "I had someone start on a Monday morning and they were able to contribute code by lunch." And I think, being inside like an enterprise environment or anywhere where you're writing code, or any code base for that matter, the idea is to be able to get, clone, pull down the repo, and simply F5, and it just worked. And that's what our goal is.
And this is, David, like this is not the only type of feedback that we've heard from this, but this is the most common one that I hear when people talk about Aspire. They're just like, the time it takes to get started is shortened. So
Absolutely.
that's
I love
awesome for
that.
dev teams.
So to ground, kind of before Aspire, certain ways that you might approach building applications is they're distributed by nature often. So imagine you have a database container that has your Postgres. You might do Docker run, and then you've got that running. And then you have maybe a C# API service, for example. So you would change directories and then call .NET run and have that running. Or you might start a Python worker and you have to set up the environment, activate that, and then you've got that process running. And then you've got a front end that might consume all these different parts and kind of represent some sort of UX to the end user. So the goal is, though, you have to get all of these like disparate services to be able to communicate. And you can do that in various ways, but it's typically very frustrating. And like the startup order and all sorts of, frustration ensues, I think is the big driving point. So we're going to jump into a demo, and that's where the bulk of our time is going to be spent. So let me zoom in here. I'm in my terminal, and I'm going to do Aspire banner to spit out the version. So welcome to Aspire CLI version 13.2, because we love versioning things, right? So I'm going to do Aspire new. Well, actually, maybe before that, I'll do Aspire help just to show you all the various things. So our CLI, I know they mentioned it during the keynote, but it has been rapidly evolving. And if I'm being honest, at first I didn't think we needed a CLI. I thought just the app host and C# was like
anti-CLI, David.
I was, but I'm learning that it's definitely like the way forward. It's very profound. Like there's so many different aspects to it, and there's so much more that we can do with this. So this is really just the beginning, but there's a bunch of different app commands. You can add integrations. You can initialize existing code bases. So imagine like Brownfield, you come up to an app, you can actually Aspirify it. Mm. So you can initialize Aspire in that context. You can do new. So this is templatings. You can list the different processes. You can do restore, run, start, stop. There's a whole slew of different things that you can do.
And David, question.
Yep.
What was kind of that like aha moment for you where you're like, I'm buying into the CLI now? Because you weren't fully on board yet. What was that moment for you where it switched?
That's actually a really good question, because for me, I think one of the moments I realized this was the way forward was I introduced a feature into the CLI, and it was for docs. So there's an Aspire docs command. And initially when we wrote it, it was for the MCP server, so that the Aspire MCP server could actually provide documentation to the large language models. And so we've got features in there for searching all of the documentation on aspire.dev. So aspire.dev actually ships with an LLMS, so large language model text file. And it's basically our entire doc set in a format that LLMs can easily understand. Yeah. So yeah, adding that was, I think, one of those moments where I realized, okay, this is a game changer. And we're seeing lots of other CLIs in the same space doing similar things.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's just clear again. We're going to do Aspire new. And since you're assuming you're new to Aspire, it's not often that everyone's, immediately drawn to opening up a terminal and having that type of UX.
Right.
So we also have Visual Studio Code extensions, and you can do it that way as well. So I just did Aspire new, and you're presented with these different templates. So I could choose a starter app for ASP.NET Core and Blazor, or ASP.NET Core and React. So the Blazor would be the front end, React would be the front end, and then the back end. Mm-hmm. We probably could be more explicit with that. We have talked about having more verbose descriptions.
Do you know which one of these is most popular nowadays, perchance?
Ooh, that's actually a really good question. I don't. I know. I would assume Damien would have that information.
We'll get someone in the chat to
answer
that question.
He's very privy to telemetry. So let's just pick a starter app, and we're going to pick the Express and React app, and it's going to resolve the template versions. And as that's working, it's going to actually poll and see what different templates are available, and it's going to then initialize it and walk me through providing a name and wait for it. Pause for
effect.
Right? If this doesn't work, that would be almost as bad as not having a smooth transition from a keynote into the next.
Not quite that. And question, I assume all of these templates come when you install the Aspire CLI? Like I know, for example, if I'm working with .NET, sometimes I have to, update templates, reinstall them. This all comes out of the box with.
Yeah. So when you actually do like a Aspire install, the templates are you can install them like individually, or they do come bundled with. So this is taking a surprisingly long time. Let's spin up another one. Let's just try again. Aspire new, zoom in. Let's just pick an empty one at this point. I don't have any network issues. We do have internet, obviously, because we're streaming, we're providing from here. Aha, okay. So I'm just switching back over.
You had to threaten it with another
I had
option.
to go.
Like, okay, now we got to go. I was like, oh, wait, I got to show up.
So
there we go.
Oh, that was really entertaining. So the stress of live demos, right? Aspire New, something that would, imagine would take not very long. So I'm just going to give it a project name of to-dos, and I'm going to press enter again. It's assuming that to-dos is going to be the folder that it creates that in. And do we want dev localhost URLs? I'll just select the default no, but you could choose yes. And as mentioned in the keynote, you can see like todos.dev.localhost would be one of the URLs for local development. And then it's going to create the new Aspire project. And then after it does that, it's actually going to ask us, this is where the agent first part comes in. So it says, would you like to configure AI agent environments for this project? Yes or no? I'm going to choose yes. I'm going to close Outlook. Close Outlook, close. All right, and interesting. I would have expected different results here. I want the MCP, or sorry, I want to install the Playwright CLI, and this says the MCP server too. I think a little thrown off here because this is unexpected. That's all right. All right, we're going to change directories into it, and we're going to open up code dot inside the CD directory. We're going to zoom in a bit. Probably too much. Okay, so I did put an Aspire skill on disk. Interesting. This is actually not, this is not the template. This is the wrong thing. Do I have an extra to do? All right, now we're getting into fun parts. I thought it would have prompted me to say, no, do a different one. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do an entirely new, because I already had a to-dos directory. Oh, Aspire New. And we're going to give it something else. We're going to give it a different name. To-do 01, to-do 07, to-do, wait for this again. Pause for dramatic effect.
Well, we know how to fix it. Threaten it. Yeah. Threaten it. We will abort you. We will go to another template.
And the best part is I do have apps already available here with the addition of certain things as a backup. But you would imagine Aspire New is pretty straightforward. So it's really funny that this is taking so long. This is going to be something that we're going to work on improving. We're going to make sure that these go a lot faster. It shouldn't take this long to resolve a template version. So as a new user of Aspire, maybe this is one of your pains. And to that point, one thing that we would encourage you to do is file an issue on GitHub or interact with the team on Discord and propose, discuss, whatever it may be. So we're going to say to-do 01, no. It's going to create the Aspire New project. I'm going to say yes. Now it's going to detect. And so this is the flow I was expecting. So this is going to install the Aspire skill file recommended and the Playwright CLI. So I have both of those selected. And then we're going to navigate over to to-do 101, right? Code dot, and then this should look a lot better.
And David, for folks who aren't familiar with Playwright, what is Playwright? Why did you check that box off?
Okay. So Playwright CLI, there's an skill that's available. So we can actually, from Aspire, tell Aspire to run a command that invokes the Playwright's CLI to install a skill file for us on our behalf. And what that does is it basically sets up our environment to use Playwright CLI, their official skill. And the idea is that Playwright can then do automated headless browser manipulation and viewing and reason about our front end, for example. So in this case, our template has a very simple apphost.ts. And this is kind of the foundation of what we wanted to talk about, is how this app host is constructed and our general template. So if you're familiar with TypeScript, this is a very simple TypeScript project. we're going to import our Aspire JS from the modules, and we have this method called create builder. Now, create builder is going to return a promise that resolves to our distributed application builder. And this builder pattern is what is kind of like central to building out all of the relationships, the different resources, containers, services, anything that you can imagine or might want to use. And it's exposed on this builder pattern. So we can say await builder, add node, and we're going to pass in a name of app and API, and it resolves to source index. So this is an actual node app that exists here in this API directory. And you can see, if you just follow it down logically, we have this very simple Express app that serves up a weather forecast. So while this is available there, we can actually jump into the package, and we're going to say debug. I'm going to select dev, and you can see that this actually just hooks into Aspire run. So I'm going to set a breakpoint. So the terminal is running lint. We've got linter rules to help make sure that people are correctly using await on our builder pattern. So it's going to connect to the app host. And once it connects to the app host, we should actually have this breakpoint hit. Ta-da! So we're actually inside our app host TS file, and we have a breakpoint. So that's actually pretty cool. It's pretty impressive. So if I set a breakpoint over here inside our random weather, and we'll just let it fly. And now it's going to start the dashboard, and then I can actually open up this link. And this is our dashboard running, and this is from Aspire New. So we have our app, and we have our app installer, and we have our front end and our front end installer. So you can see that the state here, this is all live. So this is waiting, and this is waiting, and this one's finished. So you saw them just flip over. Now, the reason they flipped over is because when we add node and we add our Vite front end, we have these implicit npm installs that occur. So we didn't have to, like, imagine you're pulling down a repository for the first time and you're hitting F5, rather than having to go into each of those directories and saying npm install or pm
manually.
Right, and having node modules pull down. We just do that from Aspire for you. So it makes it super easy. So those show up in the dashboard as like sub kind of resources, and that they've finished. So the API is running. If I go to the front end, we zoom out. Should be totally running. Let's look at the logs here, and we zoom in on this. Oh, I was like, why was it so zoomed in? That's one of the things I don't like, is when you zoom in on one local host, it zooms in on the other one also. Wow. Aspire New. All right, it's not wanting to behave, so we're going to shut that down. We're going to bail. We're going to jump over here. Oh, there's a breakpoint. Ah, so I actually had the breakpoint inside the weather app. That's why it wasn't showing that. That's really funny. So if I let that continue, now we know. I was like, why is it hung up? Did I break something else? Okay.
No, you break pointed it.
I had a breakpoint. So there was, yeah, that's fun.
I'll see myself out after I'm done.
All right. So the fun thing is, let's start disconnecting this. We're going to set things up a little bit differently. So the weather app is it's really straightforward. There's not a lot to it. It's our template, and now it comes through, of course, obviously, and you can refresh, and that's great. But imagine now that you actually want to like start updating this, and you want to make it more fun. So let's stop over here. So Aspire is going to stop, and then I'm going to walk up to our AI, and I'm going to say, hey, let's add a Postgres database connection, and I want to have simple CRUD. And essentially what I want it to do is I want it to take a look at this API that we have, and I want it to start updating it such that we can add a Postgres database. And one of the things that I'm hoping we'll see is it's going to use the Aspire skill, as you can see here. And then it's going to potentially leverage docs to ingest how to actually add a Postgres connection, how to pull in the different packages, how to add that. So right here, so look at it, it's saying Aspire docs search, Postgres, Node, JavaScript. So I'm just going to say allow all of these so that we don't block it and just starts flying through. And then it's going to start adding all of these various parts. So at the end state, what I would like it to do is I'd like it to actually run terminal commands to say Aspire add, so that we can get the Postgres integrations being a part of our app. And then it would flow into the app here, providing it. So we'll see what it does. And if it takes a bit, that's okay. But maybe this is time for you to ask questions about what you've seen, or if there's anything that's confusing.
I actually did have a question.
Perfect.
So I noticed just at the beginning of the session, it was asking about, it had identified like a Foundry MCP server, right? Are there any MCP servers that you need to explicitly, like you want to be activated during this time? Or if you don't have any, like this will just work because of Aspire and all the skills and all that stuff that you've already pre-baked in?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it will use what you already have there, but from a clean slate, like with Aspire New, we are specifically adding a few things. So if you have MCP servers, to your point, that are already pre-configured in your, not just workspace, but like your user profile, those would show up.
Okay.
And then much like, Copilot, you could also configure tools and select all the different things that you want. So I think in here I have like the Azure MCP and Foundry MCP and other things that are potentially of interest. So I just don't explicitly have them added.
Okay. But there were none in particular that would be like critical or super beneficial for this experience. It's just
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do want to call this out. This is really neat. So you can see it ran Aspire docs search add Postgres. So it's actually using the live docs to figure out how to update this. So it's going to add, and it's got all the stuff here. It's saying with reference, it's exactly what we're going to need, with environment. And that's going to run, and it's going to work out fantastically. But that's just kind of one aspect of it. So I'm going to let this actually stop it, and we're going to switch over to a different window that I have, and that is this one here. And this one is, again, a little bit further along. So rather than relying on AI and hoping that during our talk it just works, and but you could see it was doing the right things. Those are what a human might do. A human might go to the docs and try to learn about the different integrations and how to add them. And you can do Aspire New, or you could use the Visual Studio Code extension and add them that way. But I've already got an app that kind of does these different parts. So this is using our Postgres. So it says builder, add Postgres with data volume, and it's got a persistent lifetime for the container lifetime. And I add a to-do database, and our API, much like we saw before, now actually has a reference to the database. And then I'm not going to show that yet, that's a command. But then our front end simply waits on the API. And I think I failed to mention this before, but you can kind of see, excuse me, from the flow here, when we have our builder and it's a fluid API and we start adding things, when we have our Postgres and our database, you can see if I highlight this, like they flow from one place to the next. So when we're adding a database, we're saying that our API has a reference to it. So that's like an actual dependency on that resource. And then we can say wait for. So this means it'll actually wait for that database before the API actually starts up.
Right.
And then same thing with this API. This API, if I highlight those, you can see it flows into the front end. And so this is how you build out these dependencies. And so from the builder, you'll add your various resources and figure out how you want to architect them such that one depends on another, and then you can get really expressive and do fun things like that. So
you don't get in these funky conditions where you needed to wait for something and didn't.
Correct.
That's built in. That's
yeah.
Awesome.
All right, so let's go over here now, and we're going to show a demo of the template, but now with the actual bits that we wanted to add, like having redone the weather front end to be a to-do app, and having an actual Postgres database, and the API. So I'll show you what that looks like also while it's spinning up. But the API itself, you can see, is a very simple CRUD-based application. It's got instrumentation. It's an Express app. We do have a reference to PG. So this is an interesting point here to actually call out. So when our app post adds this to-dos database and our API takes a reference to it, at runtime, our API will actually have environment variables that are injected into it. So this is known as configuration injection. And that's really, really important here, because that's how, when we first talked about having, these disparate services that are running and trying to connect them, you might do that with environment variables yourself. But in this case, Aspire handles that for you. So when it has that reference, it actually ends up having an environment variable named to-dos database URI. And we can take that as a connection string to instantiate our pool for Postgres. So then our pool is backed by that actual container that we're going to have running locally. So let's see if it's dashboard's up. Get into the dashboard, zoom in here. And then, all right, so we've got our Postgres database, our to-dos, that's available, our API. So if I go to the to-dos app, yay, it's working.
Success.
Yay,
Yay.
Success. Teach people things, hopefully. And all right, so let's say maybe we did that. Maybe we did. There's none active. Let's add something. Show more code. Maybe we can ask a question too, like, how are we on time? Add completed. All right, so our simple to-do app is there, it's available. So I clicked around a bit. Now from the dashboard itself, this is where we get into leveraging the ability to look at the different aspects of it. So our resources, this is kind of like the landing page. We've got our resource view. This shows all the different resources, the different states when they started, the actual source for like what this resource is kind of coming from. So like you can see this is actually pointing to and resolving from a Docker IO Postgres container. And this one is our node source index for the API. And this one's a little bit more fun. And this is our npm run dev with the report for this is the front end. And we've got the graph view. I saw them playing with this during the keynote, which is always fun to do. Parameters show up here. So if we had parameters, you could say like add parameter inside your app host, and those would flow through. And if they weren't resolved, they would show up in this view. But then we also have console logs. So all of
I was about to ask, like, you had a little debugging in the beginning, unrelated to the dashboard, but where do you go if you're looking for some more details on the dashboard here?
That's a really good question. So there's at any point in time, there's always going to be console logs. And then you can filter to the different resources that are available. There's also structured logs for certain things that provide them. There's traces. So these are the individual traces for a request. So you can see it went from, this is actually the API calling into pool connect. And this is a get. And you can see how it goes from connect to lookup to connect to then querying the actual database itself. And then if certain things expose metrics, you'll have those here as well. So the entire observability, open telemetry backed, and that's the other thing, is like this is all backed by open telemetry. So really the Aspire dashboard in a way is just standing on the shoulders of giants at this point. And so, yeah, so that's one example application. And well, let's actually show this real quick. So one thing I had minimized before was this little with command. So from,
yeah, you were saving this for last.
Yeah, well, I'm saving it. Not necessarily for last, but saving it. We're going to take a look here real quick. So when our database resource was added to the API, one of the things that we do is when we capture those variables, since it's just code, we can actually extend them. And these are different like extensible points to them. So there's an API that exists that says with command, and this lets us actually provide a command that shows up on the dashboard that users can interact with.
Okay.
So I've got a command that says clear database. And it takes a callback after a few names, and it walks up to the database itself, and it does a few things. So let's just go ahead and grab this and say to do. So you saw that clear database command that was available. Now it's actually showing up here in the dashboard as clear database. So when I click it,
Oh, very cool.
we get a confirmation.
Mhm.
So I'm going to say yes, and it's saying starting, because that's right over here. You see Visual Studio is like, wait, something's happening. So now if I just F10 through this, is that not the right key command? Oh, there we go. Okay. So now we've got our expressions and our connection string. And you can see it's got the password and all that. So the passwords, it's really fun too. So the passwords for databases that come from the containers, those are actually all randomized unless you explicitly opt into providing those, so that the only resources that know about them are the ones that are dependent on them. So let's just let it fly. And it cleared our database. So now if I go back to the app and look at this, look at that. The database has been reset.
Very cool.
So yeah, we got a notice about that. So that's awesome. All right. So moving on to, oh, I keep doing that.
That's neat, 'cause that feels like extensible at the developer level, team level. You can add custom things as you need them and
Exactly.
want them.
So you can really do, you're empowered to do whatever you would imagine. And I think at one point, one of the first commands that was added, James Newton King added one where he rickrolled people, where you
really?
clicked on it and it opened up.
I love it.
All right, so that's one app host. So there's another scenario that we might want to explore, and this is escape plus, control plus, make this a little bit bigger. So one of the demos I wanted to show was a bit more, and this was before I knew that the Keynote folks were doing all this multi-language demo stuff. But Adam on our team, he's responsible for building out the VS Code extension. And he shared with the team a rock, paper, scissors app that he had written. And I was inspired by that. I'm like, oh, I want to do something like that. So I took on the addition of that as well.
So what I'm hearing is everybody is stealing Adam's demos.
Yeah.
Anything Adam builds just ends up on the live stream, but somebody else makes it. Is what I'm hearing.
That's a true statement. Yeah.
Shout out to Adam.
So this actually is a little bit more elaborate of an app host because there's so many different aspects to it. So in this app, we have an officiator. So the officiator is going to be an ASP.NET Core minimal API, and that's a project-based minimal API. And we've got a scalar OpenAI endpoint for it, and then we've got the C# player. This is a file hyphen-based app for the player. And then what I've done was the officiator will let all these different kind of players register and be available, and those are bots. But then the idea is once we share this link out, people will also be able to do it and they can battle the bots. But there's a Python, a C#, a Go, a Rust, and a Node implementation. And they all have slightly different behaviors for how they attack playing rock, paper, scissors. And then there's a front end. So I'm going to go to the package JSON and say debug, and we're going to run it. And then the other thing that while this is launching that we didn't really talk about very much was the deployment aspect. So when we want to take these local host things that we're building out and push them somewhere, right? They can literally go anywhere as long as there's integrations that support it. So in this specific case, I said I have an Azure container app environment. So this is our environment for that. And I said the officiator is also going to hold on to these container files for the static front end. So it's going to serve the API and then also serve the front end. And then all of the other services are just actually containers that are going to independently be able to talk to the officiator. So once it's running, open it up. And you can see all of these things are starting up. One of them finished, one of them failed to start. Okay, those are fun. So let's just restart them again and then go to the officiator. And now let's go to the front end. Bum, bum, bum. I clicked on the wrong thing. So there's 5 players online, 0 matches played 0 rounds 1. But this is as players are starting to come online, you'd be able to spectate them. Okay, so there's a few that have come
First
online.
matchup, yeah.
There's a leaderboard. There's a way to play, so you can add your name. So what I'm going to do is there's, I don't have that link here readily available. Can you pull it up? There's an AKA link. Maybe you can actually drop it inside the chat. But there's, we deployed this. So this is actually running in, but this was actually deployed to Azure before. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes if I do Aspire deploy to actually push it up and then be running live. But it should just be like aka.ms/aspire/RPS. So rock, paper, scissors.
Rotations per second.
Rock, paper, scissors is better. Yeah, so that's that. So let's jump back over here. And
So David, that was a lot.
that was a lot.
That was a lot.
So
That was a lot. But
yeah.
I do want to talk a little bit about how almost at every point in time, when you were telling me what Aspire did for you behind the scenes, I understand why that one, the canonical that you picked is, hey, you saved me a lot of time, because Aspire is just doing so much out of the box for people and wire things up. So
Absolutely.
it's so much simpler, so much faster.
Yeah, and that's the entire point of it, is really just enabling the developers around the world to be their best and focus on the problems that we think matter.
Yeah.
Exactly. So with that, there's a bunch of resources that we're going to put on screen here. The first is aspire.dev. That is your source of truth for conceptual content, prerequisites, quick starts, tutorials, how-tos, all the reference material, and LLMS text. If you want to consume ours, we've published it. So if you're not using our skills and our docs features, you absolutely can use that. And then Microsoft Aspire. So this is our new home. I don't know if they even mentioned that, but we moved just recently from .NET to Aspire. And then this is an announcement I get to share. So I'm pleased to announce that we are just officially now supporting reference API documentation for C# and TypeScript on our aspire.dev site, which is, I think, a lot of fun. So if you're interested in either of those, exploring those, please provide feedback. It's still early, but we are working through that experience. So this is the link for the C# API reference docs and the TypeScript API reference material. And then from there, plug in anything, ship faster. So our integration suite, we are up to 150 now integrations, from the official integrations that the team prioritizes and works on as a whole to maintain, as well as vendors like AWS, for example, and the community toolkit. So with that, thank you all so much. This has been great.
David, that was awesome.
Thank you.
All right, being ushered out.
So now how do we transition out of this? Is it going to be one of those?
Job. Thank you. Let me put my little mic on. Actually, no, I'll just take a seat.
You don't want your mic back? No mic?
I have to stop sharing, actually.
I will pull your screen off. Thanks.
Actually, how fun would it be if David kept sharing and you tried to keep going with what he's sharing?
Yeah, I'll just pretend I'm David Pine mentioned. So the chat was popping off. There were a ton of questions. If you guys want to scroll through and see those, feel free. Yeah. Many folks have been asking about bingo, which I intentionally took down because we were going to make it too easy to get bingo in the last 2 sessions, but bingo is back up. So if you want to play along for the rest of the day, aspirify.live has a bingo board. And you can, the usual quotes, the usual things, the shenanigans, the bugs found, the pines mentioned, all of those things are now up on aspirify.live. And of course, if you haven't downloaded it yet, Aspire 13.2 is here. So I am going to do my little fancy production, and I am going to move our next 2 speakers into the backstage and pull them up onto the screen. Hi, guys.
Hey, Maddie.
How are you?
Oh, man. I was frozen on the dumb face. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
This is so upsetting.
Let me put up your names so people know who you are. Hold on. Style. Show display names. Well, I guess my name is Stage C. Fellas, what are you going to be showing us today?
Well, a bunch of stuff, but mainly why you want to use Aspire when you build agentic systems.
Nice. Very exciting. All right, why don't you share your screen so I can put it up, and then I'll let you go nuts.
Can I have Fowler helping me out to share my screen? Sorry.
No, you absolutely cannot. All right.
There you have it.
If you need me to unshare or reshare or anything, just let me know. I'll be watching. I'll be eavesdropping. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in like 25-ish minutes. Chat, if you have any questions, we will maybe have time for Q&A, and we'll do that in between sessions. So go nuts. Ask questions. See you on the other side.
See you. Okay, guys. So our session is basically why you want to use Aspire when building agentic systems. And I've got like a few demos, no slides, because we wouldn't bother with the slides. Mainly, me and Seth, we work a lot with like real cases using AI. I work on the field. I'm a cloud solution architect at Microsoft. And Seth, you're Seth. I mean.
Yeah, I make stuff at Microsoft. It's really fun.
So while we work on these things, we kind of, each of us figure out their own way to use Aspire when building these kind of systems. And everything boils down to what an agent is. Everyone kind of have their own definition of an agent. Mine is an HTTP client, glorified, with a system prompt and some tools that the agent can use. What do you say, Seth? Do you agree?
Amen. Absolutely. We're making magic out of just a new abstraction.
Exactly.
It's all just code. But
so it's an HTTP client, and the real special thing about the agent is that they have these tools, and the tools is basically code that you can invoke, that your agent can invoke autonomously-ish. Basically, the agent will tell the LLM, well, I am this system prompt, like I'm a kind of agent. I answer user question. I never swear. That's a prompt that Maddie never got, by the way. And hey,
Tommaso, folks are telling you to zoom into your app.
Oh, let me zoom in a bit. Few more times. Yeah, this should be better. Ish. So when you send the LLM the system prompt and the tools, the LLM will get back to you, to your agent, and say, well, based on the user question, the system prompt, and the tools, you should do this, this, and that. And that the agent will get back to the LLM and say, well, this is the result of the tools that you asked me to invoke. And the LLM will then provide the answer. But basically, what that means is that everything that's really important in your application is actually happened on the HTTP client side. So on the LLM side, between a conversation between an agent and an LLM, and you don't see everything about that. So that's kind of my point, my focus on using telemetry. If I show you what a basic agent is, you will simply see like I use a simple UI and the agent the user asking a question and the agent giving back the answer. Here I got a standard template that you can actually use using .NET New from the Microsoft Agent Framework repo. And I've got three agents here: the writer, the editor, and the publisher. The publisher is a workflow that coordinates the writer and the editor. And you can ask them to basically tell a story, and the editor will like take charge of making it like look clean using the format story tool, which is basically like put a title, put the story there, etc. But what Microsoft Agent Framework provides you out of the box is Dev UI. So Dev UI is nice interface, and I will zoom in a bit in my browser if I don't screw this up. Yeah, Dev UI. So this is a standard front end that you can use to chat with your agents, and you can ask things such as, tell me a story about a sleepy coder. And this will invoke the agents in the background and show you the events of what the agents are actually doing. And if I were to instrument my chat client, I would also see the traces And I can also see the tools that the agents are using. So at this point, Aspire is doing nothing for me. But this is a scenario that is not really a production one, because you have all your agents inside the single process of that your application is representing here. So if you were to split these agents into multiple projects, you wouldn't be able to actually use DevUI the way I do. And DevUI, by the way, is using OpenAI responses and OpenAI conversation, which is a standard protocol to talk to agents. A standard protocol is basically saying, well, my agent replies on this endpoint and this endpoint with expecting this payload, and we reply with this payload. So what I did, and this is not yet merged in, but you have a DevUI Aspire integration inside the Microsoft Agent Framework repo. And this allows you to kind of bridge the gap between what I'm doing here and what I will be able to do with Aspire, because you can define your agent, and you can add DevUI to your application builder. And then you reference the agents using with agent service, which is slightly more different than what with reference work. DevUI kind of needs more information. So we cannot use the out-of-the-box with reference of Aspire, not in all scenarios at least. But in this case, which is the very basic, simple one, you can actually also use with reference if you want. So this is not yet merged in, by the way, and I will not show you how it works because it basically works the same way as the demo I just showed you. But it tests a limitation, because the only way that you will be able to use DevUI in that scenario is, once again, to talk to single agents. But that is not the case. We are talking about distributed agentic systems, and those are really kind of more hard than this one. Because in those systems, such as the one I'm going to demo now, you have agents talking to each other and using probably each other as tools. So a tool is a piece of code. The agent is an HTTP client. So you can simply have a tool that say, well, I'm going to invoke that agent as an HTTP client. So in this case, what I've built here, because I love skiing, I've built something that I wish was a real thing. And this is the ski resort dashboard analyzer, basically, where I have some random data about slopes and weather condition and waiting time of the lift, so that I can plan my day. And I've got many different agents. And this is all, by the way, vibe coded, as you can see, because Copilot loves regions. So I got many regions, and we were chatting in Discord the other day, well, we love or hate regions, but here I have. And I have the weather agent, the safety agent will be, which will inform me about avalanches and stuff. And the ski coach agent, which will be able to help me based on my different level of ski. And the lift traffic agents and the advisor agent, which will pull everything together and try to advise me on my best plan for the day based upon all the information gathered from the other agents. And this is not a workflow, because the workflow will invoke every single agent every time. But the advisor agent is my entry point, and I might simply want to know what the weather is like. So there's no point to invoke the ski coach or the lift traffic agent if I just want to know the weather. And I cannot invoke the weather agent on its own, because this is the only one exposed to the front end, which is a very not fancy front end written in React. And so when all comes together, I want to know, using telemetry, what's really happening behind the curtains. But before we go into that, I just want to show you this new thing here. So you know that the app post should be the single source of truth of your application when it comes to all the different components it's using, etc. So we have, and by we, I mean me and Seth have whined about the current Foundry integration with Seb, and Seb helped us, and he coded a working one along with Eric and Eric, both of them. So we have the new Foundry integration, which is available on NuGet. It's this one. I'm currently running the one from the PR because I wasn't like brave enough to update before the demo. But then Seth, you will show us, right, what you had to do before you had this integration, right? And that wasn't fun. So you can add Foundry, and you can define your project inside Foundry, because Foundry is like, when you deploy the Foundry resource, you are simply deploying basically something that will hold different projects inside, and you can configure things such as VNet, etc. on Foundry, but then you have to deploy the project, and inside the project, you can deploy your models, and you can deploy agents. So there are two different types of agents you can deploy. The first one is an agent that's only defined on Foundry, and that's kind of a data plane operation, and Seth will show those. Or you can deploy your own agents to Foundry as a compute resource. And you can do that here if you write your code appropriately, which I didn't, run as hosted agent. Now you have this fancy API here that will tell Aspire to deploy your agents to Foundry. But right now, I simply have all these agents defined as API in both .NET and Python. And the one thing I need to do to make everything works, because I am using Microsoft Agent Framework, I need to enable sensitive telemetry data, both in .NET and in Python. You configure your client to provide OpenTelemetry metrics and traces to your hotel collector. And you also need to enable sensitive data, because when you do that and you Aspire run, let's see. So today, this demo crashed my laptop, but I am positive that this will not work. I mean, we already had Pine crashing on this demo, so that's done for the day, right? Oh.
We don't want your demo crashing.
No. But my laptop today kind of like went bananas with RAM consumption, and I have like 48 gigs, but it fill out all the memory. But yeah, it didn't this time. That's cool. Thank you, God of Demo.
I had Damien build me a machine, and it has 128 gigs of RAM.
Well, I wanted to buy new RAM for my laptop, but I had to decide either to buy that or pay for rent this month.
Oh,
so,
yeah, this
and
was
I kind of went with the rent
issues.
because, yeah, my girlfriend was kind of like vocal about wanting to have a house. So, well, probably next month. Let's hope. So here I'm starting all the different services in my application, Cosmos DB, data generator, the front end, the safety, Python agents, key coach, weather. And this is Foundry. And as you can see, this is an actual reference to what's running on Azure. And I have already deployed these to my Azure subscription. But if you were to git and to clone and run this repo, Aspire will actually deploy it for you. So that's cool because you achieve the single source of truth. And right now, it's not starting anything on the Python side. Thank you. Let's give it another go. Well, that was nice.
For those in the chat, I got the 128 gigabytes of RAM before it was expensive. So
it's okay. You can flex, Seth.
Yeah, I just want people to know. Like sometimes I get upgraded too, and people walk by me and they look me in the eye like, "Look at this guy," and I feel like I need to tell them, "I got upgraded. Okay, I didn't buy this." It's the same thing. RAM.
I actually envy you right now. I wish I had that RAM in my system. So yeah, this is absolutely fine. Yeah, okay. And failed to start because of Cosmos, which is a known issue. So we are running now with the bingo. So you can actually go ahead and like, but we already know about that. But sometimes when you start your application and it's referencing Cosmos running as an emulator on your system, you will end up having this scenario in which your .NET application won't start because it won't be able to connect to Cosmos, even though it's up and running. And my container is set as persistent, so I didn't have to recreate it every time. But, well, little do you know that happens. So third time's a charm, probably, hopefully. Please be nice to me.
That's why I pre-ran mine, so it's ready to go.
Yeah, I wanted to do that, but I didn't want to explode my system. So yeah, this is it. So this is Alpine mentioned AI ski resort dashboard here. And I got all my different data coming from my fake Python API. And I cannot see things such as like I am a novice, considering weather and waiting time. Where should I start? And this will go ahead and invoke the my advisor agent. And we can look at the traces, which is kind of my point of what's happening. So first of all, you can do this. So you can filter based on GenAI, and you get only the GenAI telemetry and traces. And you can click on this and see everything that's happening. So this is kind of slightly complex because we have agents as a tool. So if I look into the first one, first of all, you have seen that in the keynote, the GenAI details, but where does that come from? Well, you can see my traces are actually instrumented to output standard GenAI traces, which are like referred as gen_AI dot whatever. And all this data will tell Aspire, well, this is a GenAI trace, and you want to represent that in a more fancy way. So you have this thing here. And not only you can see the input and the output, so this is a summary of the conversation that happened between the agent and the LLM, but you also have the tools. So this is the definition of every single tool that I'm using. And those tools are agents, but it doesn't really matter because a tool is a tool to an agent. It doesn't really matter what it does behind the curtains. So you can, and then you can deep dive into the single conversation up to the tool calls, because right now, at this point, I had only had the first invocation. And of course, my tools are being executed in parallel, and I can clearly see that thanks to telemetry. And if I expand on one, I can actually look at what Python did. So user message, tool call, to response, output. And when you get to the final thing, of course, this is a different request, because remember, this is a stateless API. So every time your agent will have to send everything back to the LLM. So it basically sends the system prompt, the user question, and then the tool calls request, which came from the LLM, but it's saying, well, an LLM, whichever it was, told me to invoke this tool, and this tool actually replied with this data, so that the LLM can finally bring up the answer and give it back to my agent, which will then show in the front end. And at this point, you have everything here. Not only that, I am also using the Cosmos DB emulator, which caused me some problem before. You saw that. But that's meaningful because you have the Data Explorer enabled. So you can actually see how you're saving your conversation inside Cosmos. And you can, if you want, debug that. So doing this, we're able to ease things up for you, because now you have a fully monitor system. And I know you can achieve the same result even if you don't use Aspire, because telemetry is not an Aspire thing. But these are like 100 lines of code just because I have so many services, but it's for free because I don't have to stop anything. You can literally clone and run this repo and achieve the same result on your machine. But this is simply a chatbot. And I am using Microsoft Agent Framework, which helps a lot when it comes to emitting traces and building agents. But what Seth has is something slightly more custom. It's not a chatbot, it's a voice agent, right?
That is
correct. And you're not using any framework whatsoever.
No, I am using just my pruny hands and whatever GitHub Copilot wrote for me. So, I mean, should we switch to my screen? Is it my turn?
Sure.
All right. So, Maddie, I think you have access to my screen. If you can switch it, please. Hold on.
Switch it.
We're going to have to dial her up. We need to use the good internet for her. Okay, I'm getting Maddie right now. Maddie.
Do you need me?
Yes. See, it worked. Like, I used the old school internet, and Maddie was summoned because she knew. Yes. Can you switch to my screen, Queen of Aspirations?
Of course we can. Of course you can, my dear.
That was amazing.
Yeah,
See you later.
all I needed to do was just use the old school internet, and Maddie was going to come back. Okay, so let me show you this app. I'm going to show you what it does. I am asked to do demos all the time for execs, and I love all my execs. They're the smartest people, but things change for them all the time. They're like, I need you to change this demo right away. So I'm going to turn my camera off so I make sure this works. So can you still hear me, Tommaso? Thumbs up? Okay, all right, so let's see if this works. I'm going to talk to it. Here we go. Let me know if you hear it, by the way.
Hi there, it's great to chat with you. I can help you with questions about Zavacor shirts, our policies, or even assist with designing a new logo. What can I do for you today?
Hey, can you capture and analyze an image for me? I want to put it on a shirt.
Let's see what you've got. Click that camera and we'll capture the magic. Working on analyzing the image.
All right, it's working on it. Zava. Yeah, old school Zava. I could change it to something else, but I
Whoa,
didn't.
those colorful paisley vibes are popping. I'm loving the elegant, vibrant energy.
Hey, can you do me a favor and make a brand new red Zavacor shirt with my face? I want it like black and white line art, like cartoony style, and underneath the text, El Guapo in white stylized text. Can you make that for me, please?
We're getting there. What color do you want the text to be? And does that black and white cartoony style work for the logo?
White text, and absolutely. Let's do it.
Awesome. So we've got a red Zavacor shirt. White
Nope,
text.
you got it. Can you make it for me?
Firing up the design engine. Here comes your masterpiece. Working on creating the design. This can take a bit of time, so sit tight.
All right, I can turn my camera back on now because I'm not using it anymore, I think. There you go. Okay, so now you have two of me, which is really upsetting. Now, let me tell you, while this works, it takes about 2 minutes. The thing that they asked me to do is they said, Seth, we need you to be able to write the code, but we need other people to be able to deploy this, and you need to be able to fix it if there's ever any problems. So I'll give you an example. Like the other day, I was in Europe getting ready to do this, and the app broke, and I didn't know why. So I had my handy GitHub Copilot CLI be like, hey, can you show me what went wrong? And it looked at the traces inside of the production app and told me, oh yeah, look it, because we're using Aspire, I looked at the logs, it looks like the socket disconnected because your ACA VMs.
Looks like the safety system blocked that design attempt.
Oh, no. Can you try one more time? My face must be really ugly. So maybe make it safe and tell it to make it safe.
Your face is not the issue at all. Sometimes the system just flags things. Let's adjust the style to keep it safe. How about a simple, friendly black and white line?
Let's do it. Do it. You got it.
Firing up the design engine once more with a friendly line art portrait.
By the way,
here we go. Working on creating the design.
Our safety systems are working.
A bit, so hang tight.
How wonderful is that? But the thing is I needed to be able to fix it, and I was able with Aspire because it has a bunch of tools. I was able to fix it. I'll give you another example. This morning, I noticed that all of my Gen AI spans were not actually working. And so I was like, oh, can you go fix it? And it looked at the Gen AI spans, it found the code, and it told me what was going on. So effectively, I have like this like know-it-all thing with Aspire and the tracing to be able to do things back and forth. Now, here's the thing about this Aspire application that you need to understand. Number one, it's not using .NET at all. It's using a back end with Python, and the front end is it's using a React. I always feel like I need to go React. Oh. And so that's the application that's running. And if you look at it, this actually...
Our second try also got blocked, but your face is definitely not the problem.
Well, she's nice because she wants you to know you're not the problem.
Safe design.
Can you make a safe design? Just tell the app to make a safe shirt, and it will know. Make sure it's appropriate, and that way, if you use the word appropriate, it will for sure. So, can you file the tool one more time?
Let's keep it fun and safe. I'll set up a simple, appropriate design with those paisley patterns, textile guapo in white, and a red Zavacor shirt. Here we go.
Okay, it's
working on creating the design. This might take a moment. So
yeah, it's working. So this is a design map. So this is what actual applications look like. There's a lot of demo applications that always show up and it's like, oh, what a cute graph. No, this is doing a lot of stuff. It's setting up agents, it's setting up the database, setting up the backend, etc. And the cool thing about it is I'm able to talk to it about things that are happening. So I'll give you an example. This is the part that's actually really interesting to me. Notice that I'm able to look at, oh, look, it needs to get the user so it gets it. But let me find a better trace. Like, for example, get the graph. Here's an example of an app flow that I can see traced from the UI all the way to the back end where it gets everything set up, which is really cool. So I'm going to go back to this other trace. I'm going to find one that I did earlier so that we're not wasting time. Here's an example of a conversation I had with this thing earlier. And notice that it's a lot because it's like a real-time conversation and I'm logging things as things are going. And the cool thing about Aspire that they've done recently is they've added this little thing.
Customized Zavacor shirt is ready to steal the show. Check it out.
What the heck? Where'd my face go?
We kept the design safe by swapping your face for those paisley patterns. If you want to try something else, I'm here to help.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Can you explain what you just did in French?
Bien sûr. On a remplacé ton visage par un motif paisley en noir et blanc sur un Zavacor shirt rouge avec le texte El Guapo en blanc.
C'est bon, ça, merci pour tout.
Avec plaisir et n'oublie pas de jeter un œil chaud sur Zavacor.
All right, now it's upselling me. Let me stop that. Okay, so now it's saving. And this conversation that we just had, let me I think does it just show up or can I refresh? Do I have to?
Yeah, it just show up. It's real time, so you don't. Have
Oh, so here it is. Here I'm pointing like a noob. Here it is. You can see that this is the conversation we had. You can actually see probably some of the execution failures that happened in here. But the cool thing again about this thing is that I'm able to hit this thing and I'm able to see the entire conversation. Like, here's the system message. Here's the assistant. Here's the tool call. Here's the tool call response. Well, that's the first one. Here's the tool call failures that happened, right? There's the prompt. There's the tool response, right? So now I know, I need to, the safety system kicked in and I'm able to see this exact conversation all in a matter of minutes, right? And I was able to set this up using Aspire so that whenever there's a problem right before I need to go on stage, I'm able to literally deploy this thing in 3 minutes. I was able to, with Copilot and the ability to talk to the Aspire backend, I was able to actually fire things up. Sometimes I even tell Copilot, hey, now that you know what the API is and you have the traces, can you create a new application for me so that it does that? So when you look at these applications are basically voice applications that enable you to really talk about like, hey, here is a prompt. Here's the tools that you want to do. Here's how you override the tools. And so anytime an exec is like, hey, Seth, I want to make a new demo where you talk to it and it does blah, it works every time. Oh, it looks like there's a failure there, which is great. So I can be like, I can say, hey, I saw a 500. Can you check the Aspire logs for what happened? And it's able to do that. And this is how my flow has gone now ever since using Aspire. I'm able to work on complex things. I'm able to talk to the AI, and then I'm able to have Aspire take have those telemetry in there so that Copilot can take a look at what is actually going on. And you'll see, hopefully, it looks like it failed. There was an internal server error.
Yeah.
And we'll figure out what it is. But as it goes, Tommaso, anything you want to add or have questions about?
Well, one question is, did Father convince you to move to the YOLO mode of GitHub Copilot CLI, or are you still running in the guardrail mode where you need to, yes, accept? Are you running
no,
YOLO?
I'm in YOLO mode. And
right.
I also, this morning, Aspire, what is it, version? Is that how you do it? I upgraded this morning to now all the CLI versions, so it doesn't use MCP anymore. It usually now it's querying the CLI for me to do stuff, which is awesome. And
that's
so
amazing.
Notice that it was able to find a bunch of issues like, I can see why your thing broke and I can fix that. Looks like the moderation block, it found that transient auth issue. So notice again, I'm able to test this thing and then I'm able to say what happened, and it was able to fix it for me. It's really cool, Tommaso.
Do you also want to show what you had to do in your app to actually deploy Foundry?
Yeah.
Since you hadn't migrated to the new Foundry integration yet. right?
Not yet. So for me, my Foundry, you can see I had to add a Foundry search, but here's some Foundry agents. So effectively, I had a bicep file where I was able to deploy all these things. And then I created a special app called Agents. And the agent's job was to literally load up prompts, these things, and push them to Aspire, so that anytime I make a change to my agents that live in Foundry, Microsoft Foundry, Aspire, when it reruns it just pushes all of these agents up without problem. And some of these agents are not easy, right? Like some of these have like built-in tools, like image generation tool. This policy agent had an Foundry. It's a Foundry IQ tool, and so it had to do all of this stuff. And so I just literally go into the YAML and have Copilot fix the YAML, and then whenever I deploy the new agents. If the infrastructure is there, it's pretty nice.
Well, that was really, really cool. Thank you, Seth. I hope that from now on you will be using Aspire when you build agentic systems. If not, just because we spent the last 26 minutes talking to you why you should do that. So we hope you actually agree with us, right? And you got that face to convince you.
100%. By the way, this shirt is still nice, even though it's
when I tell you, I bursted out laughing. Like, I literally was just like, that can't be real. And then it said, this is what we had to do to make your face safe.
I was like,
you're out of control. You're out of control.
It's almost like, hey, Seth's face breaks AI systems. News at 11.
Next iteration of Bingo, it needs to play sounds, and we need to use
your So,
literally,
I had a few dry runs with Seth about with Quippy and Zeva, and I saw like all different faces, and it has like a range of faces it can do to that.
Hold on, I actually have the production app. If you want to see all the faces that I've actually, all the shirts that it's made before. Hold on, am I still sharing? Here, you got to look at these. Some of these are friggin' hilarious. Hold on. Here's the one I did. Let me see. Hold on. Output. No, that one's a dumb one. Let me do one here. The one I did in France when it broke. View playback. Look at this goodness. This is me and my boss.
Wait, that's so good.
Yeah.
Why is it without him your face isn't okay, but with him your face is okay?
Let's slow down. Okay.
No.
I can.
Fellas, any links that you want to share? Any feelings, thoughts, favorite features?
Well, I'll share the link with the UI integration for Microsoft Agent Framework. Can I send it to you, Maddie, and you'll take care of it?
Send it to me. I'll post it as the Aspire channel, so everyone gets it.
All right.
I haven't released my app yet. I think I accidentally made a product because I invented things called the binding. I call them tool binding resolution strategies, and I think we need to put that in our products. So I
like that. Come on in, Fowler.
But
Fowler didn't want to come sit with me. Yes, we're live.
But my face is not safe. Please don't look. Look away, Fowler. My face is not safe.
His face wasn't safe. I said it wasn't safe.
What'd you point your face?
All right, boys. I'm gonna let you go because we have Michael coming up, and he's gonna do some dashboard wizardry.
Ooh,
I know, very
here?
exciting. He's here. Well, no, he's in Boston.
I mean, he's here,
but
in theory.
All right, boys. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Happy to start on.
See you later.
See ya. Having fun?
Yeah, it's great.
You feeling good?
Yeah. What's the feedback like?
So far, so good. It seems like people are having fun.
You're loving it?
There were quite a few bingo squares on that stream, by the way, including excited to see an error.
Bug found?
Bug found.
No, we don't have bugs.
What? Fowler's outside working on the next release of
Is the
Aspire
patch
right
shipped
now.
yet? Do we have a 13.2.1?
We will probably by the end of this stream. All right, Michael, I'm going to pull you on up. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the party. Nice to see you.
Good seeing you too. I mean, usually you're in the desk next to me, but
yeah, Michael gets to sit next to me in the office.
That's tough.
But he asks me questions about Aspire that are like really good questions. And then I look at him like a deer in headlights. I go, and I usually
And then
say,
you put your AirPods out and say, what?
yeah, what? Huh? Sometimes I go, huh? Sometimes he talks to me and then I look at him for like 10 seconds before I respond. And I almost always say, go ask David Negstad because he does a lot of the random container stuff that Michael does. So Michael's going to show us the dashboard and how you can wield the dashboard as kind of this like super customized developer tool. So Michael, I'll let you take it away. Share your screen and I'll pop it up. And we will see you in like half an hour.
Sounds good. Let me figure out the sharing screen thing. Entire screen. That one. All right. So my name is Michael Cummings. I'm a principal software engineer on the NuGet and VS Marketplace team at Microsoft. Primarily, I work on the private marketplace, which is a subset of the full VS Marketplace. And early on in like, I don't know, Aspire 6, 7, something like that, we converted all of our development environment to Aspire based to make things easier because we ship as a container. So a lot of my experiences with Aspire are based on that. We don't do a lot of deployment stuff with Aspire yet, but that's coming, so we'll do more. So what I want to do in this session is essentially share with you some of my favorite things to do with the dashboard. So with that, what I want to say is I want to take your dashboard beyond, I'm hitting the wrong button, beyond this, right? Busy, lots of things going on, URLs all over the place. We got some custom actions. It's called Aspire Conf. And what I want to do is show you how you can move it into something that's more like this, right? Where you've got a custom title, it fits with your developers. You can use custom resource icons so that it matches more like what your resource does than what it is. We'll take a look at how to customize your URLs, get rid of all that clutter that you don't need, and highlight the things that you really do and give them some meaning. And lastly, we're going to wrap up with some custom commands, things that make your dashboard actually functional for you during local development. All right. And I'm going to slow myself down. So some paper cuts, some of the really easy things that we can do that just make things fun. One of the things that I have a problem with, or one of my issues on the private marketplace, is that I'm primarily the only developer on it, and then people will come in and off of the project at various times as we need additional resources. So getting people onboarded to the project is really important for me so that they can come on fast and move through. So making things easy to use in the dashboard is extremely important. And that's where these types of things come in, that just remove all of the things that people don't need to know about and make the smart stuff smarter. So this one's kind of my favorite. It's really easy to do. It adds a lot of pizzazz to your app and just removes that default. So when you pop open that dashboard by default, what you're going to get is your project name, right? So it's going to take whatever that project is, .apphost, and cut off the .apphost and just put that up there. Not always going to be the most applicable thing. So what we can do is when you create your builder is pass in a distributed application options object and pass through the args. And there's an option on there called dashboard application name, and you can set it to a string. The fun thing is you can put emojis in there, right? So like this. So that brings up my first demo real quick. So let me switch over to VS Code. So here we have VS Code, and this is just the basic setup. So I've got a Redis cache sitting in the back. I've got an API service that's my back end that's just serving things, and an AConf web project that's the web front end. So what I'm going to do is move and add the dashboard title. So here now I've got that code. It's sitting in here. And if I look at my dashboard, this is the old one. So there's no title, it just says Aspire Conf. Doesn't really tell us what this thing does. So let me restart the app. And it goes through and builds it, which is the fun part. We just get to wait. working inside of VS Code with Aspire is so much fun. I love this extension. And nobody told me that I could steal Adam's samples, so I ended up having to build my own. Otherwise, I would have stolen his. So here you can see I now have a custom title. It's a little bit more fun, right? So let's go back to the slides. All right. So the next thing that I want to get into is this URL display, right? So every resource can have multiple endpoints that get exposed, and every endpoint that gets exposed gets placed into the URL section, and then they just kind of glom up. But there's no real purpose. Like, do you know what the difference between the website on 7039 is, between the website on port 5120 is? Close interaction, you can see it's HTTPS versus HTTP, but really you're not going to know what the difference is between those. So what I like to do, and like this Redis one, I mean, do you ever use those? No. So let's take that and let's clean this up so that we don't have unnecessary URLs hanging out. And we can also change the URL so that they have a descriptive name, right? So you can highlight the ones that really have something and you can give it some purpose. When you hide them, they don't go away. So you can see, like, I have this one home here, but when you go into the properties for your resources, all of the URLs still show up here, right? So you can always go find them. So here's the HTTP one. I gave it a special name so I could identify it. And then the HTTPS one is just home. And these are just hidden so that they only show up over here. So to do this, what you do is you use the with URL for endpoint method call. And that takes in what your endpoint name is and a callback action. So in this case, it's going to pass in a resource URL annotation, which we can then modify. The properties that are most important for this are display text, which allows you to change that link display text value, which defaults to the URL as we showed. You can change the display location. This is where the link is visible. So you've got two options off of the enumeration. It's either summary and details or just details only. So if you do summary and details, then it shows up in your main area as well as in the details, or in the summary and details. It shows up in the details pane, which is your graph, and then the summary pane, which is just the list, and then or details only. And I think I just got those reversed again. But you get the idea. Summary and details in both, details only in the side panel. Display order. This one took me the longest time to find, but it's been great. So what you can do is if you have multiple URLs and you want them to be displayed in a certain order, sometimes because you want people to click on them in that order or because it just makes sense, then you can give each one an order value, and then they're displayed in descending order right to left, right? So, correct. Yes. So here in the sample, a little bit of code, we have the web resource. And I call with URL for endpoint on it. I specify the HTTPS endpoint, and then I get the URL annotation here, and I can just modify the values. I set it to home, I set the display order to 1, and then I say that it's in both the summary and details. And then for the other resources, I'll show you this little tip here, is to hide them all, you can do a with URLs, which just iterates over all of your, in this place, it gives me the context, and then I have access to all of the URLs through the URLs property, and then I iterate over them. And for each one, I just set the display location to details only, and that just kind of hides them all. And you can do that for each resource. You can also add custom URLs. So things that don't show up by default, things that aren't endpoints naturally inside of your resource. So in this case, and I'll show you the app when we go into this demo, but I want to have a URL that goes straight to the dungeon, right? So I can see what it looks like. So I can use the with URL for endpoint. It's a different overload this time, where what we can do is we get a callback that is a function callback. It passes in the resource URL, or passes in the endpoint reference and returns the resource URL notation. So in this case, we say my endpoint, we send it in, we get to do a new resource URL. We set up what the URL is, so I can take the endpoint's URL and just add on to the end of that, the dungeon endpoint, and then set the display text, the display order to 0, and the display location, summary, and details. So that'll make it show up here right next to home, but to the right. All right, so let me go to the demo again. All right, so in my app host, let's bring that up again. Okay, so here you can see I have these quick ones, the with URLs. And then down here, I have the with URL for endpoint for the home and with home HTTP. So I can then add the custom URL. All right. And so now I get /dungeon, right? And let me reset that or restart the app host again. Should be a little faster this time. There we go. Gets it set up. All right, so now here I have home and I have dungeon. And I can open up the dungeon, and this is where my dungeon events are going to show up. So this is a special page. All right, so I'll leave that open. Let's move this out of the way. All right, and whoa, I am running out of time. Gotta move faster. Okay, so let me keep in the demo. The next one, paper cut, is the resource icons. So resource icons are a lot of fun too, because you get to display what the purpose is of your resources rather than displaying what it is. To do that, you can just use a with icon name extension method, and you tell it what the icon is and then the variant of the icon, if it's filled or not. All the icons are going to come out of Fluent. So you just need to use the fluentui.dev. You can go to their icons catalog, and you can see all the different values that are available for Shield Keyhole and put them in. And if I restart that, that'll put those in really fast. And we'll see those in a second. You can actually see they show up over here. All right, now the fun one, custom commands. This is probably my favorite feature in Aspire. I use these all the time because these give me the ability to change the behavior of how things work inside of Aspire. The with command extension method allows you to set these up. So you can pass in what's it called, so it gives you the kind of the Aspire name for it, what the display name is for it, and then the context being sent in as a callback. So this is what the command is actually going to do. And this little sample one here, all I'm really doing is pushing events into my Redis cache, right? So this will enable me to, while I'm developing, extend this application a little bit to push events into the Redis, and then I can see them. And I don't have to, do a whole bunch of stuff in the command line. I don't have to worry about, all, how does Redis work or things like that for new developers. All right, so let me close that. So here I've got one set up. It's just a basic command. It runs. I can reset this. And all right, we have our resources, and then if I go to here, I can see there's my seed dungeon events. I can click that. It says, yay, it succeeded. I go over to dungeon events, and there are 6 events in this list. Go away. All right, so we can see that they popped all of those events in, and it displayed them, got them in. That's awesome, but we can do better, right? So some even better commands. One of the things that you can do is with the with command is you have this option for command options. So you can set what the description is. You can set the icon name. And this is, again, Fluent UI. The icon variants, field, or regular. Is highlighted. Is highlighted is a weird property because what this does is it pops your command into this actions bar right here next to stop. So you can see it show up here, right? So now you don't have to click the ... to go see where your dungeon events command is, it's right here available. And you get 3, so you've got to choose wisely, or you've got to ditch the stop in the other one, which is also possible, but it's a little bit more involved. You can also set up a confirmation message. This is a nice little way of getting some interaction. So it'll prompt you before actually pushing in the events, and it gives you a little bit of interaction. So the way that looks is, as we come into here, let's go to my app host, and now you can see I've got my command options listed in here. I restart the app host. And almost done. There we go. That's started. All right. So go to my monitor. Here we go. I have the upload, and the description shows up as the tooltip. So I can click that. It says, hey, this is going to add some events. Do you want to do that? Sure. And it did it. And I can come in here and refresh this, and there's my 6 events. Sweet. All right. Now, if you want to take commands to the next level after that, what you can do is leverage the interaction service. The interaction service is a preview feature. It's been preview for like 3 or 4 versions. It's really solid. I use it all the time. And what this does is it extends that little, confirmation dialogue message in the command to give you a lot more control over how you interact with a user, whether it's in the dashboard or even through the Aspire CLI for Aspire publish and deploy commands. So it's another level above parameters, etc. So the interaction service is a interface, and you grab the service from your distributed application DI container. So like through DI, you can grab it and inject it, and other places. One of the caveats that you should do is always check is available, because it is a preview feature, unless you turn it on, or it's not by default now. But there are some areas where it might not be available, so you want to make sure you check to see whether it is available before you start using it, and otherwise you're going to get exceptions. The interaction service API, there's 3 main components to it. Prompt message box async, which gives you a modal dialogue with buttons, so just simple interactions. The prompt notification async is a non-modal message bar, so it just pops up and everything continues to run, and then the user can dismiss it. And then the prompt confirmation allows you to confirm and cancel, similar to what that dialogue confirmation did for us. In the dashboard and CLI, we also have the ability to do a prompt inputs async or prompt input. So you can either do a single value input, and you get the option of either a text box, a number box, a Boolean, choices, and not etc. That's pretty much it. Number 2 choice, secret is the other option in here. So, and this screenshot gives you an example of what each of those look like. Choice is the drop down, instance count and application name are text and numbers, respectively, and then the Boolean with a little combo box. The only difference between prompt input async and prompt inputs async is the second one allows you to put in multiples, which generates that screenshot. So the publish and deploy, only prompt input and prompt inputs, not the prompt message box notification confirmation, are available in publish and deploy. And there is a warning that'll get popped into your builds if you use the iInput service, and that's the diagnostic Aspire interaction 001. Because it is experimental and currently can change, and we have to acknowledge that we accept that risk. You can just get rid of that. And so let me switch over to app host, and here I've now modified my command so that it uses, instead of just firing off all of these as a single one, it checks to see if the interaction service is available, which it gets here. So we use our context service provider, get our required service of interaction service. And then down in here, we check, hey, is this available? Then we call prompt inputs, and we create the title, a little description, and these descriptions can be Markdown. There's a custom setting you have to turn on in order to enable that. And then we can supply our list of interaction inputs. In this case, I have this list of presets or some custom one that you can enter in. And then it uses that value and pushes it through to Redis, right? So reset that, and then we can see what this looks like in Aspire. Yay. Okay. Resources. Now I pop this up, and now I've got my dialog box, a blank empty, so I know if I'm selecting one or not. So I can say boss dragon appears. Okay. Click cancel to stop the loop. And then if I come in, refresh, there's my boss dragon. Now I can come back in. And so now this makes it easy for a developer to come in and be able to run additional commands. These could be just about anything that you want. I've done dropping to the command line and firing off things. Maddie showed it in the the keynote, just run and go. You could just run things from here to do anything that you're looking for. I use them mostly for seeding data, right? Because that's probably the one thing that we need to do most often when we're testing this stuff. I was make sure that all of our data is set up the way that we're looking for. All right. Anything new here? No. All right. I did that demo. So now one of the things that lately I did was to extend commands just a little bit further, right? So when we had that command and we had it do the Redis insertion, right? So up here, we have it. We get our Redis connector, right? So we connect to the Redis through the connection multiplexer, through the connection string. All this standard, stuff that you can do in Aspire. We get the connection string, we get a Redis, we get the database, right? So now I got the Redis database, and after all of this other stuff, let me shrink this up. No, not that much, just this much. So down here, we do the list write push async, right? Which pushes this into the Dungeon Events cache, which is where the web front end pulls it out of. Now, this is great, but if I wanted to reuse this functionality, specifically in like end-to-end tests, right? So why wouldn't I want to be able to do that, and have the same functionality in an end-to-end test and in a developer experience? And this is kind of how this evolved for me in the private marketplace. So what we can do is take that and create in our case, a Dungeon Events cache service, which does those things, right? So when we create the service, we can put it into dependency injection, into the containers, and then we have the push events async, which takes in our Redis resource, which allows us to get the database. So there's that Redis.get database call, and then it lists push write push async and does all the stuff for us. Okay, so now when I take a look at my app host, right, I can come down all the way down here. Here's my cache service, right? And it's injected into the builder here. So I just add a singleton, Dungeon Events cache service. This could be a singleton service like this is, or you could use interfaces and do multiples. This is the standard dependency injection stuff. And then in the command, with command here, I get my Dungeon cache service and call, instead of DB, I call Dungeon cache, push events async, and this works exactly the same as it used to. Now, the next step of this is to leverage it inside of tests, right? So I have a test here, that uses the distributed application testing builder, and this loads up my my app host. So it's using this exact same app host to run the tests. So whatever I'm doing in development is exactly what it's going to test in my end-to-end test. Sometimes this is good, sometimes that's not. You can mix and match these, create custom app hosts for it. But this allows me to make sure that whatever I'm end-to-end testing is also what the developers get to see. So here you can see in the app, so after we get the app from the builder, we can say app.services.get required service, grab the Dungeon Events cast service, and set up the test events, use a for each, and push each of those events through. And because of the way this is set up, they're in the Redis cache, so that when I create my HTTP client and I get it, it's automatically going to have all of the events located in there. And then I can just use testing here in VS Code to run my tests. And with something like verify.test, it's going to actually test the actual response from the website, so I can do a full end-to-end test. I'm not testing individual pieces in between here. So this should come up and fail the first time because I haven't updated the snapshot for I got a build error. Oh, that's stupid. Let's stop that demo. Come on, stop. There we go. All right, let's try that again. If this doesn't work, then you'll just have to believe me. What the? Oh, because I need I'm not sure how to fix that. Anyways, believe me, this works. I have a snapshot here that has the entire document, and this has all the content in there so that this test will pass. All right, and thanks. That's the end of my session.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Michael. I'm glad that your demo failed at the end there, because that means it was a bingo square that people can check off if they're playing bingo. No, you're doing the Lord's work.
You know, I thought I was being smart using Git to capture each step along the way, and somewhere along the line I missed one.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. The chat was popping, but not a ton of questions. You actually did a pretty good job explaining it. Damien is coming to deliver my seltzer, so this is very exciting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Michael, favorite feature in 13.2?
Oh, there's too many. Actually, you know what? It's easy. It's the VS Code extension.
Oh,
that is my favorite feature. That you know, as you saw in the demo, I had the dashboard open in VS Code, and that's my biggest pain point right now, is constantly flipping between VS Code and a browser to check out what's going on. Being able just to flip between tabs, chef's kiss.
Well, did you know?
Did you know I was up next, Michael?
That's exactly what Pierce is about to show.
Literally.
No, but I saw it in a demo. I think one of the sessions we did earlier, I saw it and I'm like, where is that? I need that now.
Yeah.
We'll see it in a second.
Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, one question from Andres, who's actually presenting later. What's one thing you think should be added when it comes to customizing the dashboard? And I know you have some of these.
Oh, the list is too long. So for funsies, right now, I know I have a PR open for adding Fluent UI icons into, I think it's the URL section, right? Because that's only text. And you only get so much text before it starts going +1, right?
Yep.
So I'd love to have icons in that section, so I could put like 10 icons in there to be able to rapidly get to various things. Because in like the private marketplace, one of the things that I have is in the developer's environment, I have like 5 custom things that I've developed for the Aspire resources. So the extensions. One of them is for load testing, right? So I use Locust to do load testing. I have a bunch of different load tests that I want to run. So I have custom URLs for each one of those. So every time I have to go and run a load test, it's like go find that URL and run it instead of just click and have it start firing it off and running it. Because the URL does everything, right? It loads up the test, it starts it immediately, and all I have to do then is just open up the dashboard for Locust and take a look at the test and see how the run is going.
I like that. I know you have quite a few PRs open, and I keep telling you that after 13.2, we'll actually start.
Next week there's that
This
one.
week.
There's, what's the other one I just opened
File
up?
picker.
Oh yeah, file picker for the interaction service.
Yep. So
because we upload files to the private marketplace, and I have to put in a path, and then it's got to read it from the disk and all that. I just want to.
Yep. So
Select it, upload it, go.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining.
No problem.
I will see you when I'm back in town, and I'm sure you'll.
Yeah, you're going to come back, and then I'm going to leave. So.
Oh well, then I don't know. Well, I'll see you. But,
we're going to swap spaces in Seattle. So.
Yeah. All right. Talk to you later. It's Pierce time. So Pierce was originally going to do this session alone, but then he was like, I don't know if I can do a session alone. And so now we're using this as a user study.
That's right.
So I'm going to sit here and try not to interrupt you, as I just did.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I'm Pierce. I'm the PM lead for VS Code and GitHub Copilot. Mike's coming closer to my face now. I'm a little short, so
A little short.
you know, got to pull it in. So if you were like, I'm about to go to lunch, it's noon Pacific. I've been watching this stream a couple hours. I'll give you a reason to stay, which is you may see a very, very, very bad demo fail here.
Yes.
Because the promise for this talk is I basically know almost nothing about Aspire. Like almost nothing.
Yeah.
Like Maddie, I think I may have stressed you out a little bit last week because you were like, are you sure you don't need to know anything
It's like,
more?
you can call me.
You can call me, you can text me. And I'm like, no, because in this talk, what we want to do is I want to kind of test out, okay, I don't know anything about this thing, as maybe some of you in the audience don't. How far can I get with GitHub Copilot, VS Code, and Aspire, and get Aspire added to this coloring book app I'm building here? So we're going to give it a go.
We're going to give
it has real disaster potential, but those are the best type of talks.
I know, I'm so excited.
All right. Are we
Share
sharing
screen?
screen? Let's do it.
And you're good.
Okay, so like all apps, the best ones are ones that are close to you, right? And so I have kids, and so they love to color. And I thought, what better than to build a coloring book that's based off like real photos from our life. And so basically how this works is you upload a photo. It uses the OpenAI image generation models to actually generate a coloring book page based off an image I upload. And then I get these coloring canvases, and I can go in and click. Oh, wow, this is good. Like I said, Maddie, we are off to a good start. All right, it helps when your app is running for a demo. All right, there we go. We're loaded in now. All right, so I can come in here, I can color. There's also an iOS and Android companion app that I built for this. But this app has kind of, it's totally vibe coded, right? It has some problems. I really want to get to the point that deploying this is easier. I want observability, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, let's add Aspire. Like I said, I do have, I'm not going to say I have no Aspire experience. I spent the hour plane ride from Utah to Seattle last night playing with it. But outside of that, I basically have no Aspire experience here.
Yeah. About 3 weeks ago, I called you and I said, would you do this for me? Here's a quick demo. And you were like, I guess.
I'm a big we'll do it live person.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how people will actually experience it, right?
It's true.
I mean, you're going to see a lot of super polished, awesome demos today, but you're also like, when you go home and you're like, I want to go try this out, you might experience something like me. So we'll go through it together. Okay. So I'm like, I want to add Aspire to this. So I did go ahead and install Aspire. So I'm going to go ahead and pop open the terminal down here, and we'll go ahead and kill my web app. And I'm just going to run Aspire, and let's see what we got here. Because that's how I would go ahead and figure out how to do this. And so I see kind of what commands I have here. I have add, init, new. In this case, I already have an existing site here. This is a Next.js app. It does use Supabase on the back end. Next API, hits OpenAI, like we already said. So I think init is the right choice here. So we're just going to go Aspire init. Okay, I get two. I'm running the daily build as well. So I get two choices on the language I want to use. I'm going to go ahead with the C# option. I'm a little
retro for you.
I am a little partial to C#. I mean, my history coming to Microsoft is I worked on Xamarin, which has its roots in C# and .NET. And so .NET's super close to me. But I kind of wanted to show, like, since this is already a TypeScript project, right? Let's pick a different stack.
I mean, you're all TypeScript these days anyways. It must be refreshing. A little change of language.
I actually jump into a lot of things. Like, that's the cool thing with AI. Like, I counterintuitively thought, like, oh, well, like, you know, the big languages, including .NET, like, those would be the ones that I spend all my time on. But, like, what I'm actually seeing is, like, I'm exploring a lot of new frameworks like this and stacks that I didn't think I would be exploring, and it works pretty well. Okay, so configure AI agent environments. So we're going to say yes. So we got a skill, a CLI server, a CLI for Playwright, and the Aspire MCP server. So nice little TUI here you got. So this is cool. I have, because I'm working on VS Code, I have to constantly be trying all the agents in this space. So I have like all of the things installed, and it looks like Aspire picked up on that. I have GitHub Copilot, I have OpenCode, and I also have Claude. So we have our agent set up complete. Let's go ahead and see what this did. I think this is pretty cool. Looks like it dropped some skills, Aspire. Here's the Aspire skill. So these skills are read based off this description when I enter a prompt in Copilot. And so if I mention anything Aspire, anything in this description, if the model deems that this description is relevant for my inquiry, it's going to pull in this skill. So this is really cool. It looks like this is kind of like a high-level overview of what's inside Aspire.
Yep.
So we got some details on the CLI, how to use the tools, how to debug things. The thing I like is this skill isn't like ridiculously long. Like, it's not like, some people are like, I need a 50,000 line markdown of my entire doc set as a skill. And you're like, no, you do not.
No, you
right?
do not. No, you do not.
That's going to go terrible for you.
We've actually talked about, I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but like doing multiple different skills for multiple different things. So
It
like
is,
having a
yeah.
deployment specific skill and like,
I mean, it's worth trying. I mean, we try a lot of different things in our evals. It's tricky, right? If you have more skills, then that can be good because you're breaking up the token use amongst all these things. But it can also be bad because you're basically introducing additional latency into every turn if it has to fetch additional things. So there's trade-offs, right? Just like any software engineering thing. Okay, so we have a skill. So in theory, I'm thinking it should know about Aspire.
Yeah.
Right?
It should.
So we just initted, and let's see what we got down here. We got a little app host. And I'm just going to start off with like, what is this Aspire app host? I have no idea. And what does it do? And I am an agent. Like, there is an ask mode also as well, where I could come in and ask questions. But I found for me, like, the agent can basically not write code if I ask it not to. Like in this case, I was just asking very clearly a question. And so you can see it went and read that Aspire skill because I asked about that. It's generating some reasoning text. It's looking at the files that Aspire put on disk, and it's going to give me an answer. So it says that this is empty. I think that's accurate. I haven't added anything to this.
That is accurate.
We got a builder, 5 lines of code, 6. You got to delete that. I always get annoyed when that inline kills me whenever it's generated.
Hold
okay,
on,
so we
put
have
in my notes.
Yep. Start writing down a markdown doc. Okay. Or when you're done, you could download YouTube transcript, have it cut up, and auto generate notes.
What are they paying me for?
I ask myself that every day. All right, so it's going off and trying to run this, which is fine. But I'm going to go in, and I think what I actually want is, my understanding is like this is like my app topology, right? So like I want to go in, and I'm just going to start a new chat, and I'm going to say like, hey, let's add my Next.js app, the OpenAI endpoint, and the Supabase endpoint to this Aspire app host. And let's see what models we got. So we got an Auto, Opus, Sonnet 4.6, 5.3 Codex, and 5.4. I'm going to go 5.4.
Okay. I
like trying out new things.
Okay.
I have been self-hosting on Opus a decent amount. I love Opus for really high intelligence tasks, but I feel like for this sort of like iterative thing where it's like, I really don't think I'm asking like that complicated a thing. It's probably OP. I mean, it'll do the job, but it's just like, you're going to have to wait more because it's a very intense reasoning model, right?
Yeah. Opus is chatty.
It is.
I kind of like that.
Yeah. And all these models have their own personality,
Let's
right?
cook, fam.
Oh yeah. I got to show you this. So,
since when? Because I saw it said bribing the hamster and I was like, clearly I'm hallucinating.
Yeah. Pierce has some sort of crazy build. Okay. So while that's doing that, we'll jump back to the chat in a second. I'm going to come over at the risk of doing something very scary. I'm going to share my settings.
That's horrifying.
So you can set this setting, chat.agent.thinking.phrases. And so you can append the phrases we have. In this case, I have replace set. And you can see I have happy coding, let's cook fam, and bribing the hamster as my custom phrases. So the Outlook team reached out to me recently, and they have a whole bunch of, in their Outlook code base, you can set VS Code settings in the works, .VS Code settings JSON. So you could have a whole bunch of Aspire specific.
Oh my God. Could we pull it in through our extension?
Yeah, you should be able to do that. So you need to go set a whole bunch of
Adam, if you're listening,
custom Aspire stuff.
It's gonna just
Aspirify the entire workspace.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's like one of those features that we talked about, and we're like, in a world where you have so many things that actually have like real business of value, like a customer or developer is asking, you're like, but what we really need to do is these thinking phrases.
The delighters.
The delight needs to be there in development. Okay, so I'm going to scroll back up and kind of see what's happening here. So we got an empty app host. Yep. We have environment variables. Okay, we got some environment variables here. It's got the runtime state. And I'm scrolling down a little bit, and you can see, I think it's starting to inspect this Aspire thing a little bit more.
I noticed it used both the generic docs CLIs you have installed, and then it used the docs MCPs you have installed, and then it used the Aspire CLI indexed docs, which we also have, which will point to the slugs for things, so it can just look it up itself.
So there's like so that's a good thing. So I should tell it, what's the recommended thing? I should tell it to use the CLI.
Yeah, it's in the skill. I told it the skill.
Make sure you use the CLI to fetch any docs you need on Aspire. So you can also come in here, and I can steer. So I'll click this little drop down, and I'll go steer. And so this is, I do also a lot of asynchronous partnership with the model where I'm just fire and forgetting for sure. But like when I have kind of a synchronous partnership with the model like we have right here, and I notice it kind of going in a direction, or I think it needs a hint. Previously you had to like stop and like, send a message, which was kind of disruptive. What steering does is like, when you notice it not going the right direction, basically the next tool call opportunity the agent gets is going to inject that message. Versus like, if I was to stop and send, it's treated as a new kind of user message situation. So that's steering. There's also queuing. So if I'm like, I already know the next 5 things I want to do, you can go ahead and queue those up. So if you want to go take that bio break, go get some lunch, scroll Instagram.
I see.
You can go ahead and queue up your next prompts. Now, it can be a little dangerous, right? Because you don't know what the agent's going to produce in turn 1, and you're predicting like 5 turns down the line.
Yes.
But if you have like a relatively like scope thing, it can be helpful. Okay, so we're getting things in here.
Oh boy.
Let's see how scary this is.
This is scary.
Okay, so it linted this and said there's nothing wrong, but we'll find out together if that's actually true or not. So this is interesting. I have the JavaScript package here. For some reason.
It added all your API keys as parameters, which is nice.
Yeah, so basically I'm not going to open my .env, but all these values are defined in my .env. So what does that do with Aspire?
So the one that's in there, add parameter from configuration, means it's going to read it from an existing configuration set. So that's an env or an app settings JSON or whatever. But you can also just do generic parameters, which aren't handled in files at all. And those store into like a secret file in your user profile. So they can't even be accidentally committed to source. And they get hash and everything. It's actually super cool.
Accidentally commit my keys to source. It would never happen to me. That's why I actually like using services where I can like preload credits, because I'm like, if I really mess up here, I have capped my mistake at $10, $20, whatever, versus like I leak like one of our production secrets for VS Code or something, right? It's a little scary to think about. So I like not having to, when I hear don't worry about your secrets, this makes me have much more confidence as a developer.
And it gives a good like onboarding experience. If I were just to clone your repo, it would be like, hey, these parameters are missing. Go get them from this link. And then I can go, and instead of me like messaging you and being like, I need a blank env file to fill out.
That's right, actually. Okay, wait, so how does it share? I'm confused. How does
it doesn't.
Okay.
I still have to get my own, but it saves it to my user secrets.
Oh,
so it's hidden.
Oh, I see.
And you can do these like markdown walkthroughs basically. They're like, all right, you need an OpenAI key. Go to openai.com/key or whatever. Yeah. You can do links and I don't know.
But that's honestly like my biggest pain point. Even like transferring this between projects, I like will send the ENV to myself across different, like my desktop, my laptop, my other laptop, right? So let alone a team setting. So yeah, like that's one of my big challenges. I wish there was like, I guess there is a service. It's called Key Vault where you can just throw everything in.
Yes,
and
we have
load
an
it.
integration. A
Maybe
Key Vault integration.
Maybe I should be
in
using
preview.
Key Vault.
It's been in preview for about 2 years, but
Okay.
now is the time that we finish it.
This
is cool.
Things are happening. So the cool thing about the agent is basically a loop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just basically using the prompt and the tools it's given and looping until the agent has determined, in this case, the model has determined that it is done with whatever I asked it at the beginning.
Okay.
And so it's iterating over its own output. So we got some stuff here. It says, okay, we updated the app host. We use the CLI. It's error-free. So let's actually, yes, I want to wire the app host to load value. So 1, yes, 2, not yet. And then 3, not yet.
Not yet.
So let's keep it simple and just get something running.
So it's going to load your from an end, like using .end, because it's just code. So it can do whatever, which is very cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm learning. This thing about Aspire is like, I don't have to change how, like, as a TypeScript developer, I work. I have these ENV files. I don't have to go do something different, right? Aspire knows that it's, a TypeScript stack and does the right things. That's pretty neat to me.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like to the point about the agent iterating over its own output here, sometimes it's having some failures and stuff, and that's totally normal. Just like as a developer, I make mistakes, and it's basically taking those and going in and improving things. So it's going and doing what I want here. We have some more updates coming in. So then it's going to go ahead and restart that Aspire app, and let's see what we get. And I'm just doing a quick time check. We're already at 22.
You're fine. You have till 12:35.
Okay.
Because we started 5 minutes late.
All right. So, okay. So we got a dashboard. Great. Let's see if this puppy is running. No.
What is this? Why is this a tab?
So you can come in here and you can go open integrated browser. And this is our new Chromium-based browser. We actually have bundled inside of VS Code.
Oh, wow.
And you can actually
A
even
web view and a web view?
a web view and a web view. And you can even share this with the agent. So the agent can actually drive kind of navigation of your site. It looks at all the stuff that dev tools can look at. You can take screenshots, right? So you can do things like, okay, add this feature, then validate that feature actually works. So it'll boot an integrated browser. It'll take screenshots. Then if you're more of an output or outcome driven person with agents, you can just go in, boom, 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 let me review these screenshots. Did it do what I want?
Yeah.
Right. So it actually is quite simple. Okay. So we're just going to do Aspire start and see what we end up here with. Aspire start.
Aspire start. Nice.
Things are happening, I
Nice.
think.
The extension's cooking.
Oh.
I would open it in the external
Boom.
repository.
That's okay. All right. Unresolved parameters. So I'm going to just come over here and I'm already noticing this. So I'm just going to fire that off to the agent.
Yep.
And then let's see what else we got. So we got this little dashboard here. Bump up the zoom a little bit. So it added my web project. We have OpenAI. We have Supabase it's waiting for, which Supabase is already deployed.
Oh, so it probably doesn't know where the key is.
It doesn't know where the key is. Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like, again, if I jump in the logs, this is cool. It can see, okay. Yeah. So I guess that's related to the error here is that it's not actually reading my secrets right now. Yeah, exactly. And of course I haven't configured traces, structured metrics, whatever those are yet.
Oh, it looks like it's restarting.
It's booting again. So let's see what's happening. I'm going to jump back over to VS Code.
Restarting the app host now. All right.
They're now resolved.
Whoa.
All right, let's see. Oh.
Oh.
Did I kill it?
No, it's okay.
Mm.
Oh, if you rotate Aspire start again, did the dashboard change?
Shouldn't have.
Yeah, that's weird. Sometimes it gets a little overzealous if it thinks it's in a work tree and it will run it and isolate it. Oh, now it just won't start.
No, it just won't start.
Bro.
Oh, now we're started. Okay, one of those background terminals we fired up earlier is probably resolving.
Yes.
Okay, here's our coloring book app.
That's so cute.
It has all the makings of a vibe coded app with these gradients.
It does. It really
It's
does.
like, how did you know I vibe coded this? You would have never known.
There's gradients everywhere. Everything has margins on the side.
Oh yeah, how could you tell this is vibe coded? So let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so I have a zoom bug I need to fix there clearly. Okay, but this is cool. Okay, so we're going in, we have console. Okay, so now let's go ahead and I want to say add open telemetry integration. So I see metrics rolling in, as well as, what was the other thing in this dashboard? Traces.
Yeah, traces.
Traces sound cool.
Yep.
So I'm going to show off something else, which is I can come in here within agent, and you can see here I have different types of agents I can use, but I also have this drop down, and I can come over here and select autopilot. So what this is actually going to do, you saw like prematurely, perhaps my agent ended earlier because the model just determines it's done.
Yeah.
So autopilot is basically being like, I want you to keep doing the thing and make sure you did the thing, by the way, until I'm confident you did the thing. So this is like BT dubs, my go-to whenever I'm like about to step away from my desk, is like run autopilot, because I know the tool permissions will be approved.
Right.
I know it's going to be forceful and prompting. Like basically the model will stop and then we'll say, are you really sure?
Yeah.
You kind of are gaslighting the model in a way. You're like,
No,
are
so
you
true.
actually sure that you're done right now?
So true.
So that's basically how that works.
What is the difference between that and YOLO mode?
So YOLO mode is just approving all of the tools.
Okay.
So so autopilot is all the tool approvals that we just
Mhm.
mentioned. So you don't have to worry about like clicking. And I already actually had YOLO mode approved, which is why I didn't have any tool approvals so far. And autopilot is basically that plus, hey, I want you to be extra forceful with the model about making sure you're really done. So what we see is basically the model has a tendency to stop early.
Yeah.
And so this is just yet another mechanism to make it keep going and make sure it does what you want. I would say almost always this produces better outputs. The main risk, besides tool approvals being on by default with this mode, is you can sometimes, because you're gaslighting the model, you can sometimes gaslight it to do things that you actually didn't even want it to do, right? Because if you just keep, if it thinks it's done and you're like, are you sure? And then you're like, are you really actually sure? And you just keep doing that, then the model may actually just hallucinate and invent something. So with all AI things, right, it's not deterministic, and there's trade-offs to different strategies.
Yeah.
So that is a risk with autopilot. But in this case, I haven't done a plan, but if I went in and built like a highly structured plan in plan mode with Copilot inside of VS Code, it's less likely to try and fill in gaps, right? Because I've already gone and done the structured thought exercise with the model. Then I give that to the model in autopilot. That's typically my workflow.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing I would never do with autopilot is I don't really feel the confidence in AI models yet to let it just, without my supervision, touch infra.
Oh,
Like prod
Oh,
infra.
yeah.
So like in this case, we're doing stuff all locally, right? But like if I have the Azure MCP and I'm working on something, like I built a Slack bot the other day that's basically a semantic search over our doc set in Slack. Okay, that's wired up to Azure. Anytime I'm doing anything infrastructure related, right, I'm making sure that I'm not in autopilot. And if I do want to run autopilot, I can still do that, but I disable the Azure tools.
Oh,
because,
smart.
Yeah, my perspective is like the worst that will happen is like it just messes up my project locally. Okay, commits are free. I can always roll back, right? So that's the amazing thing about Git. I have hooks in this project, so it's auto committing every single change. Literally worst case, I'm just rolling back, right? Yeah. Even if the agent theoretically destroyed my entire project, the really cool thing about agents is they have all the history of all their past tasks, right? So you can basically ask it to revert what it just did.
That's super cool.
Okay, so we're going in and we're adding some OTel. We're OTeling it up. And this is cool. It's like looking at the docs. It's searching for things. I'm just scrolling back up a bit and kind of reviewing a little bit of what it did. Okay, so we did do an Aspire doc search.
Nice. Love
so
that.
this is pretty cool. Like, one thing I'm noticing, like as someone very familiar with AI things, but not very familiar with Aspire, is you and the team have done a great job really giving the agent the tools it needs to be successful, right? There's the MCP server, there's the CLI, which in many instances is better than the MCP server because you don't have to configure tools and things like that. And these agents are already really, really good at using CLIs.
Yeah, they really are. We kept joking. We lucked into having a CLI because like a year ago, we were like, we're going to build a CLI. We should do it.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, we were like, thank God.
Well, it's one of those things of like, when you're building product, right, you don't always fully recognize the choice you're making when you make it, right? And sometimes you luck in and sometimes you're unlucky because of the choices you made. But like, especially in AI, things change so fast, right? Like 6 months ago, MCP, it's like, if you're not doing MCP, what are you even doing
Yes,
with your life? But now it's like, oh, CLIs are back. But Aspire gives me both, so I can pick what I want. But the cool thing about the Aspire CLI, it seems, is it's really giving the agent everything it needs to be successful. Okay, so it doesn't know how to do something. Okay, well, we have a skill. It tells it how to use the CLI. The CLI can then look up docs.
Yep.
Right, I was talking with David right before this about that. Okay, great. So we have the context problem solved. Then what's the other problem? Okay, it writes some code, it knows how to do something. How does it actually validate its changes? Of course, we can check, okay, linter, does it compile? Right? That's a very low bar. Okay, but now Aspire can actually run my app. It outputs logs. The agent could read said logs. It can iterate over the output. And then I'm imagining once I have this app running, I can also use the CLI to reach into the logs and stuff and actually do things based off of that. So we're probably going to run out of time here, but I wanted to show that off. So let's see.
We have a few more minutes.
We have a few more minutes. We'll let it cook. I mean, I'm noticing to the point about like asynchronous partnership with the model, like as we have these longer runtimes and it's less synchronous partnership with the model, you really do kind of have multiple things you want to work on at once. So like in the case of VS Code, right, I can come back to this main sessions view, and this shows all of my sessions I have going on at once. I can run multiple sessions at the same time. We also have built like a ton of custom UI inside of VS Code to really help monitor all of your chats. So you can see here, I can come in here and I can see I have in progress chats up here. I can also filter, right? I can see all my things over here. I can click into this title bar. I don't even know if you knew you could do this, Maddie. Click right here, boom.
Whoa.
I can come in here, I can see all my sessions.
Whoa.
Yep.
Since when?
Yeah.
How do you
so you can see when I started.
Shift P to be in the middle of the screen like that?
You can drag it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, literally just drag it. Go do it right now.
Oh my God. There's too many features.
There is too many features. So we have kind of some quick stuff, but then if you come in here, we're on local. If I go
oh my God. I just dragged it.
It's way better there, right?
With so much
it's kind of obvious in retrospect we should have done it long ago, but I'm glad it's there. It's been there maybe 6 months or so. But it's a classic example of one of many VS Code features that people just don't know about, right? So to run multiple things at once, I came in here, I went Copilot CLI, right? And I can also come in here and I can run in a work tree.
Yeah.
And so basically what this is going to enable is I can work on 5 different things at once, each in its own isolated context, right? So just as commits are free, I mean, tokens aren't actually free, but your time, it's really quite good to kick off multiple things at once.
Right.
If I was doing this, and maybe I should have done this for my demo, sometimes what I'll actually do if I want to do something is I'll say, I'll go into plan mode, I'll plan what I want to do. Yeah. Maybe I should have done that. I would have gotten better results with this. But then what I'll do is I'll actually take that plan and I'll give it to 4 different agents, same prompt. Ooh. And you get the different results with each one because LLMs are non-deterministic. Yeah. And then you can actually go in and say, rather than doing the thing of, like we're doing now, one partnership with one model. Okay, now I'm having to constantly prod it. It doesn't do what I want. By doing 3 or 4 at a time, you're kind of increasing the likelihood that one of those agents is going to give you exactly what you want. Yeah. And in the case of something smaller but very well scoped, also, like, say you're doing UI, you will get different UI. And often I'll may run all of them and I'll say like, oh, I like this piece. I like that piece. I want to take both of those and make a new prompt that's like all of these things combined into one. And so this variance workflow is actually pretty cool. So this is how I prototype on VS Code as a PM, by the way.
Okay.
Because like, honestly, like we have an idea, we go build it, and like I'll self-host, I'll generate 4 or 5 of them. I'll pick the best one and I'll basically spend time with that build all day.
Yeah.
And so awesome. Then I'll be like, this is better, this is not better. Yeah. So let's come back over here. Okay.
And we did build in like custom stuff to the Aspire CLI for running isolated across work trees.
That's
so that
awesome.
You have no port conflicts.
Wait, so if I was running 3 Aspire, 3
for the same app, it would work.
See, this is what I mean when I say like Aspire. I was telling David before this talk, like last night, I was like, I think Aspire might be the most AI native dev framework.
I did screenshot that message and send it.
Yeah, you need to put that in like one of your reviews because, I actually think like we think a lot about human DevX and that's still very important, but like agent DevX is a real thing, right?
Agent DevX is human DevX. If your agent can't figure out what it's doing, then you just get mad at the agent. And then it writes bad code that you have to fix.
That's right. I mean, even things like the doc search, right? It's like, I wish I had this. Like, I think we all have had experiences with searching docs where it's like, doesn't give you what you want, right? So yeah, like, I think this is a really cool thing about Aspire is it kind of does have all the building blocks I actually want in working with a framework these days. And especially, I'm already seeing like if I combine this with Playwright or things like that, like all the powerful combinations I can do.
Yeah.
Because you could basically build, it can inspect my app. I can build basically my own feedback loop where I'm like, anytime you see a load time over this, I want you to just go fix it, right? And you could build skills and stuff for this that basically go do oh no, we got a lot of edits in here.
That's good. That's good.
We're gonna see what's happening. I think we might get open telemetry in a second. But yeah, like this is the really cool thing about Aspire in my admittedly very limited time with it so far.
Yeah. And it's cool because this is just a Next.js app, right?
Yep.
Which like you npm run dev this. It's not a particularly difficult.
Yep.
You're not doing Docker Compose stuff, and you don't have like 8 different languages.
Yep.
But the Aspire DevX is already like adding to this.
Yes.
And then the OTel stuff with the dashboard is kind of the cherry on top. But just having the Aspire agent and having this be like quote Aspirified with the parameters and stuff, it can just solve problems for you.
Yeah, I mean. This is kind of what I was thinking as I saw this is like, of course, I'm not like maybe the typical use case for Aspire where I have this super polyglot stack. I need to stitch it all together. I have this crazy deployment topology. But like even getting this all under one kind of DevX, I think is super powerful.
One entry point, right? Like,
all
right. It's verifying.
It's verifying. And then we probably need to wrap up because I'm at 36.
That's okay. It's okay. Andres is here waiting, but we will.
I'm really hoping I get the aha moment.
Yeah, me too. And if not, we'll just tweet about it.
That's right.
Launch will help clarity. It just said that's so cute.
Yeah. The other thing I'm noticing is like the CLI outputs are going to a file, which is really nice because basically if you were throwing all this directly back into the agent context, it can get extremely polluted. So, all right.
Okay.
We got an Aspire start. Let's see.
Let's cook, fam.
I want to see what's going on here.
It might be conflicting with itself, but that's okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's up.
It's up. All right, hold on. This is the problem with presenting is you run like such a high zoom. What? Wait, what?
There was a hamburger menu.
Where's a hamburger?
If you squish it back.
I don't want to.
Hamburger menu.
Oh, hamburger menu.
Yeah.
All right, so let's pop open this puppy.
Okay.
I feel like I'm like, man. That's okay. I'll get the agent to keep iterating on it. It's probably still working actually. But yeah, I mean, I think this is already pretty cool. Like I basically knew nothing about Aspire. We use the skill.
Probably go into the structured logs and see if they pop up already.
Mm.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. We got some traces.
At least it's
you
failing.
can see we're getting the error telemetry at least rolling through.
There's the aha moment.
We got it.
It errored.
Yeah,
which
it
is
happened
again on the bingo board if you're playing along. So, oh my goodness, Pierce, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That was not actually as stressful as I thought it would be.
No,
watching as a PM, watching someone use your stuff and not being able to like do it like this is very scary.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I think the interesting thing as well is like with these agents, like every single time that someone starts one of these things, the agent, because it's not deterministic, is going to do something different, right? So yeah, no, this is super fun. I'm going to have to keep playing with this and get this all deployed.
Yeah.
And then I am very excited about my idea of like this self-improving agent loop of like, just go in, see the logs where we're doing poorly, go fix them. Oh, we have more things coming in.
There you go. It's testing it.
Yep.
I love that. Oh my gosh.
Brilliant.
Right. Pierce, it's been a pleasure. You can just sit here and smile.
Okay, I'll just awkwardly smile while you while you drive towards the next session.
Yeah, because then we're time for us to go eat.
Yep.
Yum, yum, yum. Andres, how are you doing?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I'm doing great. What about you guys?
Nice to see you. Andres is about to do like IoT end-to-end testing stuff with Aspire.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
He's like a student.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. People are making faces at us through the door.
I never know if that's good or bad. I'm assuming that's bad when they
I don't know. Andres, you ready for me to share your screen and we're just gonna jump into it?
Yeah.
All right. If you need anything at any point, just holler. I'll be listening.
Okay.
I'll be eavesdropping.
I might need your help because I think I just messed up my whole testing suite.
See ya.
Oh, we got another. All right, I'm out.
Get out. Can you Command Shift Plus or Control Plus?
Oh wait, I think I know what happened. I think I just destroyed my volumes by mistake. Wait.
Yeah, zoom that bad boy in though. That's way too unzoomed.
So you want me to zoom in a little bit more?
Yeah, nice.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna let you roll. You call me if you need help.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, hi guys. So like Maddie said, I am a student currently and a software developer. And I'm here to show you guys a little bit of what integration testing looks like. There is something that I saw that someone was presenting. Michael was presenting the dashboard and how to make it super customizable. and he presented something that I haven't done in my integration test. And it's essentially like being able to run the commands inside of integration testing. I didn't know that was a thing, so I owe you guys that one. I don't have that currently. But yeah, so what I'm gonna be showing is, like I said, the integration testing. Now, what's great about Aspire is that it just helps so much when it comes to development, deployment, and integration testing, or testing environments as a whole. So what I want to talk about first is, first of all, what Aspire does for us when it comes to the development and this application, and when it comes to production, how it helps us like deploy the application and stuff like that, and how it helps us like test the application as a whole. So currently we have the Aspire app host that you guys can see here. This essentially entails your whole development story, your deployment story, and your testing story. So currently, as you guys can see, I'm using the Azure Container App environment here. So I'm basically saying, hey, this app is going to have one environment, which is going to be the container application in Azure. So currently, this is, like I said, it's entailing what's going to happen in production. Now, what I love about Aspire as a whole is that it just shows the story of both deployment and development. So currently, if you guys go here, you can see that I'm using add Azure Postgres flexible server. This, what it says is that I want to add a Postgres server in Azure, but I want to do it using the Azure specific Postgres. So in other words, it's better than just deploying a Docker container to the cloud and hosting it on Azure, because Azure by default has a way of deploying Postgres. So as you guys can see here, we're basically telling the story of how we're going to deploy this application. And here we're telling the story on how we're going to develop the application. Now, as you guys can see, we have custom commands, which I wish I would have added them in the integration testing that I'm going to be showing you guys in a little bit. But currently this custom command, all it does is that it drops the database. I don't think we need to test that out that much. It's just for development. So yeah, as you guys can see, we have the databases here. And we have the seeder. Again, like I said, Aspire pretty much tells the story of both development and production. So here we're saying, hey, I have a seeder project, which is going to be a C# project, which seeds all the deployment data. So deployment data often just means migrations from EF Core. When it comes to development, we seed the development data as a whole. So maybe an admin user, maybe some sensors. So like Maddie said, what we're doing here is that we're adding a lot of sensors and integrating with sensors. We have three types of sensors that get data from the water and send it to this platform. We have sensors that get data from air and air pollution and all of that, and it sends it to the platform. And we also have some sensors that they measure how much it's raining in certain parts of where we have those sensors. So currently, we need for development, that's a lot of data that we kind of don't want to always have to create in development. So we have a seeder that seeds all the data for us. But of course, in production, we want this seeder to run as a container app job. So we just want this thing to run once and we don't know about it later again. So that's going to be the seeder as a whole. And like I said, I truly love about Aspire is that this is telling the story of both development and deployment. Now, if we go to here, this is something that you can truly do it in a better way. But currently what I'm doing is that if we're running in the testing environment, which I'm going to show in a second, right now I'm just talking about deployment and development. But if we're running in the testing environment, we're going to seed the data of the tests. And you guys are going to see what that means in a second. Here, we're basically passing by the JWT token secrets, which in the development, it just grabs it from a app.settings.json or app.settings.json. And in production, if you guys go here, you can see that I'm using Azure Key Vault to get all those sweet secrets. So again, here we're basically saying the story of both development. Hey, in development, we're going to run this as a container or as a C# project. But in deployment, we're going to run this as an Azure container application. What's beautiful about this is that you can also tell a little bit more about the infrastructure that's going to happen in deployment. So currently we have a min amount of replicas that's going to be 1. So we never want to scale down to 0 for several reasons, and I can explain them why in a second. And we want to scale up to 2 containers. The reason why we use 2 containers instead of just having 1 here is because we usually prefer having an extra container while the other container the provisions. So while the other container is getting destroyed or it has the old changes, we are going to boot up a new container and it's going to, migrate all the users that are in one connection to the other. Now, this is the ingestion worker. Basically, we have pool-based sensors. We have a lot of sensors that send data to our server, but we also have sensors that we need to retrieve the data themselves. So we have an ingestion worker that just gets the data. But as you guys can see, something that people don't really know about is that Aspire is also great when it comes to running monolith applications. So this is a monolith. Sure, we have like 4 databases, and the app is pretty much structured like a modular monolith, but we're just running a monolith at the end of the day. So this is beautiful. When it comes to, this is just Aspire, and this is what people know about Aspire. But what not a lot of people know about Aspire is that this tells you the story of deployment, development, but it also tells the story of testing environment. So back in the day with Aspire, what you need to do to basically like do integration testing in C# was that you had to, for example, if you need a Postgres database, you had to boot up the Postgres database and do that manually, like saying, oh, okay, I need a Postgres database. Oh, hey, I need an Azure Service Bus emulator. Let me boot it up. Okay, I need a Redis container. I need to boot it up. So you have to do everything manually. But like I said, this is Aspire, and Aspire just has the app host, which entails basically deployment, development, and also testing. So we're going to go very, very quickly to the testing fixture in itself. And this is where it gets very, very fun. So back, like I said, back in the day, what you would need to do is that you would need to boot up all your services. So you would need to boot up all your containers. You would need to say, hey, I need a Postgres database in a Docker container. I need a Redis container that runs whenever this application runs. I need my Cedar to run. I need my app to run. And then I need to somehow boot up all the dependency injections to actually test my environment. But here in Aspire, you can do it super simple, like in a very, very simple manner. What you do is that you just create an app host. You do await for the create async app host. You have a reference to your application app host. And what you do is that you start running the app host. What this does is that in the background, it runs all of this as if it was development. So it obviously is not going to use a Azure's Postgres flexible server for testing environment. So it runs all of this as just development. So if we go here, we're going to see that we're just setting up the app host. You can do very cool stuff here. Like I'm setting the environment name here. I think you can set another environmental variable by doing something different here, but I just did the environment name because it was just a little bit easier for me. And in this case, what I want to do is that I want to set this environment name to testing. And then my Cedar, as you guys can see, I'm passing the environment name, or I'm saying, hey, Cedar, I'm running you, but I'm running you from a testing environment. So I need you to seed a lot of testing data that I do not want in deployment and development. So as you guys can see here, I'm also going to be saying, hey, I want to run the portal, which is the monolith application. I want to run it, and I want to await this portal. And Aspire, what it does by default is that you have the wait for keyword. But by running the app host in itself, you're not waiting for those things. You're just waiting for the app host to run. So we're just going to wait for this application to finish configuring. Now, obviously, this application has a lot of different wait fors. So actually, I don't have any. I do. So currently, this application waits for the Cedar, but the Cedar waits for all the databases, and the databases wait for the Postgres. So it's a lot of waiting. So what I'm doing is that I'm just waiting for the monolith in itself, and that's it. We're pretty much done. Now we're going to get the connection strings to all our databases, or at least the ones we're mocking. I believe I am missing one database, the identity database. Wait, no, the sensors database. for some reason. So we're just getting the connection string for the databases. This might be for, usually this is integration testing for database access directly, which we're not doing a lot of. We're mainly integrating with HTTP-based integration test. So as we go down here, we're going to go and create the domain services provider, which is going to be all the services that have database access. So as you guys can see, I'm seeding. This is not seeding I used to seed all the data here in this project. Currently, we're not seeding the data anymore. What we did is that the seeder now runs and it makes sure that the seeding data that the testing environment needed is just seeded. So I need to change the name of this thing. It should be get seed data instead of seed async. But yeah, so here we're going to create the HTTP clients. And as you guys can see, it's very, very bare bones. Like, it's very nice. It's very clean. You're not saying, hey, I need a Docker container for Postgres. Hey, I need a Redis container. You're not saying all of that. You're just booting up your app host and letting everything just work it out. And then what I do here is that I log in as an admin user so that I can. So currently, we have a little bit of a complicated workflow when it comes to creating sensors. We first need to get an account in our system, then we need to join an organization in our system, and then we can create a sensor. So we're doing all of that by just logging in as an admin user. And then we can go directly into the integration testing that I have here. So let's go into the integration testing of the sensor health, for example. So before going into the testing themselves, I don't know why I have this. Let me just, yeah. So a little bit of context of the application. Basically, our app, what it does is that it has a lot of sensors around in the United States. Currently, we support Puerto Rico only, but those sensors basically report to our application, and we don't really care that much if the sensors are sending data. Of course, we do care if they send data, but what we care about in the system the most is that if a sensor didn't send data, it needs to send an alert ASAP. So it needs to tell us, hey, the data, we did not receive any data. I need an alert right now from X sensor. So we have a lot of integration testing here when it comes to sensors and their health status. So here, this is just basic integration testing, trying out the endpoints just in case I break it at some point, which is very unlikely. Here we get the health status of a sensor. And as you guys can see, this is super easy. Like, this is super nice, super simple. We're just getting a sensor or creating async. We put the name of the sensor. Usually I'm using name of sensor, and the name of sensor is going to be the name of the method in itself. That way, I'm not receiving data from another integration test that's running on parallel or something like that. And as you guys can see, I'm just using all the HTTP clients from my modules. So Aspire just boots everything up for you, and you can pretty much just integrate everything just as simple as this. We get the credentials, we create the configs for a sensor, and then we check that the configs exist. Just in case for a little bit of context, I'm going to show you guys really, really quickly that I have the modules themselves. And for example, sensors has an application.client. This is where all the HTTP clients live. So in case you guys see some sensor health HTTP client, this comes from this module in itself. It's not that I am making it up here in the, how do you say this, in the testing project in itself. The only things that I'm making in the testing project is very few mocking things like the get or create async, which is, it's here in the testing project, but this is just for storing testing data. Now, what makes all of this extremely nice is that tomorrow, if I want to integrate with Redis, for example, I want to add some testing to Redis, and I also want to deploy something with Redis, I just go here, I create my Redis container, and that's it. My tests are now going to have access to Redis. My application is going to have access to Redis, and everyone's very much happy when it comes to this. Now, some of this stuff, like, there's not a lot to show. This is just integration testing. You guys can read the code. It's going to make a little bit of sense, but it's just integration testing, just making sure that we get the health status and stuff like that. but I want to show you guys a few cool things about Aspire. And I think that the beautiful part about Aspire is not that it's just for deployment or for development or for testing, it's that it's for all three of them. So currently, I have some C# scripts up here. This is the devices that you basically get the .NET affected from. Actually, what this does is that it gets all the services that were affected basically by whatever changes I just did and I just committed to GitHub. It gets all the affected services and then it deploys them, because Aspire now has a very, very nice API, which you basically do Aspire do deploy, and then you put your resource name. So for example, EcoCoral, which is one of my resources, and that basically deploys only this. So I just deleted that. Okay. So basically, you guys can get very creative with this new inline coding that you can do. How do you call this? The single file-based applications in C# that are new. You can create scripts that are like, they just get all the things that were affected. They do some mappings, which I have here. And they basically deploy all the services that were affected using Aspire do deploy. And that makes deployment super fast and stuff like that. So at least when it comes to that, Aspire, this is literally like, what, 100 lines of code, Aspire? 80 lines of code of Aspire that basically entail your testing environment, your deployment environment, and your development environment. So I'm going to try running the .NET test. I don't know if this is going to work, because I made a change. And I basically made it so that the authentication mechanism for the Postgres databases are completely different now. I am no longer using required password. But as you guys can see, it's building up all the Blazor stuff. It's building up all the paginations, all the common libraries that I have. And let me see. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, in development, you don't really give a JWT authentication key. I think it might be working. Okay, let me stop this for a second. Let me make sure that the app runs in the first place. So let's run the app. I'm going to show you guys. Honestly, right now, all I have is the custom command for dropping databases, and that's it. Let me make sure the app runs. So we're going to go here. Okay, so the application is running. Oh, interesting. So let me just quit this application then and do .NET testing. Okay, so as this goes by, oh, this is one of the logs. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think I changed the whole. Oh wait, this worked. Whatever. But yeah. So definitely integration testing became super, super easy and simple when it comes to Aspire, because right now you don't need to boot up all those containers one by one. You just boot up one container and then you're good to go. Not one container, the app host in itself. Let me see if it ran. Huh. Application failed. I do not know why Postgres is just failing on me all of a sudden. Actually, Maddie, have you seen this before? Or
I have not, but that's pretty funny.
Is it funny? The thing is, this was working like 5 minutes ago, and then I ran the application, I did .NET test, and it just started breaking, and I was like, oh, that's fun.
That's how it always goes. It's all right. You have like 5 more minutes. We're hanging out here, so take your time.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna make sure. I think it's the volumes that got like. No, the volumes are still there. There's no containers, which is very funny. I'm gonna check because this is crazy. .NET test. Wait, do you guys run .NET test for your testings when it comes to Aspire, or just because I remember Aspire doesn't have an Aspire test, sadly.
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, honestly, if I were you, I would just make sure there's nothing Aspire running. Like, stop all your app hosts, Aspire PS.
Yeah, yeah.
And
This
then-
one is running. Like this one is running.
Oh wait, hold on. Go back to that.
to
The dashboard.
This. Oh,
Everything's unhealthy. Stop it
Oh,
all
I
and
think-
restart it.
yeah.
Yeah. Nuke it all, restart it.
Oh, this does not work. Wait, I don't have that stuff. Okay.
If you just do Aspire stop dash all. Oh. Aspire stop.
Uh,
Oh, there you go. Okay.
okay. That works. So it's just okay. That's interesting.
It's pretty funny.
I don't know about that one. The crazy part is that I ran the test like 3 minutes before, and then when you guys were finishing, I ran the test again just to make sure, and it broke, and I was like, oh, okay.
That's all
fine.
right. Oh boy.
Password in what?
So that to me might be a user secret thing. So you could try Aspire secret. Delete.
Sorry, secret. The thing is, I'm not doing anything secret related here other than the JWT token. I can do that though. Let me. Aspire secret. Wait, this isn't the way. Okay, there we go. Aspire secret. Delete like this.
Yeah.
Actually.
I don't know if there's like a specific one, but
Oh,
try list.
yeah. I cannot see because of the. Wait, let me try moving this. There we go.
You can hide that thing on the bottom too.
I can't. Oh my god, you're a
Yeah,
savior.
I know. It's so annoying.
List. No. Am I doing this wrong?
Not dash, just regular. Yeah.
Oh, did I just?
So, yeah, you want to clear the two called parameters Postgres password and parameters Postgres username.
If it's that, I'm getting so mad.
Regular delete, no dash.
So delete and then
And then
Postgres.
copy paste it. Just the whole thing. Parameters,
Yeah.
Postgres password.
Okay.
Yep. And then the same one for the other one.
Then here's just my. Cool.
I like your keyboard. It's very classy.
Oh my god, you guys can hear that? That's funny.
I would also nuke the volume. So in Docker,
I
kill
don't think
that
I have the
volume.
volumes though. Oh, I
Yeah.
do. Yeah, I do have the volumes.
Delete
The thing is,
that.
I nuked the volumes just like before we started, just to make sure everything ran,
Yeah.
and that's
So
when it broke.
is the container on persistent lifetime or regular lifetime?
It's on regular.
Okay, good. There we go.
Yeah.
So give it a sec.
No, I think this just hates me. Oh, there we go. That's why you're the PM. These errors are fine, I think.
There we go.
Nice. So I can just .NET test.
Succeeding.
I can send the keyboard model next later when I get to the
Yeah,
chat.
no, you're back on the chat. So is this starting the app host now? That's crazy.
It should, yeah. So anytime you run the test, it starts the whole app host, and you can, in theory, like let's say, and I'm gonna try doing this next time. I basically don't want to have this seeder just seed the testing data.
Okay.
So what I'm thinking is that I'm gonna make. I don't think the tests are running. What I'm thinking is basically making another container app job, like something like this, but for testing, like testing. Whoops,
Okay.
wrong language. Testing
Yeah.
seeder, for example. And we just have a separate seeder for this. Because in theory, you could do this. But yeah, I didn't get along that far with this. Because truly, we didn't get into integration testing that heavily in this application. We did have it a little bit more on the other one, but
Yep. So,
Here,
all right, it's still
yeah.
password spinning, but I think this issue is just going to be something about making sure your secrets line up. So a variety of delete and whatever will make it work. And then tweet about it or post it in the Discord.
yeah,
And
I
we'll
can post it on
figure
this one.
after. Because this is pretty cool. Just the whole thing in general is crazy. So,
Yeah. So my users, I'm gonna ask if my user secrets have a different username. I don't think so. I think some volume is just stuck somewhere.
yeah, that's what happens. Especially if you were running it right before, like it's cache only. That's just how it works. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna pull your screen off, if that's okay.
What was that?
Pulling your screen off.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I am here with Chris.
Hi.
Who's
Oh,
in
hi,
the next
Chris.
How's it going?
Andres is a student
Yeah, no, that's incredible.
who also works like 12 jobs. Who also knows more about Aspire than I do. So
No, I'm clearly failing at the Aspire part right now.
okay. We're gonna have to have you on an Aspire Fridays, and then you can.
Yeah, I can show this application off. This is a student application that has like a lot of code.
Yeah.
So I can show it off definitely, and the Blazor things too.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, thank you for joining.
Thank you, Maddie, for inviting me.
We will talk. We'll get you on
Yes.
Aspire Friday. Not this week. We're not doing one this week. I don't have it in me.
You guys need to do one. No, you guys need to do one.
A little bit, but all right, Andres. See you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Chris, you're gonna be on your own here
Oh no,
because I need to go eat
that's fine.
because I'm hungry. I am a keyboard fan. Thanks, Mitch. So I'm just gonna let you roll, and I know you know how StreamYard works.
Yes.
So if you want to share your screen, you have to join the StreamYard.
I thought I was already in there. Sorry.
Oh wait, you're in
about
the
that.
green room. No, stay right there. Stay right
I
there.
do need to share my screen though.
You should do that.
Though I thought it was going through the cable. So
No, that's just a charger. Self-produced conferences. We're doing an amazing job tonight.
yeah.
But yeah, share your screen and then you can kind of add and remove it as you see fit on my little MacBook here. I'm gonna go run and eat, and then I'll be back.
Alrighty. So there you go. Do you see on my screen? Yeah.
I sure am. All right, have fun. Everybody
Thanks.
behave. Be nice
Hi,
to Chris.
everybody. Oh, well, I'll be fine.
Behave.
Here, I'll do this so I can maybe see what's going on. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be talking a little bit about some of the polyglot stuff that's in Aspire, with a little focus on some of the new awesomeness we're getting out of the TypeScript app post. So my name's Chris Ayers. I'm a principal software engineer here at Microsoft. I'm actually in, and it's not CXP anymore, it's NJOPS. So I work in Azure and Azure Reliability. And we actually closely partner with the Aspire team. All of our internal apps that we're starting to build are all on Aspire, like first party stuff. So like I've been actively doing Aspire for a while with the team. Now the problem that I fell in love with Aspire for is there's a lot of, projects and solutions where we're not just using one language for everything. I mean, maybe we're doing some Python for AI services, though .NET stuff is absolutely amazing these days. Maybe there's some Go microservices we got to leverage, or we're doing Java Spring Boot. I got a lot of friends that do Java. There's a lot of React and TypeScript front ends where we're trying to have these consistent UI components and things. So we have lots of different components that go along with our .NET stuff. And Aspire has solved so many of these problems where I've got like 5 or 6 different windows, and I'm Docker running over here, and I'm building over there, and I'm copying and pasting my connection strings, my IP addresses and ports. Like I gotta figure out all those things, and I don't know when something's running. So like copying and pasting the telemetry and checking all of the different screens that we're looking at. Let's see here. Probably want to do one of these numbers. I don't know. I will let other people drive it. But we want to have these like telemetry and awareness, and we want to understand what's happening in the different languages. And that is a problem. And Aspire has solved it. We've also had to deal with the .env files. We've had to deal with YAML. We've had to deal with like app settings, JS, like things all over the place with no unification. Is my screen not coming through, guys? Like, I don't know what's happening with the screen. But Aspire solves a lot of that. All right, I'm going to try one more time to see if we can get the screen up. All right, so somehow my screen stopped sharing, I believe. I don't know why. So we're going to do this one more time. Share the screen and add it back in. There we go. So Aspire lets us do this all from one place, and this is the polyglot answer. This is the thing that they've been working on for so long, and all of the goodness that's starting to come together. So we can orchestrate any of our languages, and this is the part I love. And whether it's a Docker container, whether it's like we're adding a Python or like a unicorn type of app, we're adding Vite, we're adding .NET, it's the same style, the same type of things. We have all of our stack, all of our orchestration in one place. We get some of the service discovery. So we have consistent patterns for our connection strings, consistent patterns for our services. And because it's open telemetry and OTel from the beginning, we get observability through a dashboard for our logs, our traces, our metrics. And so we can look in one spot for all of the things that are happening. And that's what we've been wanting for our complex services. Like this is the answer. And so with 13.2, yes, we have TypeScript outposts. And if you look, and we've seen it from some of the other demos, and I'm going to bring up A3 a little bit more, we've got our distributed application builder. So we're making our builder, and we're adding Redis very easily. We're adding our different applications and linking them together with references. And so we have all of these integrations for common things we use in Aspire or Kafka, Mongo, Postgres, and a lot of AI capabilities as well as other services. So we can have very consistent patterns kind of across the board. Now, it's not here today. We've hinted at it. Like we've seen people talking about it, but like, why stop at TypeScript? Why not in the future have that Python app host or that Java app host or that Go app host, that if we want to just have some sort of end-to-end full language orchestration where maybe we don't have TypeScript or .NET. Maybe it's just all Python or all Java. That is coming with the same type of dashboard and telemetry. Today, you can play with some of these things through feature flags and you can see them, but most of them are just doing Docker or container add-ons. They're not doing all of the rich integrations. Like I said, this is a future state. These are coming. David was like, oh yeah, show it. Let's see this stuff. So this stuff is coming, and we're going to be polyglot for everything. Like the CLI will be the entry point into all of these amazing things. Now, you've also seen the Aspire config JSON. We used to have all sorts of little files sitting in different places, but we can define our app hosts, what language it's in, our SDK version. We can start linking in the packages. So this is where we can put some of these things in, even with feature flags, and we don't have to worry about the old Aspire stuff. And we can manage a lot of this through the CLI, the Aspire config settings and the secret sets and the certs. So I've got a couple of samples and demos that I've been building out, and some of them are in an incomplete state, but like the Aspire config shows it all. So how does this work? And then we'll get into the actual code. Well, we've got service discovery. So we've got kind of patterns that start to follow as we pass different services among the different components, where we can, we have an API that's HTTP, and here's our endpoint and port. And we can just read in those environment variables. So environment variables really help set things, and we can pass in our own environment names, or we can use some of the convention-driven stuff. And whether that's in Node or Java, we wire it in through these patterns rather than hard coding these IPs and hard coding these different settings. And it looks like I just lost my desktop again. This is very annoying. So I'm sorry for everybody that's having some of these weird technical difficulties. Let's try this again. There we go. We're back. So connection strings. So these also follow a convention and a pattern that we can leverage, where the name we're using for our things like Redis and Cache or our database, these get passed through, and we can consume those inside our different languages. So this is the glue that holds our systems together. We could just read them using our normal environment variable mechanisms. It makes it much, much easier to do a lot of these things. And then we've got that dashboard that we've seen over and over again, where we can do cross-language support with things coming from Python into different databases, back up to Node, We can see all of our resources, our console logs and traces, and open telemetry. So if we're hosting it in the cloud and we've deployed things out, we can get out to our dashboards wherever those might be. And our CLI, install it on Windows, Linux, Mac, whatever. You can do staging builds and daily builds. And now, this is our entry point. We're going to do a Spire run. We're going to detach it. We're going to look at the running ones. And you saw in the previous session, like this is great for looking at and debugging what's happening, like looking at our settings and things. So these all work the same, whether we're in TypeScript or .NET or C# or whatever. So let's say we want to make a new project, Aspire New, and we've got some templates out there for TypeScript now that we've seen, or just a normal C# one, and new templates will come as the new languages come on board. So let's take a look. So we saw earlier that Maddie was showing off her demo of all aboard Aspire. And let me just make this a little bigger. There we go. And this is a app host in TypeScript. And if we look here, here is our Aspire config. And we can see, yep, here's our app host. We're defining the language and the path. We've got our version locked in place, and we can see all of the packages we're leveraging. Let me go ahead and, while this is starting, with a little Aspire run, I'll go ahead and put that over there. What's nice is these are the same patterns that we've seen in C#. We're adding Redis cache. We've got our lifetimes. We've got that little hinting here about the state of our services. What's also pretty cool, and actually let me come into our app host. So we've got all the little bits here. We're seeing our console, like we said before. I'm going to go ahead and stop this, and I want to do something else. So we've got our app host here. Notice that I can go ahead and run it through the extension, but I can also debug it. So let me just put a breakpoint in my TypeScript, in my app host, and let me debug this. And so it's launching and connecting, and I can hit breakpoints. So I can actively debug my TypeScript app host, just like I could do other things. I can see the call stack. So if I look down here, I can see the various points in the code. I can go look at the different resources. So I've got a Unicorn app resource. I can check on like Boston and dig into like our client and promises and the socket and where it is. So not only can I debug my front end code or my back end code, I can start stepping through and looking at my individual services and debugging these and see, oh, what was my host? What was my port? And connection strings. And I can start digging into these and debugging these on the fly. Let me go ahead and keep this running. So now we've got our dashboard up. Now, another thing I think is really cool as we start adding Unicorn, Python, Node, you'll notice we get some of these other little tasks that pop in. So like our front end installer ran an npm install. So I have to have npm on the machine. We've talked about that. But when I kick off the adding a node or adding a various service, it's going to add an extra task to run the installer, just like my UV sync. So resolved and audited all these packages. So I can look at these and see these pop in. These are going to be in your like resources, but you don't really need to worry about them. You can do configuration, but I think that that's really awesome because if you're looking at these various endpoints like API BART, and again, it's disconnected. So we're having a fun time here today. Share screen again. Come on. There we go. Back on our screen. So we can examine and look at this call stack, and we don't actually have that setup thing. The with UV, the adding VDAP, this takes care of all of those installers for us. Yep. And then as you've seen on the other resources out there, we can start digging into these. So we can look in, we can see the different links between the services and endpoints, and we can go dig into the individual references. And then as we talked about, here's our environment variables. And down here, there's our connection strings. So we've got this connection string to our Redis and to our cache from API Advisor. So if we come over here and we look in our source code at how we handle that advisor in main. So here's our OTel endpoints that kind of get registered and stuff if we're doing OTel. And here's our API endpoints that we're pulling in. And then here is that convention we talked about for getting the connection string for chat and getting the connection string for Redis. Now with the .NET side, where we're doing the Aspire wrapped client integrations for like Redis and OpenAI, like this takes care of that convention. We do have to do a little bit with the Python side, with the Node side, because not all of these entry points have that information. But once we pull in the environment variables, it's not too hard to reference these things consistently. So our endpoints. And where were my slides? There's my slides. So that's our main demo with A3. We do have a bunch of stuff coming. So it's not fully baked yet on some of these, but let's try running this sample and let's see what we get. Let me go ahead and stop that guy. So this is just a very basic sample I'm playing with. Yep, and I had broke it. But let's go ahead and take a look at what something like this might look like. So we've got Python, where we can start pulling in containers and environment variables, and we do have an app host here. You can see I've got some of the older style things that I'm in the process of trying to convert, and we've got some features that we can show off, like the polyglot support enabled. Now, if you've not played around with any of these feature flags and you want to start playing around with some of this stuff, Aspire config, you can see we've got these commands down here like list. And so we can see our settings that is coming from our Aspire config JSON, but then we've got some of these new type of feature flags that you can play around with. So we can list, it was all. Yep. So you can see some of the things that people are playing with and working on that we're coming. These are very highly experimental. I would not get really too caught up in these, but as we build out stuff, these are going to be extremely powerful. Now, we've seen out there in the Aspire community toolkit that there's a ton of really awesome integrations, including some of the stuff for Java. So let me go find our Java one. I'm just going to search. Yeah, out of the community toolkit, because I can speak. It's fine. This, hopefully we're going to be having more Java app host stuff coming in, but you can see here we're adding the Spring app, and we can give it a lot of the direct links to the different jars and components. So definitely try out, if you're in Spring, if you're in Java, looking at some of the current hosting capabilities out in the community toolkit. If you want to play around and look, there are some PRs out there right now to really enhance the Java app host capabilities that are out there. And let's see some of the options that people are continuing to build to. I'll go ahead and quickly show one or two of the other app hosts that are out there. Like we can do things with, I've already showed that Python's coming in. Again, we don't have all of the integrations. Man, I don't know why this is not sticking with sharing today. I would like to continue to apologize to everybody. Okay, so yeah, app host, we've kind of got that, but you know, what if we were to do something with Java, for instance, and we wanted to have an app host with, you know, Postgres and Docker files. So this is another way we could administer potentially our Java app host. Or maybe we wanted to play around with some Go. Like these are things that, again, very highly experimental, but ways that you can play around with this stuff. And then, you know, as we said, we started some of these new things. So if we wanted to make a new sample, Aspire New, we've got a list of things here. We can do an empty app script or type script host, or we can just say we want Express and React, and we'll get a TypeScript app host that we can play with very quickly. And I think I'm hearing Maddie coming around the corner. Yeah, making eye contact. I think she had enough time to go get a snack.
Do you need me?
No, I think we're about done. I keep getting dropped, but I think
Really?
Yeah, like my screen stopped sharing and I have to like reach over and fix it over and over again.
Hey, you still have a few minutes.
I still got a few minutes?
Yeah.
Well, I figured we could probably also get on the chat stream and see if some people have some questions. I was waiting on this Aspire New to pop, but it seems to be hanging.
Uh-oh.
For a second.
Uh-oh.
It happens.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's always fun. But I was showing off A3 again, and we were playing around with some of the different potential samples coming out with Java and Python and Go. But
I did. I was watching on my phone. I just inhaled pad thai, like at lightning speed. And I looked. I was like, "That's the app. That's our app."
Yeah,
oh.
Yeah, that is your app. Let's try this one more time to see if it was just hanging.
You want staging or you want?
No, I'm on the full Aspire sample. So
see, Pine had it hang earlier too. So now I think it's a bug.
So Aspire update self.
It might be a bug.
We're just gonna do this. Update the staging. We'll just get the latest right now.
Nice.
See, look.
The nice thing is if anyone's playing bingo, that is a bug found in Aspire.
See, so we're on 13.2 right there. We're gonna do Aspire New. We're gonna do Express React. Oh, there we go. Now it's working.
I fixed it.
You fixed it.
You're so welcome.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll add all the AI agents and that way we can
look
have
at this little walkthrough.
I love this. This is so cool. And it sets up the skills. So it'll use the CLI and all that fun stuff. And so now let's look in our directory here. So we've got our front end, we've got our MCP JSON with our agent MCP, we got our config with our app host, and even set up some profiles.
TypeScript app host?
TypeScript app host, right out of .NET or Aspire New.
Nice.
We got our TS config. There's our front end. Let's take a look at this guy.
Look at that. Crisp.
Crisp and clean. So, and publish with container files. So we got the publish in place. Let's go ahead and start this guy up. See what we got. Now, I might have to, I was playing with this earlier. We might need to add a PR to our template because I noticed something. And maybe I was wrong.
Oh, no.
But I noticed something that this is awesome. This is cool. And I can refresh and it looks gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
We got our back end. Where's my, where's my hotel? I mean, I see this. And
so there's different, you know how it goes. I mean,
I know.
But there's different instrumentators.
And I just, hey, day one. day one of many. We're gonna rock this thing.
You know what's
Anyways,
cool though is if you ask the agent to wire it up, it can usually figure out how to get that stuff turned on.
Okay.
So it's really just like a fancy file. Right?
Yeah.
So for C# based apps, we have the concept of service defaults, which turns us all on because it ships in the box with .NET as a runtime. TypeScript, Python don't have it in the box yet. Like they don't have built-in instrumentation.
Oh, I know. You have to do all these steps to add it, and it all varies.
But we were actually just talking while my mouth was full of pad thai. Damien was saying, it's nice now because I can tell the agent, put OTel in it and wire it up, and it works. And he spent like a month getting Node OTel to work for a sample. And I was sitting there with my pad thai.
Oh, it's a pain. And so is the pain, and sometimes doing it in Python, depending on how you do it. Are you wrapping the Python? Are you adding the package? So like this is a small growing pain, and yeah, I've got all sorts of like internal.
I think we might ship a skill.
Yeah,
like
I think
an OTel my app skill.
Oh, that would be great. And we've got a lot of friends that live and breathe OTel that I'm sure would be happy to contribute.
Yeah.
But I just love that we've got this great experience that wires up these things and shows you the references, and it all works.
Oh, there you dropped again.
Yeah, see, this has happened.
Do you have like a hotkey that you're accidentally hitting with your hand?
No, like I have to go here,
you're
and
in
it's
Safari.
Is that a known bug?
Apparently, Safari has a lot of issues with StreamYard right now.
Now you tell me.
I only found that out when Pierce was in here. And then it went out in one ear and out the other until this very moment when I said, oh. So that's fun. But
yeah, this is looking and ensuring that for all open telemetry logging and metrics.
Nice.
Yeah, so this is
so
it's got
fancy.
some to-dos. It's going to town and
already has comprehensive OTel. Lies. So front end OTel is a whole other thing. But for the there you go.
It's starting to add things and do things. But
Yay.
yeah, this is an experience. I just love that it's already working. It's all there. And I was showing off earlier that we can debug this stuff.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I did see the debugger in the corner of my little phone.
Yeah.
Like,
so yeah, TypeScript, if we come up here and we want to debug it. Yeah, just boom.
Sweet.
Put a breakpoint. Let's debug this guy. And I'll probably have to stop this one.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
Look at that. NPX, TSX.
Woo. Yeah, dig in. There's our app. There's our builder.
I heard JavaScript developers don't debug though, so I don't know if this is actually useful.
Just run through ESLint.
This is actually the perfect segue because our next speaker is like Mr. TypeScript himself, Josh.
Okay, Josh, please like
hello.
Hold my knowledge and then come and tell us how to do it the right way.
He just did his first contribution to Aspire, which was updating our ESLint config, which was a whole 6 months out of date, which is apparently an eternity. So.
Yeah, front end code, you can't wait longer than a few hours. It's how it goes.
I mean, are we still in the right framework? Should we make a new framework?
Yeah.
Like that's how JavaScript works, right? You need a new framework. Isn't there an XKCD on that?
Now there are 15 standards. Josh, how are you doing?
I'm great. I've been enjoying the stream. A lot of cool stuff. Always happy to hear ESLint and TypeScript mentioned. How are you doing? How was the pad thai?
Oh, it was really good.
As you slurped it down.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't do it its due diligence and savor it, but it was exactly what I needed. I needed carbs really bad. So, Josh, you're a pro. I mean, Chris, thank you. It's a pleasure to see you. It's nice to have you in person.
It's great to be here. And sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. I'll try to get on chat.
That's all right. Yeah, we should have you on Aspire Fridays too.
Yeah, we can do it.
Did you see Friday with Marshall, the Java?
I did not get a chance to Friday.
Go back and watch it. It was like only 4 hours.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, last weekend was actually my wedding anniversary.
Wow, happy anniversary!
So we were. I wasn't really online much.
What do you have a real life outside of Aspire?
Occasionally.
I can't relate. All right,
I
Josh.
can only aspirate.
Aspire mentioned. Someone put it in the bingo. Josh, I'm going to let you take it away. I will be here if you need anything, screen share or otherwise. But yeah.
Don't use Safari.
Don't use Safari. I don't think he is.
No. I wasn't going to.
Yeah, on the other side.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Well, this is fun. Hi, everyone. I'm Josh. I work on web dev tooling and stuff around TypeScript. I'm really excited to talk to you about generally kind of the high level of TypeScript and Aspire, what type safety means for you as some sort of front ends / using C# or Aspire or both developer. Right now, I work at a company called Sentry. We do awesome application monitoring, error logs, debugging, stuff like that. They have this cool Seer AI product. I also wrote the Learning TypeScript book through O'Reilly, and I'm an organizer and co-founder of Conf, which is a conference for excellent web dev tooling in Boston. Maddie actually spoke at our most recent Conf. Thank you again, Maddie. In my spare time, I work on a bunch of open source tools like Create TypeScript app and TypeScript ESLint. So I really like web developer tooling. I think it's a fun space to be, and it's so freaking cool to me to see companies like Microsoft put effort into products like TypeScript and Aspire that help make web dev slightly less zany and wacky and slightly more maintainable for human beings like you and me. The real question, though, that I get a lot, especially as a former .NET developer myself, C# developer, is why do we care so much about JavaScript? Because web development back in the day was not as complex seemingly as it is now. Back in, let's say, 20 years ago in 2006, where this is what Google looked like back then, just a home page with a few buttons. Most of your logic was on the server. I'll admit, I don't think Google was using C#, but we're all Aspire friends here. So on the server, you have things like database models and network request data and formatting and serialization and user session objects and business logic with unit tests, I hope, and dependency injection and version of control containers and all this stuff on the server that made your code complex because it had very complex needs. This is good. When you have complex needs, you want a lot of stuff to help you work with that. And on the client, 20 plus years ago, you might have some interactions, like a little animation when you click a button, or like weird CSS hacks or styling because CSS wasn't that powerful back then. So you might have to do it in JavaScript. So a lot of websites didn't really have very complex JavaScript. But fast forward 20 years later, and the web looks like this. Hello, Sentry's issues feed dashboard with like little diagrams and sub navigation and pages. And then other pages might have like graphs and interactive visualizations. You might have these like span viewers all in HTML and CSS with JavaScript. And that means that your client is now as complex, if not more complex, than your server, which blows a lot of people's minds. You have things like data models and network request data and user session objects and business logic and unit tests and all that stuff on the front end. So back in the day, JavaScript was fine, and you could have this JavaScript syntax and everything was happy. But the real problem is, as we've scaled over the past 20 plus years, JavaScript doesn't really give you all the tools that you want from a language like Java, C#, something more strongly typed. Java lets you describe your values, like this value variable, but it doesn't give you a way to describe the intent behind those values. In C#, for example, you might say something is only ever going to be a string, and that's actually tied to the data structure backed inside that variable. JavaScript, it's duck typed, do what you want. Now we have this wonderful language called TypeScript. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript, for those who haven't had the pleasure of it. It allows you to write all your standard JavaScript syntax, plus some extra syntax, things that make it a little easier to work with. In particular, it lets you define your intent, such as with type annotations. This value variable is only ever going to be a string, according to the developer. Now, you can run TSC, the TypeScript command line, which will take a look at your code and see, there's a mismatch. And because many of us prefer to be able to visually see the squigglies in the code, there are language service, for example, in VS Code, that allow you to get the nice little red squigglies and more information and tooling right there in your code. So, okay, we've now basically gotten JavaScript to the same level of dev tooling as other languages like C# have been for a while. Good for us. I want to show you some really nice things with TypeScript in Aspire. I'm going to try to breeze through these so we have time for the Q&A at the end. I'm going to show off what Chris was alluding to in the beginning of the show with the app host.ts. Very exciting. Thank you, Aspire, for adding that. I want to show some really interesting features in the TypeScript language that aren't actually in most other languages, especially type narrowing. I'm going to show schemas, which is a nice thing that shows up in a lot of stacks, including .NET and TypeScript ones. And then what I've personally been working on in my spare and professional time for a few years, something called typed linting, which is a really, really fun part of the JavaScript ecosystem that's in flux. So let's dive in. App-host.ts. Hell yeah, latest Aspire features. Let's say you followed all of Chris's steps, you've got your app-host.ts, and you're looking at it, and you want to add something to Builder, and you got that little flashing cursor. What do? Well, as I alluded to 4 slides ago, types are not just a way to validate your code, they're a way to express the intent behind your code. So I'm going to just quickly open up my app-host.ts here. We saw this slide already with Chris. And this is what Aspire gives you out of the box. Now, you could read the Aspire docs. I highly recommend it. They're very well done, very friendly. But if you just want something in your editor, if you want to really dive deep into what the exact things are, thanks to TypeScript and tooling friends, you can always, there we go, look at the actual TS TypeScript files to see exactly what you're able to get. So I'm going to use a shortcut on my Mac, Command-click to go to this file. And you can see we've got 21,500+ file lines of auto-generated TypeScript from Aspire, which is an exact, precise definition of all the stuff you could ever want to do with Aspire in your app-host.ts. For example, I happen to land on with volume options, which is an interface that allows you to add a volume in the container resource. I don't know what that means, but if I cared about volume and or container resources, that would be really good information for me. If you're already a C# developer or similar, I hope your reaction here is, huh, that's familiar. If you're a JavaScript developer not used to types, I hope your reaction is, huh, that's convenient. Another thing that I hope brings that same reaction for C# and dev people is inline editor tooling, what Microsoft folks and now everyone like to call IntelliSense. You can see here that I've started typing in the autocomplete zone for this add Vite app, shout out Vite, pardon me. And we can see already that, first of all, it's giving us documentation. It's telling us that front end is the name string and /front end is the app directory. And options. So if I wanted to, let's say, add an option for run script name, all right, well, I don't know what this is supposed to be. I need to give a value. I don't know, is it false? Nope, it's not, because although I've given a Boolean, it's actually type string. And if we wanted to, I'm going to use that shortcut again to right-click, go to definition. Want to look at run script name. We see under apps, add Vite app options. It is the only option, and it is an optional string. Hooray, TypeScript. That's what it gets for us. Now, this whole presentation, I'm not actually going to run the app. I work in static analysis, things that scrutinize and look at your code without running it, like TypeScript, like linting. But I hope that if you run your app, you will enjoy the nice static utilities that go into it. Let's continue. And before we continue, I really want to hone in here on the high-level point of this, which is that types are a form of glue across boundaries. Now, those boundaries can be conceptual, like trying to understand what is it that Aspire gives me into my local environment, or technical. It can be actually validating that at dev time, what you say you're going to pass to the function is what the function says it may take in. Cool stuff. I have a slight speech impediment on my R's and W's, so this is not great for me, but type narrowing is a feature from TypeScript that really exposes how TypeScript thinks about your code, which is actually subtly different from how a lot of traditional languages like C# think. TypeScript understands the type of every construct, variable, class, function, what have you, in your code. It reads it at initialization or declaration. Later on, whenever you use one of those constructs, when you assign to a variable or call a function or construct or new up a class, TypeScript checks in your code, is the way you're declaring your values being used matching up to the way that value is supposed to be used, its type, its declaration. Let's take a look at an example here. Suppose I have a variable let value equals Aspire, which means it's a string variable, and I might assign it one or two possible values, either conf or the leet string 1337. We know that value equals conf is okay because it was a string, now it's a string. In most programming languages, however, value equals leet is not going to be allowed because number is not assignable to type string. This is very foundational TypeScript stuff. You'd get similar error messages in C++ and Rails, or pardon me, in Rust and C# and so on. But TypeScript allows you to do some more JavaScript-y things. Because remember, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. It adds things to JavaScript, which means that it has to support all the normal canonical ways people write JavaScript. And before TypeScript came around, and even after TypeScript, people were and have been writing some pretty weird and wacky JavaScript. For example, this code here, the first 3 lines, let value equals 50-50 chance, either a string or a number, it's actually totally reasonable and okay in JavaScript land. The problem here is if you try to call, let's say, a method that only exists on string, to uppercase, then TypeScript knows, this value variable, it's type string or number. That's actually what we call a union type. It comes from the mathematical concept of it can be a union or either of these things. But because TypeScript needs to support this while also giving you good type information, TypeScript needs to know when it's actually okay to do that weird stuff. And this if statement shows a really nice feature, the narrowing, where TypeScript knows inside that if statement, the only possible way you could get there is if the value is in fact a string. Otherwise, you wouldn't get inside. So inside that if statement, when TypeScript scrutinizes your code, it knows value is a string, which is why there's no type error there. Isn't that pretty sweet? It's a really powerful thing that can be used to catch a lot of bugs. I caused this bug in production 1,000,000 times on my own. I'm sure most of us have done something like this if we've worked too long in JavaScript. You try to initialize a variable with like try catch, and you forget to set some default value or return early in the catch. Does anyone want to guess what this is going to log? I'm in too much of a hurry to wait for the guesses, but shout out to you if you thought not a number or something silly, because hey, if we catch, we never actually assign to count, which is undefined, and then undefined times 2 is not a number. Shout out JavaScript. But TypeScript let us know, hey, you never narrowed count, or you kept it as undefined in the union type. So quickly just showing off a demo of the code again. I'm now going to undo my changes here, and I want to show some fun stuff you can do with union types in JavaScript and TypeScript. So here, this is just the standard app TSX that we're given with 2 pieces of loading/error states. This is a very standard, good way of writing this code. I'm not complaining, I'm not criticizing. But we could actually reduce the number of loading/error state variables or pieces of React state to 1. Because using union types, which we actually already are, string or null, that's a union type, we could say that loading is, let's say, either Boolean or string, where Boolean is true or false, whether we're loading, and string is if we got an error. So I'm going to just remove the error state, switch set error to set loading, set loading to false in the try. So no matter what, at the end of the try catch, we've set loading to something. So that fixes our state. Now I see button disabled should be only disabled if loading is true, indicating we are loading. So let me actually, make sure we are setting loading to true. Notice, by the way, I'm quickly scrolling because I can see in the right side my little red squigglies are visualizing the scroll bar. We no longer have an error state, but we do have loading. So if loading is a string, then we show the complaint message. Look at this. Inside this type of loading equals string, TypeScript knows, and when you hover, loading is a string. Voila! Type narrowing at play. Hell yeah. I debated whether to file this as an issue. Like, hey, you could simplify your code. I think the way it was before is fine too. It's a little more clear, a little less. Ooh, that's some fancy TypeScript stuff, but this is cool too. All right, moving on. In conclusion, TypeScript type system is actually free from the needs of the runtime. You're not intrinsically linked 100% the way you are in compiled languages like C# between the way the data needs to be represented or visualized to users, developers, and the way it's actually stored at runtime. You can do weird and wacky things. So that's a trade-off that we had to make. And because of that trade-off, there are some interesting nuances and ways to write code that are unintuitive or maybe not the best that you would have thought would be. For example, JavaScript code actually is much harder to correctly type than C# code oftentimes. In fact, although no language is 100% pure and safe always, JavaScript is a little less pure and safe than most other, strongly typed languages. And TypeScript, similar, is less pure and safe than something like Java. And there are escape hatches in TypeScript because sometimes you just got to use them. Now, here's the most common example of, oh gosh, TypeScript is not 100% type safe by default. That's not a goal. It's just doing its best. The JSON.parse built in JavaScript, well, in TypeScript, it's typed as returning. What the hell is this thing return? It returns the any type. Any is the type in TypeScript referring to, it could be anything, let me do anything. It's the YOLO, you only live once, whatever, just let it work type. And generally in programming language design, when you start using phrases like YOLO, that might be a sign that it's a little unsafe and the designers of the language probably would like to discourage you from using it. And the reason why the any type is unsafe is because it lets you do anything. If you happen to pass in good data and use the property of that result the way you want to, and it works, great. But if you happen to put something that's in there incorrectly, whoops, this is fine. Now, there's actually a newer keyword replacement in TypeScript, the unknown keyword, which is like any, but requires you to narrow before you can use things, which is nice because it'll catch your errors. It'll make sure, hey, you never narrowed this. It's unknown. We don't know if this is safe. But it also reports on things that are totally valid, even though you know it doesn't. And you could write this whole type narrowing thing, the data exists, and it's an object, and it has power, and power is a number, yada, yada. But what a pain in the butt that's going to be. So I'm going to show you real quick a nice little userland library called Zod. People in TypeScript love this library. I love it too. There are a lot of libraries like it. Schema validator libraries like archetype is another great one. But here, instead of just saying response.json, which returns a promise for any, I'm going to actually const data equals weather forecast schema. Well, pardon me, I'm going to copy and paste this. Weather forecasts plural schema dot parse await response.json. And I'm going to use the tooling to auto add the import. And voila, no complaints. I just went quickly. What actually changed? Well, beforehand, let me bring the code back. Beforehand, what we did was we set this data variable to the result of response.json, which also returns any, and we used a type annotation. And this is intrinsically, implicitly in any conversion, and data is actually type any. We've just told TypeScript, well, I want to treat this as a weather forecast array. That's not safe. So here we use a runtime library, Zod, which lets us define a schema. And actually, there's a really nice utility in Zod, z.infer, which is a type thing that lets us auto-generate a type, so purely at dev time, based off the schema, which means I can actually get rid of this weather forecast interface and update it to be this type weather forecast from the schema. Hell yeah. I'm now inferring or creating my types from the runtime code. Oops. I don't want to go too deep into that. There's some odd things in here, like generic type parameters and this type of keyword. The general thrust of this is that, wow, JavaScript is unsafe, but there are ways in TypeScript to avoid using the escape hatches to deal with that, to actually be safe in working with your code. Oh boy, did I wish I had time to dive into this, though. And also just opining a little bit, whenever you have a complex general problem, like data validation and schema parsing, look to something like Zod or Newtonsoft.json or what have you. When you're facing a complex general problem, there's probably a really nice open source library or even a built-in in the framework or language to deal with it. Hell yeah. I'm running a little late, so I want to just quickly go into one last section. I'm going to skip the demo on this one, typed linting. And this is awesome. I promise it's worth the 2-3 minutes I'm going to spend on it. In web dev tooling, very similar to other ecosystems, there are kind of 3 forms of common static analysis. The fastest is formatters, which just reformat your code, mostly white space. And then the most powerful are type checkers like TypeScript. But linting is not the same as type checking or formatting. Linting is a set of tools that look at your syntax and let you know one file at a time, hey, there are little things you could do that maybe wouldn't likely cause a bug, or are better best practices, or just cleaner ways of doing things. One of my favorite lint rules that comes with ESLint, the current most popular linter for JavaScript, is logical assignment operators. Fun fact, instead of x equals x or y, you can do x or equals y. And lint rule will actually auto-fix that for you. Hell yeah. This is cool stuff. But I alluded earlier a lot to TypeScript types. I explicitly said types are great. And now that just is syntax. Because syntax is nice, but if we could combine TypeScript types, the power of the type checker, with the really nice granular control of linters and lint rules, we'd get this awesome in-between category of type-aware linters, which is what I've been working on a lot in my spare time, and actually ships as part of the Aspire TypeScript templates, the ability to use this. I'm going to quickly run through a very unrelatable snippet, this sample here, and then show you a more relatable one. I don't think anyone here has probably written await console.log. But if you had, and you had the recommended type check rules from TypeScript ESLint, the TypeScript plugin for ESLint enabled, you'd get this little complaint saying, hey, you awaited something you don't need to. Because of the types, we know that console.log returns void, nothing, ignore it, shouldn't be used. And then the rule could also suggest removing that unnecessary await. Nice. But that's unrelatable. Let's look at a real example. And I'm aware not everyone here writes React. One of the many benefits of linters is that they'll scrutinize code you didn't write, and maybe in a framework you don't know, and let you know the best practice violations. I'll fast forward just to show off that, yeah, it's the same problem. We await an onClick. That onClick returns void. It's a function. So one thing we could do is we could change the function signature to return promise for void, which makes the await necessary. Or if we know that the await is unnecessary, if we know the promise or the function never returns a promise, we can remove the await, which means that this React pair of set things actually synchronously runs, so they're unnecessary, so we can remove them, which means the function, this is another lint rule, doesn't need an async because, well, it never awaits, which means this function is just a curry. It just does another function, so we can inline and remove it, which means the use state, well, set running is never actually called, which means const running is only ever false, so we can inline that as false, which means button disabled equals false is unnecessary because the button is already disabled by default, which means we just got rid of a third of our code with type linting. Hell yeah. Woo! Powerful stuff. And I'm going to only quickly show you a demo here. I want to go back to app host. One of the most relatable parts of type linting is that it's really easy to forget to call the async await at the end of an init file or script. I've done that a million times. And I just removed the await here and got that same no floating promises complaint. Quick fix, I'm going to add the await operator. Thank you. By the way, quick little pro tip. By default, VS Code shows squigglies in red for ESLint. That's the ESLint extension, but I added a little thing to the extension that lets you, let's say, downgrade them all to, instead of red, let's say yellow or orange by default. If you get rid of that, it goes back up to red. Hooray. All right. Types are awesome. Here we saw an example of them helping your tooling. The more your tooling knows about the code, the more it can help you. And my gosh, as someone who's ramping up on AIs and agentic coding, do I want tools that automatically fix the mistakes? Oh. Whew. All right, a few closing thoughts before I go over. JavaScript is necessary. You can't build a website without it. And especially this day and age, you've got some real complex websites out there. JavaScript is wacky. We never meant for it to do all this, and we've just been adding on to it ever since by necessity. But types make it better. So all these things I showed you are free and open source online. TypeScriptLine.org, Zod.dev, TypeScript-ESLint.io. This is all available. I'd love for you to try this stuff out. And especially since I work on TypeScript ESLint, let me know if you have any feedback or things we can make better for you. We'd love to make this great. And thanks, everyone. This has been fun. You can reach me as Joshua K. Goldberg online, and I'm going to hang out in the Discord for a while. So hit me up if you have any questions.
Yay! Thanks, Josh. You actually, oh, look who's here just in time. Have a seat. You keep going. I texted Fowler. I said, "Are you going to come say hi to Josh?"
Josh.
Hi, David. Good to see you.
Talk into the microphone.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Yeah. Well, Maddie and I were trying to remember. You and I met at a Staff Plus conference, right, in New York City.
Yep.
Hell yeah, that was a good time. How are you doing?
That was good. Pretty good. Doing really good.
Did you see him talk about modules?
I did.
Generate modules.
I did.
And
I was like, I said, Seb, watch this.
Learn how the thing you built works.
Love modules.
Josh is in the Discord now. Well, he just mentioned that, so that's good. Now we can heckle him with all of our typed needs. Did you merge his ESLint PR yet?
Me? I'm just here trying to encourage the entire team to
Yeah,
do
sure
more stuff.
Is.
I didn't merge it yet, but it will get merged for sure.
For those of you in the Boston area, by the way, Josh does run the TypeScript local Boston user group, which is awesome. And he is one of the organizers for Squiggle Conf, which happens in Boston in the fall. Do you guys have a date yet? That's where we met.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, we actually are, thank you for mentioning this. We're moving it to the spring. So spring 2027, we just started organizing work on it. We're very excited. It's going to be a great one. We're going to do one day this year. We're going to pack that freaking theater. Maddie, do you remember what the venue is for Squircle Conf?
It's the Aquarium IMAX, the Boston Aquarium IMAX.
What?
So you sit in like the big theater and it's the giant screen behind you.
That's pretty cool.
It's so cool. It was an awesome event.
You can see the
and
seals from
speakers
there.
travel in from everywhere. So like, for me, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna drive down the street. How terrible.
Are you going in?
I mean, I'll definitely go as an attendee. I'm not a speaker. So
To show the new app host?
I mean, I would love to, but maybe I'll send you this year. Maybe this is how I get you to Boston.
Is that how I go to Boston?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get David to Boston. It's great.
Yeah, I got it.
Can you do that for the? This is Josh has lived in the Boston area for a few years now. Can you do your Boston accent again?
Yeah.
Is that a 1920s gangster?
It's just I don't know.
I watched like 2 movies.
He's heard me say
That's
aspire. He's heard me say fowler. He's heard me say it all, and he goes. Is that what I sound like? Really?
That's what I hear. That's what I hear every day.
Great.
Oh, all right, Josh. Thank you so much. I'll set you free. Enjoy your time, and Sentry is awesome. Shout out Sentry. So
Yes.
everyone go check that out if you haven't already. Is gangster.
I appreciate it.
Wait.
To answer David Pine's question on YouTube, pardon me, Mitch Denny's, no, Luke Carter, it kept moving. I have no idea what this camera is. I'm at the Sentry office in Toronto, and they set me up in their recording studio. But it's a camera.
That's so cool.
I thought you
This
just
is
like
not my normal level of
yeah. I thought you just like really traveled for this. Like you were ready to roll. So
I brought my 15 desk accoutrements, my purple screen. It's a whole set.
that's what we.
Yeah, you traveled with that too.
Oh God! All right, enjoy your
The
offsite.
PR's merged. Look at that.
PR's merged. Woo! All right,
Where are we now?
we are about to play a pre-recorded video
Oh.
because this is from the WCX team, our friends who are in China, so
Our
it's still like
besties.
very early in the morning for them. And so we'll hang out and watch chat for questions, etc. But this is a pre-record, and this is the team that is using Aspire. I sent you this video, like the clip of this.
Crazy.
They're using Aspire and agents to orchestrate like fixes. They do like I don't know. I'll let them describe it. But like they're using Aspire to orchestrate fixes across like hundreds and hundreds of Windows 365 repos. It is bananas.
It is.
It is bananas.
Very cool.
So we're gonna just play that video. And we'll be back in a bit. Oh, let me check my bingo board. Oh, I'm so close. If you haven't
Someone
joined
says
in on
polyglot.
bingo yet, did you just? No, you
It's
can't.
in there.
I know, but you can't.
Someone said it, didn't they?
I'm sure, but I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it?
I mean, it wasn't up during the keynote.
Oh, okay.
So, because if
I
it was
see.
up during the keynote, we would have had all the squares instantly. So I said, no. But feel free to join in for bingo. And then 13.2 is live. We have already shipped updates to the website. So that's pretty
About
cool.
12.
About 12, yeah. We keep shipping. So, and as always, hang out in the Discord if you want to heckle among friends. It's probably a good way to put the Aspire Discord. So, all right, I'm going to let the WCX team take it away, and we will see you guys for the next session. Where's my video?
Can you find it?
Right here.
Welcome to Aspire for Windows 365 session. I am Yong Yuchen, Senior SW Manager, leading WCX Engineering System team, focusing on engineering tooling and infrastructure operations for Windows 365.
Hello everyone, I'm Chuanbo Zhang, the architect for Windows 365.
I'm Jishen Xing, a developer contributing to this project.
Here is a quick agenda overview. First, I will share Windows 365 plus Aspire adoption story, how systematic reliability improvements and AI tool helped accelerate the adoption. Here is our three-phase Aspire adoption story. Phase 1 is about functionality. In this phase, multi-repo Aspire adoption shall be able to validate in real Windows 365 services. Phase 2 focuses on fixing reliability gap. In this phase, the workflow became stable enough for daily engineering work and PR validation. Phase 3 is the accelerator. In this phase, we built Copilot SDK-based AI tooling on top of the trusted foundation we built in phase 1 and 2 to automate large-scale rollout across Windows 365 service repos. Here is a quick recap of phase 1. Aspire enables multi-repo development and showed clear value in Windows 365. To make it practical for everyday engineering, we built the missing developer foundation. Email Hub provided shared emulators, so team could run Aspire F5 with to local debug. Service default standardizes telemetry, service discovery, and health checks, so call variance was consistent across repos. Cosmos DB readiness checks plus CData made service code validation far more stable. The result is simple engineering experience. Service team own their own service repos, app host, service code, and tests. Infra team provide shared Aspire libraries and common interfaces to support reusable patterns. Day-to-day, developers can clone the repo, press F5, and get productivity with minimal setup. With this solution, we now have repeatable local debugging experience. E2E test to ensure quality through daily PR validation. This solution established the baseline that reliability improvements and large-scale rollout can build up. Through continuous feature reliability enhancement and AI-facilitated rollout, from December 2025 to March 2026, we successfully doubled the service adoption and reached 30% automation case adoption across Windows 365. This trend also climbed to 39 repos adopted and more than 600 automation cases, up from 15 and 200 previously. What matters most is sequence behind those numbers. Phase 1 established a trusted platform baseline. Phase 2 continued strengthening feature reliability. And Phase 3 used AI tooling to accelerate rollout across the fleet. Let's hand over to Jishen for next part.
Thanks, Yunyu. I will talk about the reliability deep dive, covering the biggest onboarding blocks for this project. This is the core Windows 365 development process. Teams build features in their own repositories and validate them locally with the F5 experience. Performing both manual and automated testing locally is the first step toward a reliable development process. When a pull request is created, Cloud Test runs end-to-end validation as a strict quality gate, our second layer of reliability. Once the PR is green, we merge with confidence. This consistent, repeatable loop defines what reliability looks like and forms the foundation of everything we will show next. We started reliability by defining one clear pattern every Windows 365 microservice follows. All services reference a shared infra library, which defines standard health endpoints for both web APIs and Azure functions. After that, we recommend to use with HTTP health check for web APIs and Azure functions in app host. So the dashboard shows the real runtime health, not just whether a process is running. Developers rely on it during manual local testing, and we reuse the exact same signal for automated E2E tests. We also provide an E2E test fixture to simplify the automation experience. With reliable health signals, live logs, and traces, GitHub Copilot can reason about real system state, explain why a service is unhealthy, and suggest a fix grounded in facts. After establishing local reliability, the next step is making that same behavior non-negotiable in the pipeline. When a PR is created, Cloud Test runs E2E tests as a required quality gate. If any Aspire E2E test fails, the PR is blocked, ensuring no regressions move forward. To make this scalable, we provide a reusable test foundation in the build pipeline. Each microservice only needs to add two simple XML configuration files to run the test online. We also invested heavily in automation environment optimization, reduced setup time from 30 minutes to 8 minutes, delivering a much faster and more predictable pipeline experience. Finally, logs are critical, especially when the tests fail. We collect 4 diagnostic output, including Aspire logs and detailed .NET test logs, and publish them as user-friendly online reports to speed up root cause analysis. To make reliability real, we had several actual blockers before. First, Azure functions failed to start under Aspire during running .NET test. The root cause is the SDK and tooling mismatches. We fixed this by standardizing on .NET 9 plus SDK version in the global.json file and installing Azure Function Core Tools by MSI. Second, we run into Azure Functions cold start and host isolation issues in Cloud Test. Parallel agents created fresh hosts where the function's SDK conflicted with generic host DI. The fix was to make startup explicit using a function-style startup pattern. Third, the legacy Cosmos emulator were sometimes unstable. They could report running but still reject writes. Windows 365 web APIs and functions will initialize the Cosmos DB when started up. This will cause failures. We solved this by adding write-based readiness health checks, so services only start when Cosmos is truly ready. Furthermore, we are actively evaluating the preview Cosmos emulator, which is much more stable. I will now hand over to Chuanbo.
I will talk more on rollout at scale, with Aspire as an orchestrator using the agent team working together. For phase 3, reliability wasn't the major blocker anymore. Instead, adoption becomes the major focus. With microservice architecture and a large Windows 365 services fleet, every shared dependency change needed to move across many repos. Manual rollout show limitation here. Combat it, we built multi-repo rollout tooling with agentic AI and GitHub Copilot SDK on top of the trusted baseline from phase 1 and 2. Aspire becomes the control plan, and the agent flow can check health, apply fix, and generate PR across the repository. So phase 3 is the automation phase, where the platform story turns into an AI-enabled raw story. Now, let me look at the demo. To avoid information leak, we will use ADO emulator to hide a real repo, but the underlying logic is the same.
Welcome to the demo for multi-repo rollout at scale, with Aspire as the orchestrator. This solution is built on a project called Rollout, powered by Aspire. When the project starts, Aspire launches all required resources locally and brings up a resource dashboard. The main resources in this dashboard are 2 Copilot agents. Local Fix Agent, which automatically fixes multi-repo rollout issues in parallel and generates pull requests on leveraging Copilot. Cloud Fix Agent, which validates E2 test results to ensure all AI-generated fixes are secure. We also provide a centralized rollout dashboard. On the overview page, you can see the rollout status of multiple scenarios across all repositories. Each scenario represents a Windows 365 feature, such as Aspire onboarding, with an aggregated status view. By expanding the Aspire onboarding full scenario, we can drill into detailed check results across all 35 repositories. For example, here we see 10 repos passing the app host check. Rollout history is also available for review. Next, let's move to the baseline page. This page shows detailed metrics across all Windows 365 repositories. For demo purposes, we're using mock repositories. These metrics help track rollout progress across multiple scenarios from a single, centralized view. Taking the catalog service as an example, We can see the status of each validation item. Expanding the view clearly shows the failure reasons. Fixing these issues repo by repo would require significant manual effort. Instead, on the new rollout page, we can trigger the local Fix Copilot agent to automatically resolve failures and generate pull requests. Here, we select the scenarios and repositories to fix. Once the rollout starts, the agent applies fixes across all selected repositories, and we can track progress in real time. Later, on the pull requests page, all generated PRs are listed with detailed information. To prevent regressions, each PR runs full end-to-end tests in Cloud Test. The Cloud Fix agent then retrieves the results and applies any additional fixes needed to ensure all tests pass. Thank you for watching this demo video.
This slide shows the end-to-end architecture for our AI-driven multi-repo rollout. A rollout orchestrator runs on Aspire as a control plan, coordinating work across multiple agent pools that operate on repositories through MCP tools. Agents handle local fix, CI remediation, learning, and guardrail, while everything is observable and controllable through the Aspire dashboard. At a high level, Aspire is a control plan, Copilot agent are the workers, and MCP is the API collecting them. Now let me walk you through each component in detail next. We started with agent skills and PowerShell, but as the logic grew, we hit a wall. No good way to coordinate resources, collect structure logs, traces across services, or test the whole system together. We realized we should build on Aspire instead of reinventing those features. The turning point was Aspire's eventing model. We needed to populate a process this repo event, route it to the right agent pool, and get a callback. That's exactly what Aspire's coordination primitives do. No separate message broker, no customer dashboard. Aspire gave us all of that out of the box. Let's talk more about the multi-repo rollout. The Copilot agent only handles one repo at a time. The orchestrator host coordinates the fleet. It discovers which repo are still broken, dispatches them to agent pools in parallel, track the result, and the loop until everything is green or we stop making progress. We used adaptive concurrency, and the system scale itself. More parallelism when things go well, less when they don't. Between passes, the learning agent aggregates fixed patterns across all repos, so the system gets smarter as the rollout progresses. We also choose LLM models with a fallback. So if one model token used up or being throttled, it will switch to the backup models. This slide zooms in on the agent team itself, the worker that actually executes the rollout. We have 4 agent roles, each with a very clear responsibility, and they are loosely coupled through the Aspire events. First, the local fix agent. This runs in parallel through worker by default. Each local fix agent takes a repo, reads the structure house report with info check, apply long onboarding patterns, fix code configuration or code issue, and create a pull request. They don't coordinate with each other directly. Each agent just reports its result back to the orchestrator. Second, the CloudFix agent. This come up into play After PR is created, they monitor PR validation pipeline and step into when the CFOs, including build error, test failure, or environmental issues. If the fix requires code change, CloudFix hands the report back to LocalFix for another iteration. Third, the learning agent. This agent never modifies repository. Instead, it subscribes to raw completion event and observes what was broken and what fix worked. Those insights are used to evolve skill, so future rollout improve automatically. This is how the system get better and better over time. Finally, the guardrail agent. This is our safety layer. It validates change against the approved boundary and detect or revert out of scope modification, keeping automation safe and controlled. The key point is this. The agents are decoupled, event-driven, and observable. LocalFix don't know about CloudFix. The learning agent is a silent observer, and the orchestrator decides what happens next. This is exactly the analysis, remediation, evolution loop we described earlier, made concrete through Aspire. So each agent we talked previously is a thin layer around the GitHub Copilot SDK. The orchestrator posts to API process endpoint. The agent loads a prompt document that tells Copilot exactly what to do, and Copilot calls our MCP tool, check, fix, rollout to get real work done. The agent posts result back with green, yellow, red status, so the orchestrator knows what to do next. In dev mode, the emulator replaces scripted response, so we can iterate without burning real Copilot token or impact real ADO repo. I will also run those end-to-end tests in Cloud Build to ensure those continue pass or low regression. At the heart of the system is really the metric and the check system. We needed a precise definition of green. That's the same where a human or an agent evaluates it. So we built a two-tier metric engine. One metric, like app host, contains subcheck. Does it have app project? How many API services? Are our resources wired? And a green formula that combines them. Add a new metric by writing a class with a metric attribution and its subcheck with metric check. Assembly scanning picks them up automatically. No registration code needed. This checker also knows how to fix itself. Check async returns what's wrong. Fix async returns remediation steps that Copilot will use. After an agent edits the files, we only rerun metrics whose files pattern match what changed. So we are not re-evaluating the entire registry every time. Before onboarding a repo was a half-day manual process with inconsistent fix and heavy Aspire expertise required. After automation, teams get ready to merge PR with a consistent baseline, saving 2 to 8 hours per repo, and eliminating try and error. This consistency lets teams scale safely and keep fleets green as the platform evolves without repeating manual work. Now let me hand over to Yongyu for Aspire extensibilities.
Thanks, Tremble. I will dive you into Aspire extensibility, showing how we leverage the Aspire resource model, eventing, care system, and dashboard to build this project. We will use 3 production projects to show all extensibility features in Aspire. Aspire F5 is our reusable library. Basically, an internal Aspire SDK we ship to service team as a NuGet package. Mini CPC is a happy path example we built on top of it, showing what a compliant microservice looks like with Azure dependency integration wired up. Multi-repo rollout. Aspire coordinates AI agent, showed live system state, and make tool action fully traceable. Across all three, the takeaway is clear. Aspire isn't just configurable. It's a real platform you can build on. With a time limit, we were focused on full extensibility for Aspire, namely the resource extensions, builder extensions, testing, and Aspire dashboard extension. Now, let me go through them one by one in detail. Customer resource types are Aspire's most used extensions. For our multi-repo microservice, our microservice resource class wraps a container and exposes with endpoint reference function. It's not a URL string, but a lazy expression that Aspire resolved at lunchtime. That lazy evaluation model is what makes the whole writing system composable via service discovery. So one add microservice call registers the container, sees endpoint, wire telemetry, and add health check all at once. The payoff customer resource type is wrapping all the complexity into fluent extension method, so app host author never sees it. Add Copilot agent with session count 3 does a lot internally. It creates a parent group node, spawns 3 real workers processes with parent relationship function, with wired up MCP URLs into each worker. The register a health check that aggregates failure rate across all slots. The caller gets back a handler with .agent and .sessions property and never touches any of them directly. Copilot agent resource itself inherits from the base resource. Nothing runs behind it. It just holds state and push live snapshot to the dashboard. Ship the extension method as the NuGet package, and your organization's developer get a first-class F5 experience. App host fixture gives every microservice team a simple, standardized way to run end-to-end tests on Aspire. Instead of each service figuring out how to start the app, wait for dependencies, check here's, and clean up, teams just inherit the fixture and declare the resource they care about. The fixture message is full lifecycle. Starting the distributed app, wait until everything is healthy, then running tests. So startup race condition and flasky tests are removed by design. And when something fails, building open telemetry give clear signal on whether the issue is a service or a dependency issue, making reliability a shared platform guarantee rather than a team burden. Customer command extension turns the dashboard into a control plane. The team can pause or resume a long-running AI rollout directly from the Aspire UI without using the terminal. The add Copilot agent function sets up parent chart structure in one simple call. The parent is just a container for grouping and does not run anything, while each child agent runs its own processes. In the dashboard, you can see many agent sessions running at the same time, and they appear as one logical unit. It's like Cosmos DB database groups and the corresponding containers under it. The Aspire dashboard shows clear, helpful alerts right where developers already work. With Azure Container Registry, which is also known as ACR, login expires, Engineers see a simple banner with a login now button instead of digging through confusing container error logs. Ensure ACR log service function helps register the backend service, keeps checking the ACR login status, and update the dashboard instantly. As soon as the login is fixed, the dashboard automatically shows authentication restored. This Aspire interaction service removes a common problem where engineers used to spend around 20 minutes to figure out the root cause. Let's move to the learnings and the next. I want to give you a quick summary of what we have learned from this project. Reliability before automation. Clear the biggest blocker before onboarding. MCP plus Copilot SDK agent enables a check to fix to rollout loop with precise, auditable tool backended actions, so outputs stay grounded in real tool and data. Learning agent keeps improving. Each run feeds back into AI skill stock updates, so fixes get reused as the system improves over time, which makes the sustainable rollout at scale possible. Aspire extensibility. Customer resources, resource commands, and health telemetry will let us model and run distributed workflow beyond dev time startup. Third, our near-term goal is to further expand service adoption and migration of all existing E2E cases, with AI to accelerate the rollout. The next expansion area is broader AI facilitate onboarding and upgrading. We want AI to help the service container preparation and corresponding HTTP file preparation to facilitate HTTP request and response mock, so each team are more motivated to engage with this solution. Thank you for listening. Hope this session is useful for you.
Put your phone down. Did you tweet though?
I did. Oh,
Did you tweet? Go tweet, because the next session is going to be quite the doozy.
Is Mitch here? Is Mitch waiting?
Is Mitch here? Mitch is muted.
Mitch, did you
Oh,
wake
yeah,
up?
there he is.
Did you wake up early for this?
I've been up for a couple of hours. I've been up
Of
for
course you
2.5
have been.
hours. Yeah, just watching,
Panicking, right?
watching the stream. Yeah, just going through my demo again, make sure I remembered it. You know, so.
Wonderful.
Didn't you just write it yesterday? How could you have already forgot it?
Well, I wrote the code, like the little app I'm demoing ages ago. I haven't really touched it since then. And then yesterday I thought, I guess I should update it to the release bits.
Yeah. 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 Well, I've been watching Mitch in the chat for like the last couple hours while you've been out there socializing, Fowler.
I am back at work in person,
Yeah, back at work.
hanging out with my team,
Yeah.
who all flew in to talk to us.
Yeah. Except for Mitch. Mitch is still home. Mitch
Okay,
is the
Mitch.
first of two Aussies we have. So
We'll come to you, Mitch, in Melbourne, right?
that's
Melbourne.
true.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You guys could have an Aspire Conf here.
We should.
If we do it around the Australian Open, I am in.
I knew that's
I'm
how
in.
we would
Sport
how we
tennis,
would
I'm in.
bribe you
That's
to get.
oh,
there.
actually, that reminds me. These shirts, BT Dubs, that one's also for sale. They're all on Bonfire, which is a website that donates the proceeds for the shirts because we can't like make money off of things. And this shirt in particular, Choose Your Starter, in honor of Fowler, goes to the U.S. Tennis Association. So, great shirt. Got a little. I've been playing Pokemon Pokopia, although I left my Switch 2 at home and it's really hard for me. So I was excited for the little crossover theme situation. But send your tweet.
I can't find Mitch's.
Mitch
like,
is not on Twitter anymore. Just
He
tag
is.
the
He's,
Aspire
he's back
account.
on Twitter now, actually.
Mitch is back on Twitter. Mitch, what's your Twitter? I mean, X.
It's Mitch Denny Dev because I couldn't get my original handle. Someone else is squatting on my original.
There you
handle.
are.
Yeah,
there you are.
There he is.
But I don't really
Got it.
log on to X much. I'm more on Blue Sky. So I
All
only
right,
use
Mitch.
X when David tags me on something, and I'm like, I guess I should log on to it.
All right. Share your screen and then we'll let you take it
Okay.
away. And then Fowler and I will be here to heckle you when you're done. I need to go get my fourth seltzer of the day though.
Yeah,
Let me navigate this user interface. Okay. I am sharing my screen. Is it working?
Maddie hits
Sure
button.
is. See you
Excellent.
soon, Rich. Bye.
Catch you later. Hi, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to be talking about Aspire and deployment, which has been quite the journey with Aspire over the last couple of years. And I think it's important to sort of set the scene a little bit about where we've been with deployment and Aspire and kind of where we are right now and where we're going. So let me make sure my screen is working. So I like to think of deployment in Aspire as having these areas of deployment. So when we shipped the first version of Aspire, which was Aspire 8.0, we were very, very focused on the sort of inner dev loop for Aspire. That's really one of the areas where Aspire really shines, is that inner dev loop. But we did realize that people that were building applications on top of Aspire would want to be able to leverage that model and support deployment. And so when we shipped 8.0, we worked with the Azure SDK team and we built integration with the AZD tool. And the way we did that was we created this manifest file, which was a JSON file, and it had a whole bunch of information in it that the idea was another tool would come along, read that JSON file and do the deployment for us. So we had a couple of different versions of that manifest format. So we had one where we just sort of abstractly defined, hey, you wanted a Redis, you wanted a Postgres, you wanted a SQL Server, and then here is your .NET project. And eventually that morphed a little bit into sort of describing containers and so on. And it worked pretty well. But, there is this sort of loss of fidelity that you get when you transition from, a live application model in Aspire to, a static file in a manifest, and then rehydrating that into a deployment. And so we always felt that there was going to come this point where the manifest file wasn't going to be enough for what we wanted to do. And if we sort of fast forward to Aspire 9.2, where we previewed the first version of the Aspire CLI, in the back of our head, we kind of knew that we would probably end up building kind of a deploy command into the CLI. Initially, it was probably not really going to be that dissimilar to the way that Aspire plus AZD or Aspire plus Aspirate or any of the other tools that the community built worked. But we realized that because we had the app host right there and we knew how to communicate with the app host, we could actually have a really high fidelity experience. And so Aspire 9.2 started the journey for us around starting to explore what that sort of high fidelity deployment model would look like. And if we go forward to Aspire 13, that was really where I think we got the model right. It takes us some time on the Aspire team sometimes when we're not quite sure about all the complexity that we're dealing with, what the model is, and that sort of comes to some of our philosophies around API design. So, obviously with Aspire itself, we had to bootstrap something, so we got some stuff out there, but we prefer not to prematurely create abstractions if we can avoid it. We'd like to have multiple examples of a problem before we settle on that final API design. And once we've got multiple problems, we can extract the underlying primitives from those common patterns that we discover. And in the case of deployment, it just took us a few iterations to get there, and we're pretty happy where we are today. I would say that the story with deployment in Aspire today is that the underlying APIs are solid, and if the deployment infrastructure that we've got meets your needs, then you should use it. And then we are going to continue to invest in deployment significantly moving forward to expand the scenarios where Aspire just does the heavy lifting for you. And so in this session, I'll talk through where we are today. I'll walk through some examples. You'll see some stuff that's really easy. You'll see some things that needs a little bit more work. And I'll also show off some things that we're pretty excited about that we've shipped in Aspire 13 too. So really, if we come back to that concept of errors, we're leaving the manifest error, and we're now in what I would call the pipeline error of Aspire deployment. And so the Aspire CLI leverages an API that we'll get to at the end of this talk called pipelines and pipeline steps. And it's like a fundamental abstraction that powers the deployment engine. Okay, so we're going from manifest plus platform tools to the Aspire CLI, which is driven through a rich extensibility model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into VS Code, and I'll just show you what the current state of deployment is with Aspire. So some of this is relevant from 13.0 onwards. So if you're already using 13.0, you can use this stuff now. If you're upgrading to 13.2, there's some extra capabilities that that we have as well. So let me jump in. So this is a really simple little application that I've been playing around with. I'm going to run it then I will launch the browser. Okay, so that's running. I'm going to jump into the dashboard here. And you can see that I've got my little server. It's a pretty simple app. And if I go into it, it's basically a little really simple TUI sort of web application. That sounds like a bit of an oxymoron, but it's a little text-based UI inside a browser window. And the idea is it's a multi-user experience. So you can sort of move around, teleport from point to point. There's some basic chat functionality. So once you go through the tutorial, you can sort of move around. And this is like a multi-user sort of experience. So if someone joins on the same server, well, then they can access it as well. So that's the app that I want to deploy. So often when I am working out deployment, I often try to just deploy something simple first. And that's what this application is. And if I jump back into my VS Code environment, I'm going to stop Aspire now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable this application to deploy using Docker in this case. So I'm going to add an integration. And I'll select Docker. Okay. One thing to note is that in 13.2, we're actually GAing the Docker integration, which sits on top of the pipeline infrastructure. And all I have to do to really make this light up is I go builder.add Docker compose environment. And if I didn't have any special requirements, I'm done. That's all I really need to do. So I can just come down here into the terminal and I can say deploy. And what's going to happen here is it's going to look at my application. So it's going to launch the app host. It's going to talk to it. And that was super quick. You can see here that it went through a series of steps. So this is all defined. When you add this environment, it figures out how to do the deployment for the resources you've got in your app model. And if I jump into my Docker environment here, you can see that I have a Docker environment that's been deployed. And I can open that up in the browser. And there's my little text application all working nice and happily within Docker Compose. So let's jump back into the code here and let's have a closer look at this concept of environments and the compute resources and how we customize things. So what happens is when we add an environment, and we've got lots of different environments that you can use, that hooks into the deployment infrastructure within the CLI, so that when you run the Aspire deploy command, it says, okay, I want to do the deploy step. And the deploy step has a whole bunch of prerequisites. And it builds this graph of steps. And we'll actually look at the steps APIs towards the end of the session. So it basically just like gets the ball rolling. And part of that is it analyzes the resources which are in the project and figures out what you need to deploy that particular resource. Now, often it would just work out of the box, but let's say that your particular resources needed some extra functionality. You could just go, hey, I want to publish this as a Docker Compose service, and we get this callback API where you can actually customize the content which is spat out to disk. So if I look at the changes in the file system here, you can see that I have this Aspire output directory, and this is the Docker Compose file that was generated for me that was used for the deployment. But I might want to have some special capabilities. I might have a custom network config or special operating system rights for this particular container. And so I can go into my Compose service and I can say, hey, here is effectively a representation of the service within the Docker Compose file. What do you want to change? So we know with Aspire that, we won't be able to provide these top level APIs for every possible thing for every possible deployment target. But when we do enable a particular environment, we like to provide this method that allows you to customize it. And we have where we can, a rich object model, which allows you to tweak things. So for example, I can go cap add. And I might say, hey, I want to have the net admin capability set up on the Docker Compose file. So now if I go Aspire publish again, or Aspire deploy, this Compose file now has the capability added to the Docker Compose file. So that's kind of at a high level, the basic mechanics that most people will deal with when they're working with deployment. They'll add an environment and they'll potentially do some tweaks to their compute resources. And if you're targeting the cloud, for example, you can have custom Azure resources, and we have analogs for customizing those as well. So let's look at some of the other infrastructure here. So we looked at the CLI. So we have the Aspire CLI that you can use to do either publish or deploy. But actually, what's actually happening under the covers here is that if I go back to the CLI, that Aspire publish command is actually just a step. So I can say Aspire do publish, and it's effectively the same thing. And so publish is just a step, and steps have prerequisites. And what you're seeing here in the output is the output from all of those steps executing. So it's a graph, and we'll look at that a little bit more later on. We added an environment. Now you can actually add multiple environments to a deployment, and so that when you trigger a deployment, it'll deploy to all of them. So for example, let's say I had a single app host and I wanted to deploy to Azure Container Apps, but I want to separate my container resources across multiple container app environments. You can actually do that. We support Azure App Service. We'll look at that in a sec. And then once you've got your environment, you need to optionally customize your compute resources for that environment. It's not always necessary, but one of the things I often do is adjust the scaling on my compute resources, particularly for little pet projects. And then if you're using something like Azure or AWS, where you've got some sort of cloud orchestrator for PaaS services, they will have their own model for customizing those resources. So when I add Azure Storage, I can actually configure the infrastructure and tweak some of those settings. And then finally, the concept you need to master is around pipeline steps. And so they're the underlying building blocks for deployment. So we add our Docker Compose environment. We add our compute customization with Publisher's Docker Compose service, in the case of the Docker Compose extension or integration. For Kubernetes, it's a very similar pattern. You'll see this is one of the things with the way we approach design. We like to find those common primitives, and once we've got the primitive right, we reapply it in each of the different scenarios. So here is exactly the same pattern, this case applied to the Kubernetes environment. And I'm going to do a bit of a demo on this. You can also customize your Kubernetes services. This API, as you can imagine, Kubernetes is quite a rich API surface. So you can do a lot with this. So let's actually have a look at that. So I've got in my environment here, I happen to have a little Kubernetes cluster in my garage, like everyone does. And if I go kube control here and go get nodes, you can see I have an 8-node cluster in my garage. This is these little Raspberry Pis plugged into my switch, all nicely organized. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to deploying this application on Kubernetes. So let me clean this up. I'll go I prepared a branch just to make this a little bit easier. Okay, so I've switched over to my Kubernetes branch. And you can see here I've got my add Kubernetes environment set up. I'm deploying to a Kubernetes cluster which is running on ARM64 architecture, so I need to specify some container build options. This is one of those areas where we've GA'd the Aspire hosting Docker integration, but we haven't GA'd the Aspire hosting Kubernetes integration. And this is one of those kind of areas where we want to fine tune things. We want to start to make this stuff more automatic. I'll look at the persistent volume claims in a sec. So what I want to do is I want to deploy this now into my Kubernetes environment. So I have my little Kubernetes cluster accessible here. You can see it's up and running. It's a clean environment. There's my nodes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a namespace. So I'm going to say, hey, let's go kube control, create namespace conf5. And so I've now got a namespace that I've created in my environment. So I'll switch over to using that. And now that I've got Kubernetes set up inside my app host, I can go Aspire, publish. And if I jump over to the files that are generated, you can see in my Aspire output here that it's generated a Helm chart for me. And that Helm chart has my service in there. So there's my server, any config, and then I've got some configuration values. Now, I'm going to be deploying the container image that was built locally to that cluster. Now, Kubernetes by default doesn't have like a container built in. And so I need to push my container image to the server. Rather than mess around with that, I've actually already got one deployed. So I'm just going to go localhost 3200. So this is just telling it to use the container registry, which I've deployed into my cluster. And I'll just use one of the images that I've deployed previously. But if I wanted to build the image locally and then tag it and push it, the way that I would do it is go aspire do, and then we have like a build dash resource name command. And so this is a pipeline step which is responsible for building a container image. Now, in the case of Docker, when you do aspire deploy, we actually do this for you. But with the Kubernetes extension, we only have it going up to publish. So I'm going to do this build manually. You can see it's building the server image. That's all fine. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the Aspire output directory, and I'm going to go Helm install conf5, install the template that's currently in this local folder, conf5. And what's happening now is it has taken those Kubernetes, that Helm chart, turned it into a set of Kubernetes resources and pushed it to my cluster. And if I jump over to my little cluster, we can see that I've probably got a workload here. There's my server deployment. I've probably got some pods running. And so what I'm going to do is go down to network. I've got a service endpoint, and I'm going to port forward that to my local port. And I'm going to bring up a browser here. Let me just bring that up and I'll drag it over. Okay, so there is the same application running inside the Kubernetes cluster, and I haven't had to, other than editing an image name, I haven't really had to even look closely at the YAML file that is generated for the Kubernetes deployment. And that's running now on my Raspberry Pi, or one of the Raspberry Pis in my garage. So that was pretty straightforward. Any day I don't have to touch YAML is a good day. Okay, so let's get back to the app host. Okay, just like with Docker Compose, we can actually customize the Kubernetes resource. And so if I uncomment this code here, this is the publish as Kubernetes service method, which takes a callback. So this is the Kubernetes resource. And what you can do with this is you can create these underlying Kubernetes objects. Now you can actually define your own because Kubernetes is customizable, but we have some that come in the box. So this is a persistent volume claim. We add that to the additional resources associated with compute resource. And we're doing things like setting up the storage limits. The reason you might want to do this is if you've got a Kubernetes cluster bare metal, often in that cluster you'll have like a volume management system. So in my garage, I have a distributed block store. So if I wanted to deploy this in a way where that block storage was automatically distributed across the nodes, well, then I would need to come in here and customize some of this. And then once you've got the persistent volume claim, you map that to a volume, and then you associate that with the container resource at a particular mount point. So these are all sort of Kubernetes concepts. They're not, they're specific to deployment, which is why you do them inside this callback method. And so now if I go Aspire publish, and I jump back and I look at my output, you can see that it's actually now outputting all of the configuration for the persistent volume claim. And if I look at the deployment, you'll see that it's automatically inserted the volume mounts for that. The Kubernetes extension that we've got inside Aspire today has had a huge amount, and that's also true for the Docker extension, it has a huge amount of community contribution. So we're really thankful for the community getting the extensibility to the point where it is today. It's been a real sort of team effort, and we are going to be going much further with this. To give you some idea of the importance that we're placing on this stuff, we are now at a point where we are automatically deploying to a Kubernetes cluster every single time we push a PR into our repo. So we're actually exercising the end-to-end deployment with Kubernetes, and we're going to be going even further with that. Okay. So you saw there that the Kubernetes, we also have support for Azure App Service. Obviously with Azure App Service, it has different capabilities in terms of multiple containers, but a lot of people use Azure App Service, and so this gives them the ability to take their application that would normally deploy to App Service and just run it within a spot. So it's a nice, convenient API. The one that I tend to use most often, and it was really the first sort of Azure target that we had out of the box, is the Azure Container App Environment, and it's probably the most mature of the Azure offerings that we have. One of the cool things about that integration is that not only can you publish as a container app, but we also have support for jobs. So in 13.0, we added the ability to publish as a job or a scheduled job. If you look at the Aspire Docs site, there's lots of details about all of the configuration options for scheduled jobs, which is pretty relevant. I think one of the coolest things that we're delivering in 13.2, and it's been a frequently requested feature, is really support for VNets. So this is going to unblock a lot of folks who want to use Aspire for deployment, but they couldn't because they had to manually handcraft bicep to deal with their VNet security policies. So if I go back to my code here, and I'm going to reset my repo. I'll delete this folder, I don't need that anymore. And I jump back to main here. Not sure what's going on with that. Okay. Check out main. Okay. Got it. Finally got there. Okay, so this is my original app host. So this is actually what I have deployed live. Let's say that I wanted to deploy this app container environment inside of VNet. So let's say rather than it being like a public accessible website, it was something that I deployed on my corporate intranet. We had like like an express route connection from our on-prem network to a virtual network in the cloud, and we want to route into this application. So what we can do with Aspire 13.2 now is define a VNet, and that comes in via an integration. So if I go search for integrations, I go network, you can see at the top of the file we now have an Azure network extension, and I can add a VNet. So I'm going to go builder, add Azure virtual network, VNet. Now this actually takes multiple arguments. I can type in a CIDR address here, so I can say 10.100 0.0.16, and then let me just change the parameter there, so I'm not dealing with some warnings. And then what I can do is I can create a subnet, add subnet, and I'll have to provide a CIDR address as well. Should have just accepted the default there. Good job, Copilot. Okay, so, and that's all well and good. And then if I want to, I can then tell the Azure container environment, hey, I want to go and use a delegated subnet. So the idea is that now when ACA provisions container resources and allocates them with an IP address, it's going to allocate them with an IP address on that subnet. The other thing you can do with these subnets is you can configure network security groups. So you can do things like allow inbounds. You can say, hey, only traffic from a particular location is allowed to touch this machine. Now, there are some caveats with doing this with container app environments. You need to be a little bit careful that you don't block something that you need access to. But let's say that we wanted 443E access and we wanted it from, say, only from the load balancer. So the idea is, yes, we are deploying this application on VNet, but we have a load balancer deployed somewhere, which is going to route traffic into that virtual network for us. And the load balancer is going to sit at the edge of the network in this particular case. So that's how you set up virtual networks for a container app environment. The magic is actually sort of there's a lower layer to this. And so let's say that I wanted to add a storage resource here. So if I go storage, so add Azure storage, and I'm going to add a storage account. So I'll go want blobs, add Azure storage, add blobs. And what you can do with the subnet is I can say, hey, subnet, add a private endpoint to blobs. And so what will happen here is that when storage is provisioned, it will be provisioned with a private endpoint onto that VNet. So let's do an Aspire publish here and actually look at the bicep that gets generated for us. And so we haven't touched it. We haven't written any bicep here. We're not even necessarily an expert in VNet configuration with Aspire. Sorry, with Azure. But you can see that I have a VNet folder here, and this is the definition of the VNet from our app host, which has been generated for us. We've got a network security group, which has been generated for us. and we've got the private endpoint for our storage, which has been set up. This is the private DNS zone that's been configured. So the moment you go from, hey, I'm just deploying an ACA instance and I'm exposing an application to the internet, to, hey, I want it deployed on a VNet, there's this huge step function in complexity around the bicep that you need to write. And so the idea of the app host is, we know everything about your application. It's application topology. If you tell us you want a virtual network and we provide a convenient API, we can mesh those two worlds together so you don't have to do as much heavy lifting. Here you can see in the environment, if I look at the properties which have been input, here is a parameter we pass in, which is the
Mitch, remember when you told me you were worried that you were not going to fill up enough time?
I've gone over time?
No, sweetie. You are 5 minutes over.
Sorry about it.
We have to like horseshoe you off with a giant candy cane.
We're gonna get canned to do this.
But I do think sometime soon we're going to do an Aspire Thursday night, Aspire Friday stream, so we can get Mitch on it.
Yeah.
Especially now that you're doing more of the deployment stuff. The VNet stuff is bananas.
So VNet stuff was primarily done by Eric on our team,
Mhm.
and he has nailed it. Like, I was playing with it yesterday. I reviewed some of his PRs as they were going in. I thought, yeah, they look pretty good. But I was playing with it yesterday. I was thinking, oh, he's done everything. Like everything you could ever want to do.
He's so good.
As like an app dev.
He's so
deploy.
thorough.
He's very thorough.
Oh my goodness. Mitch, any parting thoughts before we kick you off?
No.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Soup?
Whoa.
Destruction?
So I was trying to explain the whole idea of pipeline steps. We're gonna have to do like a Aspire Thursdays or whatever it is to go into this. But the idea is with pipeline steps, it's like the underlying primitive, and so you define all these steps, and what happens is when you're on the CLI, it sort of builds the graph for you based on what you're trying to execute. So this
That's so fancy.
God, that's so good.
But yeah, and we can go into the pipeline steps in more detail. That's kind of like the next layer down. Hopefully, if we do our job well, you don't have to deal with them that often, but they're there.
The good news is I did add a session going over time as a bingo square for Aspire Conf bingo. Do I have it? I don't have it on my board.
Oh, you don't have it.
That's so annoying. But yeah, Mitch, thanks.
My pleasure.
Back to the work for you. We have some bugs to fix, my friend. No.
Yes, I know the bugs of which you speak. So.
All right, see you. Okay, we are keeping with the deployment theme.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited. We are going to pull on Norm, who basically he keeps building a bunch of AWS support for Aspire, and then we keep changing how all of the Aspire deployment works. And being like, hey, Norm, how
you do test my patience very much.
We sure do. But Norm kind of slammed together a bunch of support in the last, I don't know, couple of weeks, months for
resilient Norm.
Resilient.
Resilient.
And now people in the chat are like, oh, do you have this VNet thing for the AWS VNet thing?
Ooh.
So we're gonna have to help you with that one. But yeah, thanks for joining us. Happy AspireCon.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. I'll let you take it away. And you take you can go over like 5-10 minutes if you want.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. So
all right.
Going
See you
wild. All right. Okay, everybody. Thanks for having me here. My name is Norm Johansson. I am a principal engineer at AWS, and I focus mostly at AWS on building .NET tools and libraries and whatever cool stuff we can do over there. Been playing a lot with Aspire, and I wanted to show you all what we've been doing. There we go. So far, the features that we have for Aspire is in the app host, you can make sure you can provision all your application resources. If you need an S3 bucket or a DynaDB table, something like that, just have it be automatically provisioned inside your app host and then connected to your other resources. And it's all done through our service called CloudFormation. We also have DynaDB local integration. DynaDB local is our emulator for the DynaDB service, which is our NoSQL service. So basically you can add that into your app host and then make it sure all of the other projects that are listed in your app host who are using DynaDB can just swap out the real instance to the emulator. Then we just launched this, I think it was this month or last month, was Lambda support. This just went GA, and Lambda is our serverless offering, and you're able to really take advantage of Aspire's ability to have a great debugging, testing, sort of dev interloop cycle there. And the last thing that we've shipped as well, which is in preview, is our publish and deployment support. So I'm mostly just going to talk about deployment, but I do just want to talk a little bit about the Lambda stuff since we just GA'd it and kind of show you what that looks like. So let me bring up Visual Studio here. Here is let's call this an account management system. Essentially, it's a REST API out there. I've got a collection of Lambda functions here, basically just doing like all the CRUD operations for accounts for some system, we'll just say. Just doing an arbitrary thing. Kind of following the Aspire pattern where we've got our service defaults via the startup of there. We make sure all of our Lambda functions is using those defaults. We're also pulling in our resources that we're setting up in our app host. So looking at the app host, here there's an example using that DynaB local. And then when that becomes available, we'll go create all the tables and stuff we need in there. But then here's, you can see how we register our Lambda functions. So we've got our 4 Lambda functions that are all registered. And this is going to now allow us to not just test and debug our individual functions, but we can really test our whole serverless application. Now I could launch the dashboard like this and then be able to go in and invoke these Lambda functions by passing in the JSON event object that Lambda functions expect. But since we also want to use this as a REST API, we've also added for our Aspire integration is an API Gateway emulator. API Gateway is the AWS service that you use to expose your Lambda functions to the web, making it as a REST API. So here we've added that emulator. In this case, I chose to use a specific port just for demonstration purposes. If I don't set one, Aspire will allocate a port for it. And then we add all of our functions that we want to be in as part of our REST API. So if I go ahead and launch this, starting up, it makes sure that we are make sure that our test tool is installed. If it's not, it will install it. It's really just a .NET CLI tool. So just under the covers running .NET install. That's what actually brings the implementation of those emulators over for Aspire. So you don't have to do any pre-setup. So we just make sure it's all available to you. And then here is our dashboard. And then you can see we got added in that service emulator as a resource on our dashboard. That got added as soon as we started adding Lambda functions to our system. And so these 4 Lambda functions are now pinging this emulator, looking for events, looking for things to process. Because ultimately, Lambda is just an event-based system. It's always looking for something to process. So if I go to the UI of the emulator, here's where I can actually see these are the 4 functions that are actually listening to. And I can go in and actually put in, like, here's the sample of what an API gateway request would look like and invoke that. And that would call my Lambda function. But in our case here, we have the API gateway emulator because we define that REST API. I can go in here and it'll start there. I think that is paused because I have a breakpoint, but you can see here, I am now just stepping through my Lambda functions here. If I go, let's go to the account. Whoa, guess we're going here. So I already went over there. So now we're debugging the account operation here. So you can step through and then you can see this is able to pull out the Redis that was defined in the app host, and it's using that. In this case, I can see it's not in there. Go back to the DynaB local instance and then shove it back into Redis. So you can see how that gives us that whole integration there. And the API emulator just really calls the Lambda emulator. So if I went back to the Lambda emulator, you can see here's those events that just got processed here. I think if I go to the get, this is the get that was just sent. And then from here, I can actually just go re-invoke that and start being like. So if there's like something you just want to retest, you can just go in from there. Back at the dashboard here, you can go and see the individual logs we have here. And of course, all the open telemetry is set up, of course. So if we go here, we can see everything was set up in there to see all that. So just wanted to kind of give a preview of what we did for Lambda. So we actually launched this in preview a few months ago, but the GA just went out last month or earlier this month. Okay. All right, but let's get back to the big story, which is deployment. So the way I view our deployment for AWS is it's kind of a marriage between Aspire and the AWS CDK. If you don't know what the CDK is, that is our cloud development kit. It's our infrastructure as code. Essentially, you write some code that defines these are the resources that I want provisioned. When you run it, essentially, it compiles that code into a CloudFormation template. And I mean that in a logical sense, not literally a compiler. But that CloudFormation template is then the JSON representation of all of the resources I want provisioned and how they're all connected together. And then the CloudFormation service will take care of actually deploying everything out. To give an example of what it takes to actually code in CDK just by itself, on the right here, as you can see, is we have a subclass of the CDK stat class, and then you just go and start instantiating all of the constructs that you want. Here is the S3 construct for a bucket, and this is the DynaDB construct for a table. And each construct takes in in its constructor a props object. There's the bucket props and the table props, and that's where you kind of set all your settings for how you want to create that resources. Once you actually instantiate the construct, though, that's now that read-only implementation. That's probably more than anyone really wants to know right now, but I just wanted you to kind of know, because it's going to come up later in the talk, is when you instantiate these constructs, there's two different stages. There's when I set up the properties, like the individual datas, and the construct where I might use that to set up relationships with other things. So some prereqs to get started, though. Of course, you're going to need an AWS account, and you're going to need to be able to have some credentials around so that we can actually make calls to AWS. CDK itself is natively written in TypeScript, and then it has projections in lots of other languages like .NET. But in order for that core layer to work, though, you do have to have Node.js installed, and you also need to have the CDK CLI installed, because there's cases where we'll just shell out to the CDK CLI. It's just running that command there. I think that's one of those things we'll look into later, just automatically getting that set up. But in this first preview, you have to do it by hand. And last thing you need to do is to use the CDK is you need to bootstrap your account. So you need to basically run the CDK bootstrap command to make sure that some of the resources CDK expects in your account are available. All right. So I thought what would we do so you can kind of get a view of what the deployment looks like is just start from the basics, start from the scratch. So we're going to just launch another Visual Studio, and we're going to create the starter application, the Aspire Start application, and what does it take to deploy that? So let's create that up. There we go. If you haven't looked at the starter app in a while, it's a pretty simple-ish thing here where we get our Redis cache, and we've got a REST API backend and a Blazor front end that has to reach the backend, and it also uses the cache. I believe it uses it as an output cache on there. So now, how can we just take this and now deploy it to AWS? So I'm going to add our NuGet package out there. And today, all of the features that we have for Aspire are all in just one hosting package. You just do everything inside the app host. So you add the Aspire hosting AWS package. Okay, and that should be all we need for setup there. And then because our features are in preview, we do add the pragma to say, let's use this preview feature. And then I'm gonna just add our environment, or add AWS CDK environment. Let's give it our Aspire resource name. I'm going to set what this level of previews are on. Don't focus too much on this property right now. I'm going to come back and talk about that in a moment. And then give it a stack name. Because when you deploy to CloudFormation, everything gets put in a stack. And this will be the name of the stack that's going to be created. And that makes it really helpful because when you're done with the deployment, when you want to tear it down, all you got to do is just delete that stack and all of the resources that were created for that will all just be torn down. So reality, that's all I need to do. At this point now, I'm ready to start deploying. Let's actually go to the command line here and we'll do an Aspire publish to go and set up everything here. So I can close this down to avoid my confusion later. So as we've seen in several demos today, Aspire Publishing, it's going to actually start building all of my projects in my app host. In this case, it's got to create the containers for the back end and the front end. Once we get past this build stage, we'll move to the publish stage. That's where we kick in, the AWS plugin kicks in. And essentially what we're going to do is look at all of the resources that you've defined inside your app host and map those to the equivalent CDK constructs so that they can be deployed. So here we had those 3 resources that we got in there, the cache and the 2 web projects. This should be in a few seconds here telling us how it's going to map that. Go in. There we go. So the Redis cache that got mapped to being deployed to Elasticache serverless cluster, and then the 2 web projects got mapped to an ECS Fargate Express service. If we go back to Visual Studio, and now have in my app host, this is the default output folder, is this CDK out folder. So I have my CloudFormation template here and a few other metadata files. I also have some tar files. This is the export of those containers. So Aspire built the containers. We've now exported them into these tar files. And now in your pipelines, you could just move this folder throughout your pipelines. And whenever you want, just deploy this folder. You could just use the CDK command line, just say CDK deploy, pointing to this folder. If you do Aspire deploy, it's going to do what we just saw. It's going to run the publish and then shell out to the CDK deploy command. Looking at the template, we don't assume anything in your account. We don't that you have anything in there already. And so some of these resources like the Redis cache, actually all 3 of them in this case, they'll need a VPC, the virtual private cloud, to sort of set up its networking in there. So since you didn't tell us anything, we go and provision a new VPC for that. If I go skip ahead, here's where those resources for the web projects are at. Here's the backend project being created as an Express service. Skipping down to the front end is again another Express service. And you can see down in the environment section that we've set up all of those service discovery environment variables so our code can still find where's the backend service and where is the Redis cache. Now to get all these to actually connect though requires a lot more than just these environment variables. It meant we also set up all of the subnets in the right way, the route tables, and the security groups so that you would have a network path between all of the resources that needed to be able to touch everything. Now, quite likely, you're going to need to do something more than just take it just as is. You're going to need to customize this to some degree. In this case here, we took everything by default. And what it's doing under the covers is it's creating that, an empty CDK stack class and then creating constructs for each of these things and attaching it to that stack. But if I want to include my own resources as well, I can start with my own stack as well instead of using the empty one. So let's define our own CDK stack. So new. Okay, and then I'm going to use my cheat sheet here. Bear with me. So in this CDK stack, actually a pretty simple one. All I did was I said, hey, I don't want you to go create a whole new VPC. I want you to just use the VPC, my default one that's set up in my account. So this way I don't have to create all those other resources for it. Now, for our Aspire integration to know that you have defined your own VPC, as part of our Aspire integration, we've created these new attributes that allow us to go look to see when we're doing deployment and we say, oh, this resource needs a VPC, go look to see if the stack that we're using has defined a default VPC, and if so, use that. Otherwise, we'll do what we saw in the first demo, we go and create our own VPC. So you'll see that in all of the sort of resources that we do under the covers, like the clusters, the security groups. If you want to just provide your own default, you can create your own and then just annotate it how you want it to go. Now, the last thing I need to do in order to tell us to use this stack is change how we set up that environment. We need to actually provide a func to create that stack. So props, new deployment stack, app, app one, and props. So now we're going to have this. This is the same as stack name, but we're going to now use this as the starting point of the CDK stack. And so all the constructs that we create for these resources will be added onto that. So let's go see what that would be different. Let's do another publish. Actually, let's live on the wild side and let's just do a deploy. Let's see if we can do a live deployment while we're in our conference here. Probably won't get done in time, but we'll just see. We'll give it a try. But this is doing that same publishing step, building everything. Eventually, it's going to go do the same AWS publishing step and create that CDK, or excuse me, the CloudFormation template. In this case, it should hopefully not have a VPC in it because we're going to use the one that was in the stack. All right. So it looks like that's just about done. So it means I get a water break here. What done as far as publishing? As soon as it's done with the publishing, it will do the shell out to the CDK CLI to actually go and see what that, to deploy that folder out. So there we go. And okay, that all got done, and now it's initiating the CDK deploy. So while that's going, if we look at our template now, you can see there's no longer that creation of the VPC. It's actually just using my account's default VPC. So you can see how that works. Now let's look at some other ways we can customize this. So we're making a lot of default assumptions of how you should deploy this. You will likely have different opinions on things. So like for the Redis, we are by default going as a serverless cluster, but you can see we've got different publish methods for all the different ways. There's a serverless one, but if you want to go to a provision mechanism, you can say, I want to do that. And then that'll change how it gets mapped over. Same with the web projects. So here with the web projects, I've got several options here. I have the Express service, which is the default. I'm just deploying it as a service. So this would be like, this is just your background console application. It doesn't need to be exposed out through a load balancer. You would deploy it through that way. Or if you have you want to just go through an application load balancer, which is that would have been the more common way last year before the Express mode came out. You can also do it that way. But even if you want to do the Express mode service, you still might want to customize a lot of the settings that we're doing. And so here you can say, I want to pass in a new config. And there I can add a couple prod callbacks. So this is where it gets back to earlier I was talking about when working with the CDK, you have sort of two different modes that you're working with. You have the props mode where you're setting up all the individual settings for the resources you're about to allocate. And then you create the construct. And once you have the construct, you might want to associate that with some other resource. That's where you create those relationships. Here, let's take an example. I create a props callback. And here you can see all those settings that we just do a default. You can override and set it any way you want. So hopefully what you're kind of seeing there is that even though we make a lot of things simple with the Aspire integration, there's a lot of power you have with the CDK. Everything, all the infrastructure you can do in the CDK is still available in here. So yes, I can create more S3 buckets. I can create Kafka instance. Anything you want is available to you. Okay. Now, I said I would talk about this attribute here. This is, I want to explain what this one is all about. So one thing that we've been noticed, I've built a lot of deployment tooling over the years at AWS. We all have, and what we learn is whatever today's best practices are not going to be tomorrow's best practices. So what I really want with this idea is how do we essentially snapshot what are the best practices, and then let you as the user choose when do you want to adopt to new practices. So just because you pull in a new NuGet package is not necessarily when I want to take in the new default settings for something. Because you can imagine we do a lot of settings for these things. For example, if I open up the code this is the code for our Aspire integration, and then here are the default settings that we use for that serverless cluster. And today we are defaulting to major version 8 when we provision that. At some point, there'll be a 9, a 10, 11, whatever. We'll want to update this and keep it current as the ecosystem evolves. But we want you to choose when you want to actually take those sort of changes on from your part. And that's where that V1, V2 goes here. So today we just have a V1, which is taking everything that we've defined today, but someday we'll create a V2 when we want to make some significant change. And then on there, we would just override that to 9. And we document what is changed on here, and you can choose when I want to change that enum to upgrade my system. You could also say, hey, I want to make my own subclass of the defaults. We know our own thing. So maybe you don't like our defaults. You have that ability to just essentially create your own subclass and plop that in on how you want us to create everything up there. Okay. So a couple more scenarios I just want to show you of things you can deploy real quick. So here is a Lambda function here. So this is a Lambda function that's meant to listen to SQS events. So obviously when I deploy this, I'm going to want a queue for that, an SQS queue. So in there, my deployment stack, my CDK stack, is going to actually do the provisioning of that queue. And then if I look at the app host, you can see this is a case where I had a callback on the construct, and I can set up that relationship saying, set up the event source, grabbing that queue from the deployment stack that I had created. So that's how, when I deploy this, I will deploy the SQS queue and the Lambda function and the integration to tie those things together. One more scenario I want to show. This is just a simple to-do application. It follows a very similar architecture as the starter application, where there's a Blazor front end and a REST API backend. That REST API backend in this case is using DynamoDB, the NoSQL system, as our backstore. So when I deploy this, I need to make sure my tables are provisioned in DynamoDB, and I also need to make sure that I actually have the right permissions to access that table. I have to create essentially what's called a role in AWS that gives me access to those things. So if I look at its stack, again, I'm going to use the default VPC. I've got my DynamoDB table here that I've created. Again, I can create any number of tables. Again, this is what's showing you can use code to create all of my resources here. And I've also defined a role that the ECS tasks will assume that will give it access to call all the DynamoDB API calls on that given table that we just allocated. So we're going to lock down the permissions on that role to just that table. So now let's look at how you take advantage of it in the app host. This one is an example where locally I use DynamoDB local again, and then set everything up. But now in that publish method here, you can see I'm now grabbing that role from that I just provisioned in there and assigning that to my ECS tasks. And I'm also setting the environment variables as well for connecting the dynamo table in there. All right. So let's see, how did our deployments go? So this is we started our application. You can see so far we have now deployed out the serverless cache and the backend API. So we're on the front end. We're not quite done, but to give you an idea what that looks like, totally, this was a deployment I did earlier where this is that to-do application. You can see when we do the deployment, after I did the publishing, it pushed all of our images up to ECR, which is the AWS Container Registry. And then we created all of our resources through CloudFormation. So if I go and click, here's our links to our application, went to the wrong spot. You can see that we actually have now everything deployed, and this is our front end, which is then talking to our back end to get our list of backlog items, our to-do lists, and it also is using the Elasticache for the output cache as well. So all of our AWS resources are being deployed all together. So I think it didn't quite finish. Oh wait, this is front end's about done. So I guess that kind of gives you a timing of how long that took. So that just finished for us. And there's our front end. We just on the fly or on live deployed to AWS, deploying our 2 applications as along with the Redis cache. That's what this page here does, is it actually goes and talks to the back end on there. Okay, finishing up here. Just want to say what I really would like for people to do is obviously try it out and give us feedback. Let us know what it is you'd like us to do in AWS, what new features you'd like. What do you think of what we've done for deployment? There's a couple places you can give us feedback at. Everything that we've done for Aspire is in the GitHub repo out there. It's got also a lot more docs about how to use like the Lambda feature, the deployment features that we have. The Aspire team also has their Discord server, and we have a dedicated channel on the Aspire Discord server to be able to talk about AWS as well. So that's what I have. Maddie, you can take it away there.
You actually just deployed live, like for realsies. That's crazy.
Crossing my fingers, but it would work.
You deployed code you wrote with code that you wrote for deploying code.
Oh,
kind of formception, but that was awesome. Thank you for joining. Nice to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Mitch had put in the chat when you started too, like a lot of the deployment stuff that we put in the box in Aspire was heavily inspired by the first couple iterations of the AWS Aspire stuff that you built like a couple of years ago. So
Time's flying. How is it already 2 years on this stuff? I don't know. So
I know it's so crazy. I can't even believe it. But anyways, yeah, people can get in touch with you on Discord. Let me actually pop that link up. And we'll see you soon. Thanks for coming.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks. I know we're in the home stretch now. So up next, I'm going to bring on Luke, who works at Open Code. And I have to start with this. So Luke, you're not the only Parker brother that's like running in the Aspire circle.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
both
fake
of us in
Ray-Bans,
Australia.
who
Yeah,
I
love it.
knew only as fake Ray-Bans for many years until I realized his name is Matt. Matt Parker, normal name. I was like, yeah, that's a name. Turns out you two are related.
Yeah. We both love .NET and everything .NET land. Both of us love Blazor and hacking along. So yeah, we both love working on Aspire, and we're always chatting about things. So it's cool, everything in open source. So looking at issues, submitting PRs. Sorry.
Which one of you is the smarter brother?
We both just have fun and tinker with things, and if you're having fun, it doesn't matter, right? You get the best results when you're playing.
I like that. You should have said me, but that's okay. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can go over too, because we're 5 or 10 minutes behind. So don't sweat it. But I will be standing by if you need anything. I'm very excited. Open Code mentioned, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks. Open Code and Blazor mentioned, I guess. But yeah, no, this session, I'm pretty keen for it. Obviously, all the other sessions before, we've shown off all the new features. But this one, I'm kind of pulling it back and just having a little bit of a play with how you can kind of look at apps that might not seem like you can use Aspire and get all the cool features, but it actually applies to a lot of apps. So even just the OpenCode CLI, you'd be surprised where you can actually get some really cool stuff out of Aspire Dashboard, and even the AI things like an MCP and the CLI. So let's just jump into it. I don't like long intros, so yep, my GitHub is Honer, and I tweet sometimes, and that's enough intros. We're here for coding and cool demos, and hoping that nothing blows up. So yeah, in case you haven't seen it, OpenCode is an agentic harness, right? So it calls an LLM, you ask it to do things, it might read some files on your disk, it might call some bash commands, it might, even call a remote server, right? It might web fetch things, it might touch your database, it does a lot of things. So Aspire itself helps you with a number of different things for distributed applications. And even running OpenCode locally, you are touching a lot of different systems. So the CLI, even if you ask a simple question, there's a lot running behind the scenes. So I'm just pulling back the curtains so that we kind of have a bit more context so that everyone's on the same page when we look at Aspire very shortly. So without looking at it too much, right, we've got some console UI that talks to an event bus, and there's some loop that runs a bunch of actions, and you might action that over a remote server with APIs. You might store and persist things to SQLite for session tracking and rollbacks when your AI accidentally removes half your hard drive. We might do snapshots with Git. Communities and open source tooling is really important, so plugin hooks happen all the time. Obviously the tools, LSPs, your MCP servers, and obviously the actual inferencing through LLMs. So there's a lot going on just to service, you saying, hey, can you implement this feature for me? Now, logging, everyone knows logging. It's console logs everywhere, or it's just, standard output, or maybe it is logging in the cloud somewhere. These are great, but for a distributed system, it works a lot better when you can see what system and subsystem it's a part of, and grouping things. And if I've got 5 users at the same time, and they're all outputting to the same log file from the same server, what's correlated to what? It just becomes messy. Obviously, there are a lot of great solutions for this, but that's why I love the Aspire dashboard, to kind of make some sense for this. So I'm sure everyone's pretty well aware of it, but just to make sure everyone is on the same page, I'll talk about it quickly, right? So Aspire dashboard, you can get that when you're using an app host and F5, and it orchestrates all the resources and whatnot. But let's say I just want the OTel piece, which is kind of what I'm scoping this talk to. You can run the Aspire dashboard on its own. So the standalone Aspire dashboard is fantastic. In my opinion, it's the best local OTel viewer you can use. So from the docs, you can even see it shows these great spans and traces and OTel things. So I'm not really going to expand too much on OTel. We do know what it is, but it's kind of hard. Locally, the story to get it set up and run and everything, it's just too painful, where you just end up utilizing a debugger or lots of console log statements. But Aspire dashboard is just so good, I can't go without it. Now, for a weather app, we might see the API ran get weather, and then that ended up calling some API service downstream, and we can see that took, let's say, a third of the runtime of that request. And then we can even see for that one action, all of the logs just correlated with it, right? So let's stop talking about docs. That's boring. We're here for the demos to blow up and see what happens. So let's have a play. I've given a bit of preamble. Let's have a look. So OpenCode, like I mentioned, is distributed. So the first thing, I want Aspire dashboard up, standalone dashboard. So I have, we use Bun for the TypeScript, JavaScript, source code for OpenCode. So just orchestrating, running the Aspire dashboard. I'm even running it from source, not using the Docker image. You can do either, both of them work fantastic. But this is the nice .NET land. I'm happy seeing these logs. I miss doing .NET stuff. If we pull up the dashboard, we can click into it and see, once I restart it, there's an empty dashboard because it's standalone. You will see missing fields here because I'm not using an app host yet. I'm just using it as, in my opinion, the best local OTel viewer. I'll keep saying that because I believe it and love it so much. The next thing is if I run bun dev, but instead with OTel enabled, so a bunch of custom spans and just wiring up the URL to the Aspire URL. Basically, you can see the envars being set here, and that we want message content enable and various other tracing things. I have the same local agent once it spins up, and I can even just say something like, hi. A session will come through. I sent a message. And there's a few things that happened, right? I sent hi, but you might have missed it. The title got set based on summarizing my message. Some tokens and money was spent, context happened. You know, the LLM responded. I used this model, it took this amount of time. That's cool. What did this actually do, right? Like, you can kind of look at the console logs and the source code and half understand what's going on. But what if I actually jump here and look at my happy place, which is OTel? So if I scroll around, we can see that it is a distributed app. We have the CLI front end, which kind of runs just that TUI piece. So, you know, rendering frames, doing that in an efficient way, handling your clicks. And then, sure, in this case, it's the same process, but you can remote access OpenCode. So there's a separate distributed piece here where the worker is doing a bulk of the logic through essentially API calls, events, like we mentioned in that really basic architecture. But Aspire is so cool. Not only is it really great for OTel, it's got the Gen AI stuff. So I know what I'm looking at, but I sent a message in this OpenCode session, and Aspire wires it up very nicely, where I can see basically not only what's going on in terms of the database, but I'm just going to jump to the gold, which is this button. So what we see here is everything that happens. So if you're suspicious about maybe what system prompt we're sending, or your custom agent prompt, or your slash command, or what's in the whole context, Aspire displays it really nice. So I can even see this, in this case, is the title generator. So this is the system prompt that generates this output. So greeting and quick check-in, we can even have a look and go, the output of this is, yep, greeting and quick check-in. We can see the system level message, user message, and the prompt is literally generate a title for this conversation, the input I sent, which is awesome. You can even see details, right? Nothing too crazy here. We can see it ran GPT-5 Nano. That's kind of hard to tell, but I mean, it's all here. It's so good. I can click around, see more things. Yeah, I'm running bun, whatever. That's cool, but this is just for the title generator. We're not doing anything too fancy there. The next piece is even, yeah, okay, we're triggering a bunch of plugins. That's cool. The actual builds command, that looks like it took up basically most of this span, right? In the chat we saw it's about 6 seconds, so this is about, yeah, 5 of that, right? So that kind of is what we care about most. In here, we can see, yep, system prompt. In this case, it's not the title, it's actually the chat. So I sent hi, and it said, hi, how can I help today? Okay, that's cool. Nothing too crazy yet. But a new tab has appeared here. We can see tool definitions. So over here, we can see everything that your LLM can call in your agent. So the same way that OpenCode might edit a file or read files, you can even see it in the Aspire dashboard here. So let's say maybe your context window is running out really quickly. You can have a look and see, do I have way too many tool calls? And maybe are they with too many words? Or what are the inputs? For example, bash, this is the entire tool definition OpenCode uses, right? It's pretty cool. It's really long. These are the inputs, required, required not. Super cool, right? And then we can see that whole span of what's going on. So for debugging, right, performance is important. I care about performance. Sometimes on cold starts, it's scary, right? You might see getting a config took 1.6 seconds. If I was looking at this log file, which we can even see here from my presentation, right? It's just a bunch of logs. What does the plus ms in the logs mean? It's kind of confusing. You kind of have to look at the code to correlate it. Whereas at a high level, if you just look at Aspire dashboard, you get a lot here. Even the UI. I love even the pie chart, right? It's very simple visual trick, but you can see kind of what's your longest call. So the longest call is calling the LLM. These empty ones are basically don't matter at all. But these ones that took 1 or 2 seconds, I care about. So what if we do something a little bit more complicated? So I'm going to make a new session just to restart it. And then maybe, why don't we just ask it to give us a basic code summary of the code base? So I'll even do that. What does this code base do? Read some files, run ls. Just giving it a bit of prompting. Kimmy's nice and fast, so for a demo, let's hope this one works. So okay, we can see it probably called that bash tool that we saw in the traces. It's reading some files, that's cool. Reading some things, taking a while, like what is it doing right now? I'm not sure. Took 20 seconds. What if I'm in my performance optimizing mode, right? How can I make this run maybe a little bit quicker? And the worst thing you can do is just jump to optimizing by looking at the code. You always measure, because you might have solved performance 1,000 times before and your intuition might be good. But the amount of times I've been surprised once I've measured it is just, you just have to measure. So let's come back here. My happy Gen AI button. If I want to filter to traces that have Gen AI, drop down option, love it. Again, the old OTel viewers that you could use locally have nothing nearly as nice as this, so it's just so cool. Basic drop downs, right? I'll rave on about, but they're so cool. So here we can see I did something a little bit more complicated, right? It did bash, read some files, thought a bit harder. So we can see a lot more here. It's thinking around, doing some calls. The dots here are log entries, so you can even see on the span timeline what logs happened. So snapshot, LLM streaming, calling bash. For example here, like why did bash take 3 seconds when the shell env took 0.2? That's a bit weird. We could even screenshot this, then paste it into the same session and say, hey, why did bash take 3 seconds? It should be less than 500 milliseconds. And then with the dashboard even, one thing you might not know is you can click it, and to get the right context, you can see span IDs. Again, looking at the data sources of truth, you might want to use that. Even in span namings, we can see this span took 3 seconds, and it's some plugin trigger running before executing a shell. So we can even paste it this screenshot too. And then I have the Aspire MCP configured, which is cool. I can say use Aspire MCP to look at the logs, trace, and see if anything looks bad. We can be really generic. We don't need to really fix it properly, but it's really just a demo to show you what you can do. Imagine your local app. Maybe you're not using .NET, maybe you're not using TypeScript, right? Maybe you're in some random app, random language, and maybe it's a finance application, and you're like, oh, our code base moves too slow. This dashboard's cool, but I can't use it yet. Well, you actually can. OTel is a standard. The Aspire dashboard just ingests that data, displays it nicely, and lets you run it really easily. Obviously, it has nice integrations with the app host and all the other Aspire things, which all together is fantastic. But let's say you just want this piece. You can run the dashboard on its own with one Docker image. Done. Your application, as long as you have OpenTelemetry exporters, it's just a URL. So if you set your application code to export, it'll all ingest here and you get all of these cool features, which it's just insurmountable how useful this is. Now, yeah, so we can look at that tracing things, even a log file. No one's reading a log file. You might have warnings, errors that pop up. That's cool, but if it's not in your face, you're not going to look at it. And in my opinion, any problem should become so painful that you have to fix it. And that's why I like, again, the dashboard, because all the logs are here. So I can click a button and see any errors here and fix problems. Every company that I've chucked Aspire dashboard into, which is the last few jobs, this is my first thing. I'll pull up the error filter on the Aspire standalone dashboard, app host dashboard, whatever it is, and make sure we fix things. Like here, for example, I tried to change my TypeScript language server to the Go re-implementation, but it timed out, so I must have configured it wrong myself. But just using the app, it read TypeScript and tried to enable the LSP, but I don't see any errors. So you're not going to see that unless you look at the logs, but this is a great way to surface it. Now again, let's say I'm hosting a server that people are actually using. I can still use this dashboard. Obviously, the dashboard has some limitations. It doesn't really persist the files, but I think there's discussions about that and GitHub issues. Again, it's all open source. So we see the error. What even happened? Where is this from? It's OTel land. It's not just a random log file where you've got to try to painfully correlate it. I clicked that one button and it took me straight to this trace. So let's say I have 50 sessions. Maybe I'm even running one OpenCode server on a shared machine that's super powerful and everyone's connecting to it and there's 50 sessions at one time. You could look at the structured logging here, click it, and you're not getting 50 concurrent logs and you have to distill that. You can see exactly what's happening. So for a local dev tool, this is fantastic. I can see exactly, where we're streaming. So pure inferencing, there's chunks going 3 seconds at a time, database. It's just so powerful. Now, here we even have the results. So yeah, I pasted that debugging and said, hey, use the Aspire MCP. It filtered things. Again, what is this resource name? I'm confused. That's weird. Well, if we remember from before Aspire list traces, if I jump to this magic sparkles button, the cool button, one of the best buttons I've seen. No, let's look at the build agent. So it even has in the span name the name of the agent you're using, which again, super cool. If I look at the tool definition, what were we looking at? So Aspire list traces. We can see, oh, okay, resource name. Yeah, okay, it limits the traces. If it's not, then we get everything. Okay, that's cool. I see what that's doing now. That's awesome. We can see what's happening. And it even looked at my code and config on disk, right? And said, hey, that span's slow because you have this weird plugin that thread sleeps for 3 seconds for no reason. Or if we're not talking about C#, set timeout, whatever. I've got to sneak in some C# sometimes now, So yeah, I like that piece. Now with errors even, right? Let's say this is an actual issue on my system. I haven't tried to fix this bug yet. But like I said, this is going to be a hacky session where we try to do demos and have fun. And none of it's faked. So let's have a look. TSGO operation timed out something. So I'm going to copy this. I could copy the log line or use the MCP, but I have it in the dashboard, so I'm using everything. Again, me and the agent are looking at the same data together. So I'm going to paste this. And then perhaps paste this one too. This looks like useful logs, right? But what about any info logs maybe? I'm not sure. Another cool button, which again, if you haven't used it often, you can grab the structured logs just for this session all in one. So it pre-filters here. So I can see if there's anything useful. So we have a bunch of service bus updates and a bunch of errors. But yeah, sometimes when you have lots of logs, the table lags a little bit. So I just had to reload there. But yeah, nothing too crazy in the logs. And again, I can even just screenshot it, which screenshots add so much value. Like as a human, you might copy the log, but the screenshot added in for the agent can get a lot of value out of. Like the trace ID, the resource, what level, the exact time it happened. It can do a lot of that data work that you wouldn't think to do. So let's maybe switch models. Let's use 5.4. And let's say, why is my TSGO LSP not working? And let's see what happens. So yeah, really like using the app, I would have never known, right? You would see nothing blowing up. The raw text file is just text. There's no highlighting. There's no buttons. You can't really correlate anything. It's really hard. But in a dev loop where you're local, you want things that suck to be really visible so that you fix them. And I mean, just having your F5, if you have the app host, right? That's the ideal end state because you get the dashboard every time you F5, you can see the resources. But just even without drinking all the Kool-Aid, you can get so much out of this. The Gen AI attribution, full logging, jumping to traces. Like one thing I miss in local development is using Azure. So when I'm debugging traces there, the UI is fantastic in App Insights and log analytics. But when you're doing local work, you kind of lose that. Whereas when you work in the same way locally, where you're looking at traces, your whole team is kind of OTel native. When you move your app to production, you work in the same way you've worked locally. So let's say you're debugging a production issue in Azure Portal. You're not really surprised when you see spans and clicking into spans and then, looking at logs related to spans and looking at attributes where there might be really useful data, like we're, using Kimi in this case and streaming from OpenCode or various flags that are important. Things change a lot and I like things to be consistent. So the dashboard helps me just run everything the same way, local, production, even standalone apps. But yeah, I saw a comment about that trace. Yeah, whenever I scroll really quickly for lots and lots of results, you need to scroll slowly or something. So something with the virtualization is weird. But yeah, so for something harder, I didn't even show this all the way. You can see everything, literally everything in the whole context. So you can see it calling bash, you can see the result of the bash outputs. So this is it obviously trying to debug that TSGo, where it's deciding to read the README, various things, calling more tools, trying to activate random things and answering, which is so good. Again, if you're trying to maybe trace as a security person, what is OpenCode doing? And if you have telemetry at the bounds, like HTTP calls, database calls, everything, you just have way better over time. What about running benchmarks, right? You might have set a new agent, but you didn't realize the system prompt is running. I'm talking about the problem space of OpenCode and agents, but what about a different problem space, your problem space? What things do you avoid and put off looking at and maybe don't fix because you don't see it, right? I'd consider the visibility you can see here and have a think of whether you want the app host or if that's a bit too much. Maybe the next step you can do is, move to adding the app host in after you've already got the dashboard and OTel, because, you can refactor piecemeal instead of saying, all right, we have to go all the way everywhere now. And again, it's open source. Aspire is open source, OpenCode's open source. All of this is just out there, so you can hack as much as you want and have fun, which I love too. It's not just some paid product where I've got to, pay a massive thing. So, yeah, logs. Looking back at this log file of just a text file on my disk, this means nothing. It's really painful. I'm seeing weird things. I don't know, +0, +4 seconds. Was that 4 seconds of loading this thing, or did the log just appear 4 seconds later? What is it attached to? What was it trying to do? You're basically doing guesswork at this point. The other thing I didn't even touch on and haven't set up is metrics. So a hot topic with agents like Claude Code, OpenCode, everything is memory usage and memory leaks. One thing I want to add next is just adding memory metrics across various subsystems. So you could track this, right, over a session and correlate it with user actions of, hey, did my LSB blow up in memory, or was it some, event bus subscriptions, or what part of my code base is running all the memory? Again, rather than just looking at Task Manager, you can instrument a lot more useful information. And then the improvements in 13.2, which obviously we're all talking about today, the CLI lets you get a lot of this data out. With the standalone dashboard, you can't currently do it, but I'll make sure to bump it along where we can hopefully provide just the URL and query it similar to the MCP, which is why I haven't been showing it using the Aspire commands. I can probably even show it, like if we say Aspire help, if I've upgraded to the latest, you can get all the OTel logs and even paginate it better than the MCP. So some extra stuff you can get out of if you're using the app host, but even standalone, we'll get there. Yeah, someone in the chat even just said about like blob storage. So production applications, whenever you look at spans, you'll see lots of like content checks and options headers and calls, even when you're using Microsoft packages. What you want to know is what is actually happening. So a line of code that may look, dormant and not that important may actually initialize a cache, may do some things if you're caring about a hot path without doing guesswork. You can add console logs. Can you add console logs to third-party packages? It's kind of hard, obviously, if they supply it, yeah, but again, if you're just measuring spans and looking and knowing what to look at and making sure you instrument the correct things is what's important. I don't like log files. OTel dashboard, so clean, so clean. This whole session, right, it's all instrumenting. So if my memory goes crazy, I can see a blip in the chart or it slowly climb. If it slowly climbs, maybe it's a leak. If it's a quick bump up, maybe it's allocating something. Maybe it's allocating more than it should. Just from console logs, it's hard to do that unless you add one-off debug logs. But then do you commit that in the code base? With OTel, you do commit that and everyone can opt in or opt out. And you kind of maintain that forever. So yeah, we're letting this cook. It was blocked on permissions, trying to fix that error. But this is what I mean, where instead of just saying, well, first of all, I wouldn't even know it was broken unless I specifically read here. I see an actual error in the dashboard. And then it can surface the code, reference it, look at log lines, correlate it together, try to fix it. Hot reload the app, see if the next trace doesn't have that error. You have a really nice closed loop. So yeah, I think a few things to take away. This session really is just to hack and maybe open your eyes if you thought you can't use Aspire because your work code base is doing X, Y, or Z. If you can have some sort of OTel exporter or collector or anything like that in your code base, you can use it. So yeah, Open Code Aspire, they're fully open source. So still both implementations, even my OTel wire up with the what Aspire looks at. I would 100% enable your agent to use all that data. Again, the existing tools that have been around for ages, that the UI isn't even that clean. It's really hard to get that data to an agent. They kind of have to use Playwright or something weird, and it just gets messy really quick. The Aspire CLI is fantastic for that. Configure the MCP. I didn't even show it. I'll show it really quick. There's a button up here. The integration is really easy. So VS Code, you can literally just click a button and it works, which is a fantastic integration. Or if you want to pass it to an agent or do it yourself, you can manually update that. Visual Studio and Open Code and everything else, it is an MCP after all, so it's just a standard. 100% wire that up. Yeah, be careful how much you instrument. Even with the open code things, I could create a span for every service bus update or every file system check, and then you end up with thousands of lines of spans, and like we talked about, performance gets crazy. You kind of want to tinker with how you instrument things so your agent doesn't get lost and so you don't get lost. Which again is that whole point. You are working with your agent in the same way, looking at the same data. And interestingly, when you optimize for context and data for a human, agents work well too. If you just throw out a bunch of data, it might go down some loose ends. And on the contrary, when it fixes something and you look at what it did, you'll have no idea why it did that. But if you're together looking at the same data, same spans, and you're kind of on the same page, you're bought in and it's helping you work rather than it leading you and you're just trusting it, which is really important. So yeah, use context and data. Otherwise, they will just jump to guessing, vibing. Everyone knows Opus. It kind of has that reputation of jumping into working quickly. GPT 5.2 has the opposite, where it just reads 50,000 files and thinks for ages. Models act differently, but all of them don't care. If you give it more data, you won't have to know about quirks. It will be able to ground itself in that data and self-service what it needs, instead of just jumping and going, oh, you're using this thing wrong, change it this way, and it actually did nothing. or it's optimizing maybe a 1 millisecond total runtime span, when instead of the 3-second plugin that we found that has a 3-second await, that's the actual piece that the user would feel, not just guessing at code. So yeah, I hope this helped. Use the Aspire dashboard. You can run it standalone, wire it up. If you already are running in a cloud like Azure with App Insight set up, you probably already have OTel. So if you want to just pull it down locally without using an app host, just set the URL and run it and get it working. Point an agent at the Aspire codebase. If you point OpenCode and clone the Aspire codebase and your work codebase, put them in a folder together and say, hey, wire it up so it looks nice in Aspire dashboard, you'll get fantastic results. So yeah, have a play, look at OTel, let your agent do it, care about context. So have multiple repos, clone the OTel standard, clone whatever. Look at databases, care about your spans, look at it often. You should be looking at what your agent looks at instead of your agent leading you. So yeah, I love Aspire. Thanks for having me, everyone.
We love you too. From the floor. That was awesome. Good. I think that was the only standalone dashboard demo we had today. And it is an awesome feature. Like, people use it all the time. So also, I love OpenCode. So very cool to see that and how you guys are using it in Aspire. So, all right, Luke, you the best. Thank you. See you soon. See you on Discord. Goodbye. We are at the last. Oh, I'm so blurry. It's like a filter. We are on to the last session of Aspire Conf, which is how to contribute to Aspire with some of the Aspire team. So some of the unsung heroes, the unsung hero, no, sorry, Adam, I love you, but Jose in particular,
all heroes,
who is, oh my gosh, he's such a manager. He's always giving everyone else credit. This is ridiculous. He's the one who actually pushes the buttons to make things go live too. And he runs the meetings that we all just go off the rails on. Adam does a bunch of stuff, but the VS Code extension, including the new app host viewer, which Fowler and I said no to many times, he continued to do it anyways, and then he showed it to us, and we said, yep, ship that right now.
And then everybody loved it.
Yep. So you are in good hands for the final session of Aspire Conf to learn about contributing. Jose, I'm going to put your slides up,
Yeah,
and then I am going to crawl out of the room.
Okay.
Have fun.
All right. Be careful while crawling out of the room. All right. Awesome. So thank you so much, Maddie. As you already kind of like introduced us, my name is Jose Perez Rodriguez. I'm the engineering manager of the Aspire team. As Maddie said, mostly focused on clicking buttons so things get released, and also making sure everybody stays on track and things make it for the releases. So that's mostly what I do. And with me today, here's Adam, an awesome developer, and I'll let you introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Adam. I'm a senior software engineer on the Aspire team. As Maddie mentioned, I work on the Aspire VS Code extension. I also do a couple other things like the Aspire CLI, that's mostly Mitch, and just various other stuff.
That's right. All right. Hopefully slides are up. Yep, slides are good. So I'll go ahead and start then. I understand that even though like the main content of the talk today is mostly about contributing to the repo and mostly geared towards newcomers, I couldn't really start without like talking about contributions to Aspire without really saying thank you to everybody that has already contributed. As you can see some numbers here in the slide, we have over 600 community PRs that have been merged. We have over 170 contributors to the repo, and we have 2,400 community issues that have really shaped our roadmap and helped us understand what really needs to be prioritized. So really, thank you. And I say we, it was really David Pine built a special page for all of the contributions going to Aspire, which is this link over here. Or you can get to it. I think it's aspire.dev/community/thanks. Really want to thank you, as that page says it. We're really standing on top of the shoulders of giants. So really appreciate every single contribution, whether that's from a PR, that's from an issue you filed, something you wanted us to prioritize or bug fix, really appreciate everything that you guys have done. So yeah, awesome. Moving on, I'll send this one back to Adam.
So we just wanted to give an example of one contribution that a community member has done. So a lot of you will know Alex, especially if you're on the Discord or you're active on the
Hi, Alex.
Aspire repo. Hi, Alex. I know he's in the chat as well. He's one of our most prolific community contributors, and he's also one of our community triagers. We have a bunch of trusted individuals outside of Microsoft who we bring in to just help us triage issues. And that's another way of contributing to Aspire. We asked Alex which contribution he wanted to highlight, and he chose the one I'm about to share. So for a little bit of context, in Aspire, resources can have dependencies. You can have a lot of resources. Those resources can have a lot of dependencies. For example, a service might be waiting for a database to start. And Alex ran into a problem where if a dependency never actually started, the service would fail with only a vague error. The operation was canceled. It's a typical just task cancellation exception. That's not very helpful for troubleshooting. And Alex really just wanted to fix that. So he improved the experience, making it a lot easier, a lot quicker, for us to figure out like the root cause of what resource was failing, whether it was just failing to start or there was a permission issue or whatever. By servicing more useful information, like which resources were involved, their states, what we expected their states to be, and the status of any health checks, it has been much easier to see what's gone wrong and then where to look next. So yeah, Alex found a gap, he fixed it, and now we all get to benefit from that. And like I mentioned, he is a very prolific contributor. That's just one of his many contributions that he's made over the past couple months.
Yeah, and it's also a good example of something that like it didn't just help like people that are like other customers of Aspire, but it also even helped us as well very much because like now our tests have more information, more detail logs. So whenever we have problems in our tests where something is timing out and we have just that much more information. And there's so many tests that were flaky that we've been able to fix just because of this contribution. As Adam points out, like that's just one of the many things that he's done. And many other contributors. Like, I mean, we have a lot of awesome contributors. So that's just to highlight one. Oh, and he provided a nice quote for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Alex just provided a quote here that I'm going to share with you all. He said that contributing to Aspire has been an experience he's learned a lot from, and it's immensely satisfying, and I agree with this, when knowing that you've contributed something that will be used by developers all over the world. And we really want to underscore that it's fun and it's meaningful to be a part of something bigger than yourself. So we are welcoming you to become involved.
Awesome. Thanks for the quote, Alex. Next up, just giving you a little bit of a guided tour in case you do want to contribute and contribute in a form, because there's several ways to contribute. Today we're gonna like this particular slide is just talking about like actually contributing a fix or some code changes to the repo. So giving you a very quick small guided tour, although worth to note that like today with AI agents, even coming into big code bases, it's actually, and not to say that Aspire is a big code base in like necessarily, but with AI agents, like that is much simpler nowadays. That said, we do still, even though we know that people are using AI agents to work in our repo, we do try to keep things as clean and organized as we can. And so as one of the managers for infrastructure in the repo, that's one of the things that is very much top of concern of mine. So here's a quick guided tour. So as you can see, there's a few folders in the root level of the repo. Source is where we keep pretty much all of the real product logic that we have in the repo. So like from the app host logic to all of the how hosting is managed, the actual dashboard, which is a Blazor site. We have, of course, the CLI. We have a bunch of integrations, which in case you're not familiar with integrations, think about them as the glue code that helps Aspire configure services like databases and the like, or caches or messaging services. So that's all under source. Then we have the test folder, which, as you can probably imagine, that's where we keep all of our test projects. And that's both end-to-end test as well as unit test as well. Then we have the docs folder where we try to keep docs particularly around working in the repo. So a bunch of the information that we're sharing in this presentation, you can actually find it on that folder as well. We, of course, also have a doc site, but we'll talk a little about that a little bit later. And then we have a playground folder under that. As you can probably guess, like Aspire ships via packages. And so let's say that you're making a code change, and then when you're making a code change, you actually want to test it and you want to see it in a real app. Our playground is basically a directory where we have a bunch of samples in there, but it's especially configured such that you can dog food. Dog food. That's an internal word in Microsoft too. That basically means. I think it comes from like eat your own dog food.
Eating your own dog food.
Yeah. Anyways, it's like testing. So you can test the changes that you make in the repo inside those playground apps. And so you don't have to like build packages, push them to a feed or anything like that. So it's good for experimentation. And then we have the Eng folder, which is mostly where all of our build infrastructure lives. Hopefully that's not something that you have to concern yourself with too much, but that's where like at least I spend a lot of my time on. Then we also ship a VS Code extension, as you can probably like. At this point, it's been featured throughout the whole day, and as we've said before, Adam is a big contributor to it, and all of that code lives inside the extension folder. And then finally, we have the only thing that's like from this slide that's outside of the repo. Actually, we have our aspire.dev site, and all of the code for that site is actually in the Microsoft /aspire.dev repo. And so that's where all of our conceptual docs as well as our API reference docs live. So yeah, that's mostly it for the guided tour.
We welcome contributions anywhere, but just to give you an overview of what we'd specifically like you to focus on. Aspire has a ton of integrations, as people who have created apps in Aspire already know. There's a ton in the Aspire repo itself, covering everything from Azure services to databases to caches and containers. And there's still always room for new extensions. And you can add these in the community toolkit. We try to keep the Aspire repo, which is, it's not small, we try to keep it as manageable as possible. And so additional community contributions for new services, we like to go in the community toolkits. Now, you can always also help improve or fix issues in existing integrations, and you can do that in the Aspire repo. One specific one that I want to highlight is the Aspire dashboard, which is a feature that a lot of people know and love. It's built in Blazor. It's a great area if you want to start contributing to something that a lot of people are going to see, and if you want to get into front-end contributions. There's also always accessibility and compliance improvements that you can help us with as well to make sure that we are being inclusive to everyone. Now, we're all developers here. We know that there can always be better documentation, more samples, and better test coverage. So if you'd like to help us with that, you are also welcome to. And if you're looking for a good place to start, you can look at the good first issue and help wanted labels on GitHub. And we're going to be making sure to populate those over the next couple days. And these are going to be issues that are pretty isolated and small and good for especially people who are new to contributing to Aspire. If you'd like to just get started in a small capacity, something that's not, taking too big a bite out for your first issue. So every area has a designated owner who can help guide you or answer questions or explain why something is the way it is. The best way to reach us directly is on the Aspire Discord, actually. We're all there, and a lot of our community contributors are as well. We do respond as well in GitHub issues and of course pull requests, and we are very active on that as well. So there are many different pathways to get in contact with us.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, when we were preparing these slides, I was looking with Adam and saw that like we do have good first issue and help wanted labels, as he said, but all of the issues that are tagged with those labels are actually closed. So don't go and check just yet. As Adam said, we will actually go back and add more of those labels into issues that we think are applicable. So yeah, we will be working with you on that. Okay, next up, wanted to share like a little bit of how the workflow works when you're contributing a change. Still talking about mostly contributing in the shape or form of an actual change to the repo. So actually not part of this workflow, but very important, as Adam already said, making sure that what you're planning on working on is something that we agree on is always a good first step, because you don't want to do some work that we then decide actually this is not a feature that we would think is in scope of the product or something like that. So always a good idea to first open up an issue, and then once the issues, or if it's already in there, just try to like slap a comment in there and say, hey, I'm interested in contributing. So that way you kind of like get green light of like, this is a good thing that they will actually take the contribution for. So that's always a good idea. But then from there, the idea is you of course fork and clone the repo. We do depend on some infrastructure that has to be restored first before actually loading the repo inside tooling like VS Code or VS. So that's why we have these two top level commands in there, like restore CMD or SH, depending on the platform you're in. Always a good idea to run them at least once. As well as build CMD and build SH. This one is not super necessary, but it's always good to make sure that you can build a whole repo first, so that like IntelliSense in your IDE is working appropriately, as well as just knowing that you have all of the prereqs to build the repo. From there, you actually make your changes, you add tests. Previously, I would have said you could either do it in VS and VS Code. Realistically, nowadays, a lot of us only look at the terminal and Copilot makes the changes for us. And in the terminal, we just look and say, yeah, that looks good. Of course, we review them because we don't just like YOLO merge. A wink, wink. But then, yeah, so like in whichever way or form, you actually make the changes and you add the tests. By the way, we do have a bunch of skills checked into the repo as well to try to help guide agents in terms of like making changes. So for example, we do have a skill saying there, like if you're making a change, make sure that add unit test were relevant. So just to mention that, as since we were talking about agents a little bit. Then you submit the pull request. We do have a little bit of a template in there that is good filling out. In general, it basically helps us understand, and it's more of a make sure that you've checked all the checkboxes in there. So things like, is there like doc updates that are required for this type of thing? If so, let's make sure that we are tracking that in a docs issue and that type of thing. So, and then once you've submitted the PR, we would go in, of course, as Adam was saying, we have area owners assigned to each area. So we would go in, take a look, and iterate on feedback. But then in parallel, a nice thing that we have in the repo is that for folks that have already contributed, they'll know. But we add a comment in your PR, because the thing that we do is we basically take your changes, we built them using GitHub Actions, and then a bot will post a comment in your PR saying, hey, if you wanna dog food, and I was actually just checking in chat, and they were saying that dog food apparently is a term outside of Microsoft too. That's good. But yeah, so it will say dog food your PR with this script, and so we have like a Windows version of it and a Linux version of it. But essentially, it's a way to like get an Aspire built out of your code changes, and so that way you can actually test it and make sure that like it fixed the bug if you were fixing a bug, or the feature works as expected. And then you can test it in a real app. You can use those artifacts. It will also download like package caches for you. It downloads everything into a Hive, so it doesn't pollute your NuGet cache. And so now that way it's built exactly like we would have built the full product. So that's a very good way of making sure that your change is doing what you want it to do. Okay.
Yeah. So filing issues is also contributing. You don't have to write code if you don't want to. We really do value bug reports and feature requests. They help us, one, find blind spots that we haven't been able to find ourselves, but also it helps us shape the future and direction of Aspire. Aspire is useful. We want it to be useful for everyone. And in order to do that, we need to understand the scenarios that you guys want to use Aspire in and for. You can also submit API proposals if you want to shape the public surface of Aspire. If there's something missing, or if some name doesn't seem right to you, we do accept API proposals. Our issue templates, like were mentioned just a little while ago, make it easy. They ask you for all the required information that we need to help evaluate your proposal, your bug report, or your feature request. And honestly, and I'm being serious here, as a developer, like, a well-written issue can often be the most valuable thing that you can do, especially as someone who looks at a lot of issues on the Aspire repo. The more information and repos that can be provided really does help us find the root cause of things, and make sure that you provide that info.
Yeah. And to those last 2 points, like one of the things that the forums helps you out with is like also making sure that you tell us which version were you using, right? So that we can repro it better and then we can actually look into it. So yeah, all of that is very useful information. Speaking of like trying things out, we already talked about the second to last bullet point over there of how to dogfood a specific PR. But we have this concept of channels in the repo, so you can of course, you can install, like we have the acquisition step, and as Maddie shared, I think earlier today, there will be new ways of installing Aspire, but at least for now, the way that we do it is we have this one-line script that you run either in Linux or Windows. That usually installs stable unless you pass in a different quality parameter, as you can see in here, but we have these other channels that you can install. So you can install the daily build, which is literally like for every change, we basically create a new vertical of the like a build of the whole product, and then from there you can install it locally. You can test things out, and you can make sure that you are on latest and greatest, and that helps finding issues before we even release them. And then staging is this concept that we have about like once we're about to ship a release. So like, for example, last week, our staging build was our 13.2.0 build. We have a bunch of contributors that actually do try the staging build, which is awesome. Every time that we create a new release branch, we will start producing a staging build for that branch. So always useful for you to know how to install these things that either like if you already contributed to a change or somebody did and you want to see if that contribution actually fixed the bug that you're hitting, always good to know how to install the daily builds. We have, of course, all of this information covered in the actual docs for the repo. And then finally, just want to call this out, that everybody really is welcome in the repo. It doesn't really matter your experience, whether you've been like contributing to open source projects for 20 years, or this is your very first pull request. We really actually appreciate in that second case that we are actually part of your first time experience. So we really appreciate everybody. We do think that diverse perspectives really help make our product great. We're not looking for people that always think exactly like us. We actually look for people that think differently. And as Adam has pointed out before, lets us see our blind spots. So really appreciate anybody that can help. And then finally, we do follow the contributor covenant code of conduct. We try to make the repo a good and welcoming place for everybody. So yeah, and we have all of that in our repo, very well documented.
Yeah, so here are some links to get started. First, the new link, we just switched orgs on the Aspire repo. So it's github.com/Microsoft/Aspire. Our doc sites, which also includes getting started information, and also, as of recently, API docs is what I learned, is at aspire.dev. The community toolkit is github.com/community toolkit/aspire. That's where all of, again, the community provided, maintains, integrations live. You can join us on Discord. Find the Discord link at aspire.dev. I think it's also aka.ms/aspire/discord.
That we should have totally added it in here.
Yeah, but go to aspire.dev to find the link, or
It's
when
also in the
Maddie comes
repo.
on. Yeah, or when Maddie comes on, she'll also tell you. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we'll continue on.
Alrighty. Any questions for us?
Everybody in. Go. Pile on in.
Oh, nice.
Hey, go.
We're building a party in here.
This is hot. Mine's gonna be hot. I'm sure. I can just have it.
And that way.
Where's my little floor mic? Great job.
Do you want to remove? Do you want to?
Oh yeah, let me move your slides down.
Did we lose the monitor? Yeah, what happened? It's right. Someone turned it. Oh, wait. Do you have to go down?
A little bit.
We got squat.
I'm not used to having to squat down. I'm normally so short already. It doesn't matter.
I didn't fall.
Someone get a screen grab. We're never gonna look this good again. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys.
We need to make an Aspire triangle.
Oh, like lots of them.
Oh.
That's Illuminati.
There you go. That's my contribution.
What are y'all doing?
That's good. That's good.
Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, great work. I clipped Adam going, filing issues is the best form of feedback, because true.
My legs.
Calm down. He works out.
You
This
didn't go to the gym today, Fowler. Like, this is
that's so true.
I canceled.
That is a wrap on the first ever Aspire Conf.
awesome. Special thanks to Maddie and Beth and everybody that did this, make this possible. Yeah, made it work. So.
This was really fun. I'm really glad we did this. Although to those of you who already said when's Aspire Conf the next one, never ask that again. And to those of you who started asking for 13.3, also go
March
away.
in Vegas.
So yeah, this was really, really fun. I think we had some great content. We'll chop it all up over the next couple days and share it on YouTube. No Aspire Fridays this week. This was your Aspire Friday. This was actually shorter than our two longest Aspire Fridays. So fun fact.
A little more organized.
A little bit, just a little bit. But we will see you guys soon. Make sure you get 13.2 and whatever servicing release comes out next, and follow the handles, like and subscribe.
To our channel.
Aspire.dev. Oh my goodness. All right, this is fun. See you guys soon.
Thank you.